We are going to begin the second day of our international conference, the third session. And before we go into the third session, I would love to invite Professor Babu to give a few words, his comments, and I would like to introduce him before I give the rostrum to him. So Professor Babu was professor in the Department of Library and Information Science at the University of Madras. He was former visiting professor at the Mahasaragam University in Thailand. He served in the State Regional Library in Andhra Pradesh and in the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda College, Chennai, before joining the University of Madras as faculty, from where he superannuated. Sir has received a numerous number of awards, including the Ranganathan Memorial Gold Medal and the Commonwealth Fellow from the United Kingdom. He's visited a lot of countries, given a lot of lectures, and his list of achievements are very long. So I would, without any further delay, I would love to hand over the rostrum to Professor Babu to give a few words before we begin the session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Babu, Professor Shiro, Dr. Rajendran, Dr. Ashok Kumar, and Dr. Namtip, Professor Lee, all our friends across the globe, and all the participants, very warm welcome and good morning from this host organization. This is Ramesh Babu. I welcome to yesterday. We had a very fruitful presentations from the contributors. Today also, we expect the similar contributions and the same enthusiasm. And we have enjoyed these yesterday presentations. And really, it's a good coordination by the contributors as well as the presenters. And I welcome all of you for this today's the final day of the presentations. And I request Ashwin to conduct the proceedings of this anchoring this particular thing. Dr. Ashwin, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramesh Babu, for your commencing words. Now we begin the third session of the second day of our international conference. I would love to introduce the chair and the co-chair for the third session. For the chair is Professor Simon Lee, Associate Professor at the Chongang University in South Korea. He had his education at the Indiana University at Bloomington, and his major is data organization. Without any further delay, sir, I would love to hand over the rostrum to the chair. And before I give the rostrum to the chair, I would also like to introduce the co-chair for this session. It is Dr. Jay Shankar, who is the Associate Professor at the Alagappa University in India. He has a long experience and has attended he has written articles in more than 22 international journals, attended 25 international conferences, and has a long experience in teaching. And I would love to invite him to be the co-chair for the third session of our second day of the international conference. Over to the chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let's get started the session 3, the international session. My name is Seungmin Lee, from South Korea, and I really nice to see you all. And in this session, we are going to have 4 valuable presentation, and this session starts from 9:30 to 10:45 local time, and we are going to have 4 the presentation. And let's get started this international session. And the first presenter of this session will be Professor Genshei Oshiro. I think he is online. And let's get started the first presentation of this session. I'll hand over the mic, the sound, to Dr. Oshiro.
Hi everybody, this is Oshiro. My topic is some lessons learned from experience of school libraries, including librarians in Japan during the challenging times of COVID-19. Introduction.
I'm sorry, Dr. Oshiro, but would you please share the PowerPoint slides? Oh, okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Introduction. School Library Act in Japan states a school which consists of more than 12 classes must have a teacher librarian. A teacher must be appointed as a teacher librarian who shall be engaged in teaching at almost full time and in the library's professional work at a part time.
कैमरा नहीं खोला हुआ दीदी अभी नहीं अभी
In addition, a local government should make efforts to employ gakko shisho. This is literal translation is school librarian at a full time who shall also be engaged in library's professional works. Gakko shisho is a semi-professional in Western sense. A percentage of elementary and junior high schools which employed gakko shisho in 2020 were 69% in elementary and 64% in junior high. Percentage of their full-time employment were 10% in elementary and 11% in junior high schools. This pattern of personal organization and employment situation have confused and ramified school library services even during the COVID-19 crisis. Functions of a school library are defined by MEX, which is Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, as a reading center, learning center, and information center. Most of the people working in school library field, including academic staff who teach school librarianship, agree with this mixed definition. However, when examined in detail, there are many ambiguities among these three functions. What is worse, roles of school librarians are not defined in this definition, nor are they really discussed by specialists in school librarianship in Japan. In USA, Canada, and Australia, roles of school librarians are clearly described in the document, such as Standards of School Library Program. Talking about schools under COVID-19 crisis, next requested in February 2020, elementary and junior high schools should be closed from March 2nd until the end of spring vacation. In April 2020, Prime Minister Abe proclaimed a one-month state of emergency for Tokyo and prefectures of Kanagawa and Chiba and others. On April 17th, MEX provided a document, comprehensive package for ensuring children's learning in the COVID-19 pandemic. In this document, MEX stated MEX would support the coverage of expenses, including learning materials, and referring to the study at home using ICT terminals, next said it would try to provide hardware and software because it is a part of a GIGA school program. GIGA means Global and Innovative Gateway for All, which is next initiative started in 2019. Its objective is every student be able to have ICT terminal supported by broadband internet connection. I explained so far about school library staffing in Japan and took a quick survey of what happened in schools during COVID-19 crisis. I will discuss next 3 lessons learned from Japanese libraries and librarians' experience. Lesson 1. School librarians in Japan are not recognized as partner of the teachers. I argue school librarians in Japan have not been recognized as partner of the teachers for a long time, and even now during the COVID-19 crisis. By school librarians, I mean here both teacher librarians and gakko shisho. I think the main purpose of school library has been development of collection and letting students read whatever they like for enjoyment or information. This kind of service is still, I think, the most important function of a school library. But a modern school library is also assumed to support a school curriculum by collaborating with classroom teachers. But school librarians in Japan have not been successful in supporting school curricula by collaborating with classroom teachers. I imagine the same thing can be said about the school librarians in many Asian countries. In April 2020, MEXT issued a document about school libraries during schools closed. This document was only to circulation, library as a study room, and introduction of recommended books, not referring to curriculum-related functions of a library. Most school libraries follow this MEXT advice, paying much attention to circulation, but I must add there were some libraries which helped students and teachers by offering more services than MEXT recommended. Why so in Japan? Because the teaching method adopted by today's Japanese teachers is passing learning based upon rote memorization and teacher-centered classroom. MEXT admits this statement because I quoted this statement from MEXT document. Today's Japanese teachers are overloaded. Moreover, A class size in Japanese schools is too big for inquiry-based learning. Inquiry-based learning is a pedagogy which school librarianship insists for collaboration with teachers. I guess teacher-centered education in Japan, not adopting inquiry-based learning, is mainly due to this teaching load and class size. National curriculum standards prepared by MEX state as follows. Each school should use school library and utilize its functions, aiming at realization of proactive, interactive, and automatic learning of students, enhancing autonomous, self-motivated learning activities and reading activities of the student. This refers inquiry-based learning. Pluto, in her book, Guided Inquiry, Learning in the 21st Century, argues her approach of inquiry-based learning is based on constructivism theory of learning. The most important characteristic of her approach is it insists on team approach for teaching with the librarian as the essential partner. Concerning constructive theory of learning, Makewa argues as follows. Constructive theory states knowledge must be constructed by the learners. Teacher can only assist the learner to do the construction. The construction of knowledge is a dynamic process that requires active engagement of the learner who will be responsible for one's learning, while teacher only creates effective learning environments. I don't think this kind of learning method can be adapted to present teachers' conditions in Japan. There is no room for librarians to collaborate with teachers. Staffing patterns of school libraries in Japan, as I explained above, makes it more difficult for librarians to collaborate with teachers. Lesson 2. School librarians in Japan have not made much effort to solve the digital divide among students in Japan. In April 2020, MEX issued a guideline for studying at home during the school closure as follows. Study of text and prints made by schools, TV broadcasting, distribution of ICT materials, including videos, online lessons, data, MEX surveyed and found. Study of text and print at home was done by most students, but TV broadcasting by 30%, ICT materials by 35%, and online lessons by only 9%. Center for Research for Strategic and International Studies argued as follows. COVID-19 pandemic has brought attention to the issue of child poverty in Japan. During school closures, disadvantaged students struggle to receive food and other social services. About 1 in 20 Japanese children lack amenities necessary for online learning such as a quiet study space or computer. A survey of MEX showed how little Japanese public schools were able to adapt. In addition, only 5% of local governments planned online classes during school closures. Digital divide between urban and rural areas and across the socio-economic status further complicated transition to online environment. You may ask what connections there are between above conditions and school library. IFRA and Kruto say there are big connections. IFRA recommends as follows. While many students will find ways to develop digital literacy on their own, many others require support of institutions such as libraries. Libraries should position digital literacy as a core service. Schools should draw on the unique expertise of school libraries and librarians. Kruto argued as follows. School librarians are resource specialists with broad knowledge of the extensive resources in the library and on the internet. Without this expertise, teachers can only minimally accomplish information literacy requirements. Collaboration with teachers can create necessary climate for students to inquire, participate, create, and learn in information environment. Teachers cannot do this alone. Thus, IFRA's recommendation and Kruto's argument indicate school librarians have a responsibility in incorporating ICT in schools and in guaranteeing students equal access to digital information. Lesson 3. Japanese school librarians have not been successful in integrating reading into school curriculum. Japanese school libraries have been offering following reading services, providing open and inviting physical space, celebrating individual reading achievements, supplying titles to meet specific individual interests, bibliobattles, partnering with public libraries. However, these reading programs are rarely related with classroom teaching. Particularly, it is true with junior high school. This is partly due to school curricula, partly due to staff organization of school libraries. Japanese librarians often hesitate to collaborate with teachers since they do not think teaching is a part of their responsibility. Brodsky and other researchers argue reading for pleasure influence on academic achievement. Ontario School Library Association argues reading is essential in inquiry-based learning. According to constructive theory of learning, students learn by being actively engaged in and reflecting on experience. Reading for enjoyment is experience. Therefore, it is meaningless to separate reading from learning, like Beck's definition. Japanese librarians should not accept Beck's definition easily and should re-examine the function of a school library. I argue reading, including that for enjoyment, is essential for learning by modern students. Conclusion. I discussed a few lessons learned from experience of school libraries and librarians in Japan during the challenging times of COVID-19. People may wonder how Japanese students scored high in PISA in such environment of education. MEX had prepared national education standards which are based upon PISA and gives National Scholastic Ability Test NSAT every year for Japanese language and mathematics, and every 3 years for science and English. The schools and teachers are evaluated upon the result of this NSAT. With such educational environment, teaching profession in Japan does not attract new university graduates. Though it is a stable profession and teachers are paid a little higher than other local government employees. I argue most important objective of public education, though it is important to achieve high academic standards, should be to develop lifelong learners among students in the multicultural, inclusive society. And if such society does not exist, school librarians should work in order to realize such society together with teachers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for the valuable
you.
presentation. Yeah. And the problems of school libraries and school librarians in Japan may be raised in most of the Asian countries. And from this presentation, we can consider the evolved roles of school libraries in general, and especially in this COVID-19 era. And school library should support students and teachers using information and collections. And also the school librarians should participate in teaching and guiding students and teachers. So the school library should offer more information services and education services, not just circulation or study room. So in this respect, this presentation gave us many the implications for improving the entire education environment and library environment. And for this presentation, is there any question or comments for this presentation? Just feel free to let us know. If there are any question or comments, then yeah, let's make it end of this presentation. And thanks for the valuable presentation. Yeah, thanks, Oshiro. And the next presentation is prepared, I think. And the title of the presentation is Comparing GSTEP to Similar LIS Journals Published in Asia. And this presentation will be offered by Professor Kim. Professor Kim, are you audible? Are you ready to make the presentation?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's good, yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, my name is Young Kim. I'm an associate professor here at Keiming University. My co-authors, Donggu No, who's also a professor here at Keiming University, and Jisuk Yo, an adjunct professor at Keiming University. Professor Oh is co-editor, co-chief editor of GSTEP, also chief editor of GSTEP is Dr. Gary Maccianini from University of North Carolina. Okay, so this paper's title, the title of this paper is Comparing GSTEP to Similar LIS Journals Published in Asia, Authorship and Topics. Okay, so briefly, these are the table of contents, background, objectives, methodology, results, and conclusion. Okay, so to give you some background of GSTEP, GSTEP was founded in 2013. Obviously, we are interested in promoting GSTEP. I'm a managing editor of GSTEP. As I told you, Professor O is a co-editor-in-chief of GSTEP, and Dr. Lee Seung-min is also editor of GSTEP. So we have a lot of reviewers and editors who are involved with GSTEP. So anyway, GSTEP was founded in 2013, so it's relatively young journal, and it was indexed in Scopus 2017. So since 2017, so it's been indexed just for about 4 years. So GSTEP is published at South Korea by KIST, Korean Institute of Science and Technology. The scope of GSTEP is fairly broad, as the title suggests. It's Journal of Information Science Theory and Practice. T stands for theory and P stands for practice. So we welcome theoretical papers and also like papers that focus on practices. There are a few LIS journals published in Asian countries. So unfortunately, only a few. If you use Scimago journal ranking, it's a portal site. It only lists 12 journals which indexed in either like Scopus or Web of Science. So there are not too many. So it's helpful to compare GSTEPs with other LIS journals to determine its characteristics. So objective is to compare GSTEP to other international journals to provide some insight into LIS journals published in Asian countries. So for the methodology, I basically used bibliometric approach for this study is fairly straightforward. Bibliographic data was obtained from GIFSTEP's website. Since it's been indexed in Scopus from only 2017, I couldn't get all the data. So to go back to 2013, we literally had to go to the website and get all the like author keywords, all these titles, and all this information. But the other journals we compared with, we could get it from the Scopus. They were much older journals, so we got it from the Scopus. So here are the journals that we compared with. First is the Malaysian Journal of LIS. This journal is indexed in Scopus as well as Web of Science. It's a well-respected journal, obviously. Number two, all these are well-respected, of course. DAY2, Journal of Library Information Technology. Third one is Annals of Library and Information Studies. And fourth one is obviously GISTEP. And SJI quartile shows that. This is based on site score. The SJR has, the SciMego has its own scoring system. So this is based on the site score. And H-index, obviously, H-index is impacted by not only the citations, but the history of journal, because the longer the journal is indexed, it tends to go up. So obviously, GISTEP is a relatively young journal, so the H-index is fairly low. As you can see, only 5. Malaysian Journal of LIS is 24, so it's much... The history is much longer. Of course, they probably get a lot more citations than us because our journal is relatively young. So total documents in 2020, these are number of documents published in just the last year. So we published 24 articles. The number of articles we published is comparable to other journals listed here. As you can see, DesDoc published more articles last year. Okay. So all these are journals a little bit older. These are the coverage years by either the Scopus or Web of Science. Now, I think DesDoc was established maybe 1981, maybe something like that. So, they are founded much, earlier than these coverage years. Let's see. Okay, I looked at the country of authorship. Now, these are just the first authors. You can use, alternatively, you can use something like a VoiceViewer to look at the authorship, like a collaboration. But you have to be careful with that because number one, the data is not really accurate in Scopus, or when you use a bibliographic data. It's not the database's fault, but sometimes just the journal information is a little bit ambiguous when it comes to like a second author, third author, especially the co-authors. So I just relied on the first author. Of course, there's a limitation to that, just relying on the first author. But, as you can see, the frequency count of the first author, because it's GISTEP is published in South Korea, is fairly high, 20%. Second one, MJLIS, 38.8. DJLIT, that's DesDoc, that's 82%. So mostly by Indian authors. Fourth one, mostly by Indian authors as well. And in GISTEP, you see some Indian authors' contribution, fairly high, 18%. So you have some lots of other countries. Like I said, this is just the first author. Okay. These are some author keywords to get insight into the topics. Just, I did the frequency count and ranked them. Mostly you can see bibliometrics, a lot of bibliometrics on the top, scientometrics, and there are some unique, like topical areas in each journal. In GISTEP, as you can see, the second ranked topic is social media, and the third one is information retrieval. So that's something interesting. Academic libraries fairly high in the MJLIS, and so there are some unique aspects to it. And I did use a visualization by using Vosphere. It's fairly easy to use, so you can use Vosphere to download the bibliographic information from Scopus and just kind of look at the each journal yourself. But this goes back to 2013. So that was for this was for GISTEP. As you can see, there is social media a little bit high. This is for MJLIS. You don't see much of a social media here. This is DJ Desktop, kind of similar, but you see some country names like India in there. And also Anil's lots of bibliometrics and scientometrics, among with other topics. You don't see much of social media here either. Okay. So I looked at the country focus studies, which is based on the country names in the title or author keywords. So basically, country focus studies basically ones that mention country name in the title or author keywords. And as you can see, South Korea is fairly high in GISTEP, Malaysia fairly high in MJLIS, India is fairly high. So because more Korean authors published in GISTEP is fairly high. Malaysia same thing, India same thing. So considerably high. Okay, so conclusion. So they show distinctive characteristics. DJLIT and ALIS are older than GISTEP, but these journals mainly articles written by authors from India. So heavily relied on India. Third point is Asian LIS journals rely on authors from Asian countries. So we need, obviously we need contributions from Asia, and authors tend to submit their articles to international journals published in their own countries. So that's kind of what authors do. They like to submit their journals published in their own countries. So each journal has a distinctive scope, and many researchers publish country-focused studies in the Asian LIS journals. And the most frequently mentioned countries in these country-focused papers were identical to the countries where the journals are published. Obviously, because because authors like to submit their papers to journals published in their own countries. Okay, the final point is the results suggest that contributions from more diverse countries are needed in Asian LIS journals. Obviously, we need more diversification. Okay. Thank you for listening. That was my presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for the great presentation. I think this presentation is very helpful for the improvement of the academic journals. And this can be an asset to improve the environment of academic works and most of the academic journals should expand the range of the authors from domestic countries to the international range. And is there any question or comment for this presentation? Yeah. Or to Dr. Kim? Yeah, if there is no question or comment from floor, then let's move on to the next presentation.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. It is really a good attempt of research on GISTAB journal comparing other journals. It is results will definitely make the GISTAB publishers to consider the publications of other Asian countries also. Already they are adding some papers from Asian countries to promote the Asian countries publications. This journal can take a lead in encouraging the authors from the developing countries like Asian Pacific Asian nations. This one way the results can able to focus, and the editors of the journal can think of considering the publications of the Asian countries. That is one way you can promote the contributors' importance. I could see over the 7 years the publications. Really, it is encouraging the budding scholars and the research scholars of across the globe, and more particularly the Asian countries. Still, they can think of Professor Wu and Kim and other young can consider that kind of a publications, encouraging this way. But seeing the results of the comparing Decidog Bulletin, Annals, and the Malaysian Journal and GISTAB, you can able to see that kind of a productivity can be enhanced in that way. That's my suggestion, Kim and others. Hope you're also in the part of editorial board, Professor Lee. You can also think and encourage the Asian publications. That is my only request on seeing the results of this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. And Professor Kim, would you please add some more explanation about this suggestion?
No, I agree with him. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the very valuable suggestion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there any other questions or comments from floor? Yeah. If there is no question, let's move on to the next presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Yamada, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And this presentation is about the public, the libraries, the public services of public libraries. And Dr. Yamada, if you are ready, then just
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming today. I am pleased to have the opportunity to make this presentation. My name is Yuki Yamada. Today, I and Dr. Tsutomu Shihota, Dr. Kazuko Maekawa, and Zensei Oshiro, former professor of Dosha University, are going to present. The title is Case Study of Public Services in Japanese Public Libraries during the challenging time of COVID-19. Cases of Osaka City Library, Kobe City Library, and Kyoto City Library. Our presentation is divided into 4 parts: introduction, research method, results, and conclusion. COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the public services in Japanese public libraries. In order to understand the conditions, we conducted a case study on the public services in Osaka Municipal Center Library, Kobe Chuo Municipal Library, and Kyoto City Chuo Library. Osaka, Kobe, and Kyoto are geopolitically considered one integrated council region, and I-Liss Japan chapter mainly undertakes the activities in the area. Public services are meant to be those library activities and operations that are interregular direct contact between library staff and library users including circulation services, information services, and others with similar characteristics. Opening hours of a library are not part of a public services. There, however, fundamental elements of the library operation. Therefore, we include the opening hours in our research. There are 5 waves of COVID-19 in Japan, and 4 times state of emergency has been declared in Osaka, Hyogo, and Kyoto prefectures. We reviewed the website of these 3 libraries, did phone and email interviewing, and analyzed the impact of COVID-19. Results. A. Regarding use within the library facility, the opening hours are different depending on the library. Both the Osaka Library and Kobe Library are open until the time limit of 8 p.m., which is designated by the governor. But the Kyoto Library is not extended till so late. B. Regarding use of library facilities, the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare has issued a policy of about the 3 C's as a preventive measure. These 3 C's are: number 1, closed spaces with poor ventilation; number 2, crowded places with no social distancing; and number 3, close contact settings such as close-range conversations. With the 3 C's, libraries were forced to limit the user's staying time to 30 minutes 1 hour. However, under the 4th state of emergency, each library responded to the declaration quite differently. The Kyoto Library has the most strictest usage restrictions, and users can hardly do anything inside the library facility. The Osaka Library has no time restrictions and the most lenient restrictions on other matters as well. The Kobe Library is in the middle with regards to the stringency level. Users can stay in the library for up to 30 minutes, but they have the liberty to choose and borrow books on their own. C. Regarding use of OPAC, copying machines, and others, they were not available either in the Osaka Library or the Kobe Library under the 1st state of emergency. D. Regarding circulation services, the Osaka Library and the Kyoto Library started use postal mail for lending services. In addition, when the library rooms are closed, due dates were extended. Postal mail lending service ended in the Osaka Library, but the service has continued in the Kyoto Library. E. Regarding the reference services, face-to-face reference services have stopped in all 3 libraries, but non-face-to-face reference services using phones, emails, or documents have been provided. If interlibrary loan was stopped in all 3 libraries during the first emergency declaration. G. Service for children and young adults has not been sufficient at any of the 3 libraries. Service for children is one of the most important services in public libraries, but even with a high risk of COVID-19 transmission through respiratory droplets, such as storytelling, were often canceled. Osaka has launched a new reference service for children and young adults. In Kobe, new events have started for children with infection control measures. All of these new attempts have been highly acclaimed. It may be said that they are the new services brought about thanks to COVID-19. H. Service for disabled has been offered using mail services and phone references in all three libraries. The Kobe library has introduced ebooks, providing services that are user-friendly to visual challenged. I. Book mobile service was initially suspended in all three libraries. The delivery of reserved materials was resumed sometime after the first emergency declaration was lifted in three libraries. Conclusion. In this study, it was confirmed that all three libraries were trying to continue user services while taking measures against infection and imposing certain restrictions. Overall, it can be said that these three libraries provide relatively good quality public services during a challenging time of COVID-19. In this case study, there are conflicts between the two concepts. One was the prevention of pandemics, and the other was a guarantee of freedom to use the library and to read. The two concepts are not necessarily contradictory, though. On the library side, it was confirmed that a great deal of effort was exerted in order not to decrease the amount of information offered at the library while preventing the spread of infection at the same time. The libraries introduced disinfection equipment and purchased e-books subsidized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Under these circumstances, a compromise was sought out, taking usage restrictions into consideration. Among the three libraries, the Osaka Library was the most liberal, the Kyoto Library was the most conservative, and the Kobe Library situated in the middle. These differences were caused not by the differences in the ideology, but by the perception of citizens in each prefecture and the management of each library. It is important to remember that public services of the library are delivered to the citizens. The most essential thing is that library is a public system, and the citizen at the center of these services, which means citizens first. Future studies need to include deep analysis and adjustment survey items. Another study needs to be conducted to investigate how users in the three cities felt about the public services offered by these libraries during a challenging time of COVID-19. In addition, in order to comprehend the general situation of public services of Japanese public libraries during the COVID-19 crisis, it is necessary to investigate the public services of public libraries in the capital and the other regions. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. Yeah. The presenter mentioned the sentence, citizen first. It's very impressive to me. And the cases of public libraries about how to cope with the current COVID-19 situation is the main topic of the presentation. And currently, the public services by public libraries face with many obstacles. But the proposition of public library is to provide information services for everyone, including circulation, facilities, and intellectual resources. So we need to provide and develop many approaches to address this situation. And this presentation gave us many implications to cope with this situation. And there's one the question about in this presentation. What is the difference between Osaka Library, Kobe Library, and Kyoto Library with respect to collection and staff of these libraries? Would you please answer this question?
Yes.
On the chatting room, there's one question.
This question is,
Yeah, and the question is that what is the difference between Osaka, Kobe, and Kyoto Library with respect to collection and staff of these
this is
libraries?
the name of the city.
Name
the
of the
place.
library,
Place.
I think.
This is the name of the place.
違いは何か。
I remember the Osaka library is the most conservative and the Kobe library is liberal.
コンサバティブとか京都コンサバティブとか言って、
その理由は何か。
この理由は何かって。
So there are various reasons. One is the policy of each city. For example, Osaka has developed as a commercial city. Therefore, the policy of the city is not stop the economic activities as much as possible. Kobe has a relatively short history and many foreigners living. Therefore, the policy of the city is well-balanced and moderate. Kyoto City is a typical city in Japan.
Thank you. And the regional characteristics may be reflected in the operation of each library. Okay, and is there any other question or the comments for this presentation? Okay, if there is no more questions from floor, then let's move on to the next presentation. And next presentation will be offered by Sir Siwan. Is it the right pronunciation? If you are ready, then just let's get started this presentation.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanyarat Kresen from Khon Kaen University, Thailand. Today, I'm going to share with you about the case of information science education transformation in Thailand in response to the digital disruption. In my presentation, I will focus on 5 major issues. I will begin with the introduction of the library and information science education in Thailand. Then I will move on this research objective. Next, I will talk about the research methodology. After that, I will talk about the result of the research, and I will end with the discussion of this research. Let's start with the situation in curriculum design in Thailand. Digital disruption has changed fundamental expectations and behavior in education, culture, market, and industry. In higher education, digital disruption is driving a force, causing educators to rethink about the curriculum and teaching methods they are using. The force is from several critical aspects. For example, the requirement of workplace on the graduate, decreasing demand for higher education, new learning behavior of the student, and technology and advances as one means. Currently, library and information science education in Thailand can be summarized into 4 categories of the program. The first type is the library science or library and information science. The second is the information science, and the third type is the information and digital media. The last type of the program is interdisciplinary program, which integrate library science with other disciplines, such as library science with English, which is aimed to produce teacher and librarians with ability in library management and teaching or working in other disciplines. Information science degree program was obvious that the demand for information science graduates competency for the workplace has changed. Oh, sorry. So this paper aims to analyze program and present guidelines on curriculum development and transformation of instruction and graduate production in response to changing social conditions caused by disruptive technologies. Now let's take a look at the research methodology. This study adopts a content analysis method by analyzing and data collected from program specification of both Bachelor and Master of Information Science program at Khon Kaen University and Walayalak University. Why I choose two universities? Because of they are accredited by the Office of the Higher Education Commission as a new growth engine project. Let's move on to our research. I divided the research result into three topics. The first topic is curriculum background development. The next topic is the curriculum vision, and the curriculum structure and learning management is fit to the information profession competency in response to the digital disruption. Let's take a look at the curriculum background development. The results show that the curriculum design and development derives from relevant education, situation, and context. There are two factors influencing curriculum revision. The first factor is the economic situation or development. For example, the national strategy and policy with primary demands workers with high competency in digital technology. The second is the social and cultural development. It's what found that the programs are influenced by change in population structure. For example, the growth in the aging population, the decline in the working age population, or the growing gap between the wealthy and the impoverished. That leads directly to my next point. The bachelor degree's curriculum vision is changed to produce graduates as professional in digital organization or industry. The same like for the master degree has changed to produce the graduate with advanced competency in information management and digital ecosystem. Let's take a look at the key characteristics of the program. There are 4 key characteristics of information science in a new growth engine project. The first characteristic is non-degree to degree transformability. We also offer lifelong learning course for upskilling and reskilling as well. And the second is competency-based learning that focus on the personalized learning or student demonstration of desired learning outcome as central to the learning process. The third is the modular-based content with practical work and capstone project. And the last is the work integrated learning. For the modular-based content, this is the core module at Khon Kaen University. We arrange 4 main modules: information and knowledge acquisition, information and knowledge organization, data and information analytics, and the last one is digital service. Same like the Walayalak University, they are called 6 modules. For example, digital content creation, or digital collection management, and digital content entrepreneurship. This is a elective module for Khon Kaen University and Walayalak University. Because of Walayalak University is located at the south of Thailand, and there are a lot of attractive for place for the tourism. So they will focus on the information management for the tourism. Since the instruction of both university emphasize the use the the use of competency-based learning. Each module was designed to enable students to learn theories from lecturer and acquire experience from the real establishment. Let's turn to the work integrated learning. One of the key characteristics of the program was discovered that both programs require students to work at the establishments. They need to work as a full-time employee for 2 semesters or 7 to 8 months. And also students would be able to apply knowledge and skill learned in the information science field to conduct a project on the problem encountered as assigned by establishment that would allow them to acquire knowledge and skill from establishment and to prepare them to work in the real setting after graduate. Moreover, the Master of Information Science program was changed to flexible response to lifelong learning and to integrate information science with other disciplines and also to learn from the practical experience as well. At the final point, I would like to summarize that the digital disruption has been affected and changed the information science education in Thailand rapidly. Instructional design changed from subject to modular-based content and also competency-based learning, as well as teacher readiness to learn and adapt themselves in this disruptive technology age as well. In addition, we change in the population structure. Instruction should be more flexible. It should focus on enhancing information competency and of the various target group, offer non-degree skilling and upskilling program, and provide a degree program as well. Well, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. In this presentation, we could think about the transformation of the education in the field of information science and library science. We need to collaborate almost every aspect of these fields of science to improve the information environment. And this presentation gave us a very much implication of the future development. Is there any question or comments for this presentation from floor? Yeah.
Lee,
Yeah.
can I conclude?
Oh, yeah.
Professor Lee,
Yeah.
can I speak?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Very good morning, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank organizer Dr. S. Anil Kumar and I-Liss President Dr. O and Vice President Professor Ramesh Babu and all the international dignitaries and the subject expert and all the participants. Very good morning and good afternoon to all of you. Today, the second day, the third session, the international session. There are 4 papers available in the international session. The first paper is some lessons learned from the experience of school libraries, including librarians in Japan and during the changing times of COVID-19. Presented by Sensei Oshiro, a Vice President of I-Liss. It's a very excellent presentations. For example, 2020 March onwards, the COVID pandemic very pathetic situations all over the world, not only a particular country, not only affected in the education system and also library and global economy. This, for like the school libraries, particularly the third wave, also the attack going to attack in the school student. Some of the scientists told. So the most of the studies is relevant to the present day situation. I congratulate Sensei Oshiro, a very good study in Japan. And the second presentation presented by Engi Kim, the comparing desktop to similar LIS journals published in Asia and authorship and topics. For example, the desktop journal started in 2013, but it is indexed in 2017 in Scopus and SGR ranking. And this, but for other journals, it started in the before 1960. But compared to other journals, but now it is very eminent and also very good publications. For example, in the study, most of the, for example, Malaysian journals, the US people's not contributed in a single article during his studies. But this top in the US people, United States of Americans, LAS professions contributed this top journals. I congratulate Professor Engi Kim and Dango and Jesio and also all the editorials and the reviewers. And the third paper, study of public library services and public libraries in Japan during the challenging time of COVID-19. Yes, of Osaka City Library and the Kobe City Library and the Kyoto Library is presented by the Miki Yamato. Very good studies, for example, the public library, for example, higher education libraries in India and some other countries, they provide the virtual or online or some of the digital divide. The public libraries, for example, in third world countries not possible, but Japan is a first world country. Okay, it is possible to provide the services to the public services. Okay, thank you very much for a very good presentation and in the area of the public library. And another one is the fourth presentation presented by Pinyarathe Kuchin Shwant. Cases of information science education transformation in Thailand in response to the digital disruption. Nowadays, for example, all the library services and the library curriculums based on the digital education, for example, digital literacy, are using the most of the curriculum. It is for data science and big science now. We are from the traditional services to we are moved to the digital services. Okay, very good study. For example, the first paper is conducted in the school library, and the second paper, third paper is conducted in the public library, and the fourth paper is conducted in the higher education, LAS education, and the second paper is research oriented. Thank you very much for all the presenter. And also, once again, I thank you given this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank
Dr.
you. Thank you,
Jaishankar.
Dr. Jaishankar, for summing up the session. I hand over to Dr. Lee for giving his concluding words, if you have any, sir.
Yeah, well, yeah, Dr. Jaishankar, some of the contents of this our presentation, and I think we have all the presentation for this session 3, and these discussions will be a great asset to the future development of library and information science and the library community. And thank you for the great presentation, and thank you for the presenters and all the participants. And I think the next close this session and have the short break for 15 minutes, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna hand on this mic to.
Yes, I will
Yeah,
take over. I will take over, Dr. Lee. Thank you so much. I would love to thank the chair and co-chair for so smoothly organizing the third session. With this, we come to the conclusion of our third session. And as Sir mentioned, we have a 15-minute break until we begin our fourth session. So I suppose we can take a small break till 11 o'clock, and we will commence the fourth session for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again for the presenters and participants. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Shiva, Assistant Librarian, SRM University. Shiva?
Yeah,
Yes.
I am available now.
Yes.
Yeah, I am here only.
Professor Vidanjali is a former state librarian and professor in the Agriculture University. He has done a lot of agriculture related projects for the state and central level. We are very blessed, dear brother, to be with our midst. Dear librarian, Dr. K. Veeranjaneyulu is requested to carry on this session. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. The Secretary, the I-Liss, Professor Babu, Director of the I-Liss, Dr. Anil Kumar, Managing Secretary, I-Liss, and
Audio. Can ask you, sir.
MBS, inquiries, invited from Germany, and I request all the presenters to come to the parliament. Dr. He will present in the parliament paper on the pandemic crisis and catalyst. Information production. This session especially deals with papers concerning library professionals and competencies and studies and information requesting. Without lack of resources, I will be to the library. And different governments are taking part of steps to different companies like we have seen library resources, digital libraries, institutional repositories, and e-resources. To reach all develop their skills without their skills taken from our clients users, then their competencies can be improved. And in the second information request, after developing what are the resources available, we should direct and train parents about training our users. This is a very important session. It is directly and indirectly useful for the users and library professionals. Now, we invite Professor Thomas.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I think you introduced, there was some audio issue, so I'm not sure, but I think it's time for the talk. Good morning to everybody. Namaskar. Should I share slides? Don't have option yet.
Sir, you can go share and share that slide, sir.
I don't have the option yet. Maybe you should please open for me. Kindly give me the rights.
Dr. Ashok. Dr. Ashok, please activate share button.
Dr. Ashok Kumar, please. Yeah.
Yes, Professor.
Share button activate cheyaled Ashok sir chudu.
Oh.
You are not
Yes,
given
sir.
rights to share the PPT. Share button activate college chudu sir.
Not Balaji, sir. He is the person. Yes,
Share button is not visible.
just a minute.
Not visible. That is, it is your hands only. You are the host.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Professor, please 1 minute. He is doing that.
No problem. Yeah, well, in the meantime, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. Thank you very much for the Professor Orr for the invitation and all the others who were there. It's very nice for me to be in the event in Tamil Nadu. So many years since I've been in Tamil Nadu last time, and I think the Meenakshi temple in Madurai was definitely the most impressive religious building I've ever seen. And I hope I can come back sometime. But meanwhile, we stick with the digital mode and let's see if everything works out fine. I'm sure I will be able to share the slides.
I think now it is early morning for you, Professor, 7:30.
Yes, I get up a little more early than usually.
How is the pandemic conditions in Germany now?
It's getting a little worse again. So we're having more cases, and vaccine stopped at the level of 80%. So we cannot relax completely. And in India, how is in India?
Managing distance learning and information science during the COVID-19 pandemic. The case of sport University in Thailand.
Ashok.
I welcome you to share your experience.
Ashok.
Thank you.
Ashok, please stop other this.
Parallel session coming, yeah.
Disturbance వస్తుంది.
No, parallel session.
Yes.
Yeah. Distinguished participants, it is really my great honor to share with you my experience of Sukhothai Thammadhirat Open University. It is the largest open university in Thailand and also the first open university in Southeast Asian countries. So I will share with you my experience. First of all, I would like to say that I visited India more than 5 times, I think about 7 times, and I still meet Indian because we have the region and also the culture. So I have the
Only 2 minutes, Professor. I will resolve it. Just
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, you can అది ఆఫ్ చేయండి.
Virtually again.
వేరే గూగుల్ మీట్ ఆన్ చేసి పెట్టారు అందుకని సౌండ్ వస్తుంది ఆఫ్ చేసేయండి.
Managing the COVID
గూగుల్ మీట్ ఆఫ్ చేసేయండి అశోక్.
learning in development side program.
Please stop the Google Meet, Ashok.
Of my university. The topic of my presentation will include the introduction, and I will give overview about the higher education during the COVID-19 and what challenges of this learning in higher education during the COVID-19, and focusing on the online Thai higher education and how an STOU, we can call it STOU short, in the distance learning challenge. Okay. As you all of you know, COVID-19 is a global pandemic that has posed a contemporary threat. In the context of education, this pandemic
Now I see.
Professor, meanwhile, you can give some introduction, sir.
No, it has been. You can.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
You can start, Professor.
Okay, then I will start. Thank you very much again for the invitation. And first of all, I would like to show you where Hildesheim is, the university where I come from. As you see, it's right in the middle of Germany here. And we have some very nice World Cultural Heritage buildings, also some nice architecture here, a very nice place. We also offer for students a very interesting program where they can start with English and have some lectures in English that have intensity and to learn German in these first 2 years and finish their degree with in German and are ready for the German working market. So this Global Information Management program is quite interesting and attractive, we think, for BA students. Well, let's start with the topic. I thought, was there ever a crisis that led to such a sudden change in library routine work worldwide? I got a little echo there. I hope it's better audible for everybody. If not, just let me know. Probably not. No, none of the other crises that we saw in the last century maybe has never led to such a interruption for libraries as a physical space worldwide. But obviously, this also maybe there was also crisis before, if we think about information use, information overload, fake news, filter bubbles, political influence, and censorship. So maybe we had this corona pandemic during a information crisis anyway. And of course, as we see here in this newspaper article from last week, yeah, the libraries have to try to survive. Here the Hindustan Times says, well, they use every trick to survive. And yes, and somehow, of course, the libraries as a physical space must prove that they are still necessary on the one side. On the other side, information and information professionalism is moving more and more towards digital solutions. Yesterday, during the conference, there were several interesting talks about the practice in libraries, about new services that are introduced. And let's see what we... It's, I think, time to look back. What is really the core of the discipline? What does LIS do? We need to make sure that people have access to knowledge. So this is really the core of the discipline. This could be typically books. Even in a private space, as soon as somebody has more books, he needs to somehow organize his access to knowledge. Of course, this becomes more professional, and we see also a renaissance, a revival of books, of libraries as a physical space. Think of impressive library buildings like this one here in Italy, or of probably may have seen this impressive Chinese new library from the last 10 years, I think. We see, interestingly, very round spaces. We see this also one of the impressive new libraries, I think in the US. And we see the emphasis here is not on the material on the books, but the emphasis is on the support of people who want to work there, who want to read, and who are using this as a physical space. And the library even goes to where the people are. Again, we see a rounded library here, right at the beach, so people can read the book, get a book where they might even read it. And also even such a place has to organize their books and has to organize their knowledge. What is really the way that this expert finds books for his audience in obviously a very skillful manner. Maybe the quality of the books is different, but definitely we need to look at these things. And here we see the problem, of course, the physical spaces have been closed down. And what does that mean for us? Jawaharlal Nehru University also closed down. Now it's we are about to reopen soon. There has been reactions by the community. Here we see the IFLA with some reactions, but maybe just has time for the children. And again, we should look at the core of our discipline. We are in a situation where we want to support the user who has some information problem here on the right side, and somebody else who might have a solution, who might know about the solution, has written it in a book or even in another place in a social media post. So this we call information management. Somebody creates knowledge, we collect it, we find representation structures from the way we organize bookshelves to the way we organize our digital systems. We need software technology to go into this nowadays. And we need some software that the user really interacts with, being it the mobile app. There were some examples yesterday, or the library online system. And then we have to know, how do people really behave when they are confronted with these systems? How can we make them more usable so that they can really get to the representation and knowledge structure and really get to the knowledge that people have been writing down. So this is a brief look at the areas within information science. Now, what are some changes that I want to look at? We've seen these immediate effects, the closing as a physical space. Also, the information crisis has deepened. Information overload, fake news creation, unreliable information has become more serious. We see a lot of misinformation about the vaccines and about the crisis in general. For political reasons, for economic reasons, people spread misinformation and wrong information, unreliable information. This is also a call for the information professionals. Please help in this pandemic to help with good information. And we've seen even publications have come out. Libraries have been providing good information and have made sure that people can have access to good knowledge. And of course, we need this support for the need for the digital services. Everything that cannot be done in the physical space should move to digital services. And a good example is the support for digital teaching. We have seen many people who have been recording their lectures and so on, and we can see this is knowledge creation, and we should be able to make this knowledge available for everybody who needs it, for people who want to study and learn. So what can be the long-term effects? They stem from maybe from this last point, for example, support for knowledge creation. Example, online teaching. Many teachers had struggled with providing good material. They didn't have the resources, they didn't have the knowledge to create a good online video, for example, for their classes. And there we go. We are in the knowledge creation, we are in information management. How can we create the knowledge base of online courses? This is a job for, if not for information professionals, who else should do it? So typical issue for librarians and other information professionals. Once we have such great material as now 1 year, teachers have been creating online material for their students, maybe just for their students, but why should we not provide this to others? So we should allow flexible access to this online teaching. And we need information literacy regarding this. And many digital services have been described yesterday, for example, at a conference, and are being introduced in libraries everywhere. However, often they are either built on or they require some advanced technologies. Let's call this all artificial intelligence, that are based on machine learning and advanced processing. Here we can make much better use of our current collections. I will show an example for image processing. We might need video processing for providing good access to online teaching videos. And we live in a world where we have more and more problematic content, but also on the other hand, support tools, artificial intelligence tools, which try to identify this content. Problematic content identification, like hate news speech or fake news, is being found. And again, this is a typical process of the selection. What is a good knowledge for the knowledge base? What should be in here? We have information systems supporting this whole process. And I think, of course, information professionals should be the one who can help with that and know about these things. Look back at the immediate consequences of the crisis, the information crisis, trust crisis. So we did a study in how did this affect the crisis affect the information behavior in Germany and Austria mainly. And we see some changes between regular information behavior and crisis information behavior for different sources of knowledge. And we see the trust for public organizations has grown. On the other hand, we don't see the libraries really present here. So it is also a call for the information professionals to get active and help in this pandemic. I've said a few things about digital teaching and open educational resources, and that is the direction we should move to. Let's have a look at this in more details. These are examples for lectures that I have been recording and that are sitting there now in my courses, but they are not in the library catalog. They're not online available for others. Why should they not be? Could be interesting. And there is a huge demand. We see a lot of companies that sell online courses, Udemy and so on. And they need to worry about their information structures and access. I think, as I said, this is a great field for librarians. And we see problems everywhere here. We need support everywhere. For example, my colleague Juan Robote has published a paper on the needs of students, of teachers who wanted to create video. He was active at the University of Barcelona, and he collected the calls, the help desk calls that he got from other professors. And we see a huge range from technical problems up to didactical problems, and often they are mixed. So we cannot say this is a technical problem that goes to the computer center. This is a problem for information professionals, again, for librarians. And on the other hand, on the access side, who can find these videos? Very hard. They are not available. They should be available for students online also for next year. We should connect them to teaching material, to books in the library, and to our course catalogs maybe. We can make also best use of this with automatic analysis and content analysis tools from artificial intelligence. Video recording does not make a real course yet, an educational resource. Open educational resource is again a huge topic for underprivileged countries, for economically weak countries. This is a great opportunity for students to learn and find good material. In this project that started this year, we are trying to analyze what is the state of the art, what is the current status of using open educational resources. Why do teachers not use them much more in their classes? Why do they many create their own teaching material when there is such good material available that they could use for better teaching their students? So where are the barriers for this adoption? And what is the best practice of using open educational resources? We focus, as you see, on languages that have few speakers, that are small, like Croatia and Bosnia, to see what can be done to support the teachers there in these areas best. Let's move on to artificial intelligence tools. Artificial intelligence is not about technology, it's about information. So it's really relevant for information professionals. This is absolutely necessary. We've seen changes in the curricula in LIS, more technical information. If we look at the new curriculum by the University Grants Commission in India, for example, we see some changes. But the information landscape, the IT landscape is changing dramatically, and information professionals need to catch up. We need to understand these tools, and we need to be able to explain them to library clients and the clients of our services, the digital services. For example, we have recommender systems now in many of the library tools. They recommend some content, and the information professional should be there available and able to explain it. We have automatic evaluation of information. For example, the problem online content identification, something that I will show in detail. And we can make use of our great collections of nice digital collections by applying these tools. And these will be two of the topics that I will focus on now. Problematic content identification, in this case fake news, plus image processing for historic collections of books. These tools, as I said, have an impact on everyday information. The ranking of search engines already there. Information professionals, libraries should be able to explain that. We see website tools that help users to find reliable information. Think about the COVID crisis, NewsGuard, for example. How do they work and what happens there? On the other hand, we see huge problems in the information world, automatic creation of text, bots and computers that create text that might not be worth reading, and these technologies out there being used, and again, something that we should be able to explain. NewsGuard, for example. So let's look into this first example. How can we use artificial intelligence tool to really make to add value to our collections? we did this research on a collection with historical children books, which were digitized. And there we used these new network technologies. They are around since 30 years, but now they got very nice architectures. For example, for image analysis, look at an image as a collection of pixels. And we see there's first a local analysis, and this is propagated to the next levels. We see very specific architectures, and that have led to great advances here. We can often classify very well what kind of object is actually in this image by using machine learning technologies. Then we find what kind of information is in these books. This is a glimpse on our children book collections, mainly 19th century from 18th, 20th. And we see there is a great deal of things to find for researchers. How were children educated? What kind of knowledge came in the 19th century? Think about inventions like the steam engine and the train. 19th century saw an amazing growth of knowledge. How was this propagated to the next generation? And for that, we use, for example, object recognition technologies, tools that are available there, that try to identify what kind of object are in tools. We see a lot of interesting problems when we apply this technology to old print and not to modern photography. That's interesting from the computational point of view. And what we finally created is a tool for exploring the collection that could be in the library. Here, for example, similar images. We find teaching scenes. How was the history of teaching? Again, similar images. How were animals shown? Which animals were known? And we created a tool that allows to use the results of the object detection by allowing parameterization for search with, for example, person in the middle of the image. And we see, we only get images now where there are persons in the middle of the page. So a different form of access to books, and definitely value added. We can do some analysis on similarity of books and publishing houses. Opens a lot of opportunities. Another example is the automatic evaluation of content. Artificial intelligence computers evaluate information. That gives different access to users, and we as professionals should know about this. Fake news is a big problem. Of course, we don't have to mention that here in detail. For example, we see a person like Eric Trump. I know him, how is he related? And he tweets something like, oh, Donald Trump has donated his paycheck for fighting Corona. Maybe it's true, maybe not. We would definitely think this is check-worthy. And in our lab, that was organized as a shared task to check that lab, we tried to research this technology, what technology can be used for finding check-worthy claims. And for example, fake news. This is how I check the pipeline of a fact checker, how he would work, and where can we support him with some different technologies. We created collections, for example, for fake news, and now systems can be trained on that. How well do I identify fake news? For example, a newspaper report online, FG bans sells alcohol sale in plastic sacks. Is it true or not? We don't know, but we can go to fact-checking sites. I think Tattle is the one in India, or Medan, and they look at these claims, verify them or repute them, and this allows us to collect the decision, what is it true or not, plus we can go back with a link to the original article. For example, Dubaba, the Nigerian fact-checking organization, says it's actually not true, this article. So what we are interested in is saying, okay, let's get this claim not true, plus the original article, the one that we have seen here, provide it to systems, and then see what can be done. So this is the fact-checking pipeline, and this is our pipeline to create the task for fake news. And we have to go to a lot of fact-checking sites. We see some of them here. that we can crawl automatically and create this collection. And then we see the task is really difficult. We see most systems that participated. Here we see 25 research groups that worked on this task. We see the accuracy is only around 0.5. First will probably be an outlier, and we would have to really work on this harder. Very difficult task, but there is technology that we can try to tackle that. Information literacy, let's look back at some of the traditional library claims, is the set of competencies that empower citizens to access, retrieve, understand, evaluate, and use information. And if this, well, the environment where we do this, where we use and access and retrieve information and evaluate it, is nowadays supported by many, many artificial intelligence tools, again, I think it's really a relevant thing for our information professional. Think of recommender systems, think about automatic evaluation. We have to not only understand this, but also teach information literacy for these tools to our clients, to our service users. So content and approaches for LIS education need to be and constantly updated these days. Difficult task. Keep it up and say that we are still a profession that enables access to knowledge, that helps in these information environments. We should do that. So future directions, I think, are definitely support learning and research. Make sure that we use best the material that is there. Think of lecture recordings that are there due to the crisis. What can we do? And we need to understand and explain these new services like classification, fitness identification to our customers. And if we do that, we can say, yes, we are still here for you. Library service can continue. So with this, I would end, and thank you very much for your attention. I hope I stayed in time, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Ashok, some cross-talking is coming, Ashok. Ashok.
We have like this. We have the program, the student
Dr.
can
Ashok.
we use a very good experience.
Dr. Ashok.
Also the e-proceeding, the chair of this organizing committee.
No, I will take it. I will take it. Listen.
Yeah, the cross-talking is coming somewhere. You
even it is a lot of problems.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Professor, for your excellent and thought-provoking presentation. If you have any questions, you can ask them now.
Yeah, COVID.
Any questions?
You can also put them.
Sir, you are covered exclusively that one. It is a very useful presentation.
I have a question.
You have covered like a transformation of library services and transformation of education system, digital teaching and OER and digital education crisis, artificial intelligence, digital humanities.
Also the evaluation for the finding.
Some part is something you can close that one, sir.
Yes, sir.
And digital humanities, and you are explained about different tasks like fake news detections, the importance of information literacy in COVID period, future of information professionals, and future directions for e-learning and information providers. Very useful presentation, sir. Practical is very, it gives a lot of directions for our library professionals to follow in future also. Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now I request Mrs. Jutatip Chenlin, Skills for Information Professionals during the COVID-19 era, a review of the literature. Madam, please present. She is from Thailand. Madam, please unmute, madam. Please unmute.
Madam, you are not audible, ma'am.
Please
Sorry?
unmute your mic, madam.
No, it's in unmute mode only, sir.
Yeah.
It's not. Hello? Madam, not audible, ma'am.
Hello.
Check your mic, ma'am.
Hi. Teaching online and Facebook.
Yeah, now okay, madam.
Pass करेंगे सेकंड पे पास पर नहीं करनी सॉरी सेकंड पर
Second floor, sir.
அப்புறம் வராங்க அவர் என்ன நடக்குது இப்போ எங்க பிரசன்டேஷன்
Your mic.
Madam, your voice
does not
problem.
work. Your mic
Hello?
does not work.
Your voice problem is there, madam.
Dr. Namtip, please contact Dr. Chutati.
No voice, madam. Voice is not
on
coming.
The mic. Okay.
จุฑาทิพย์ไม่มีเสียงค่ะ
Okay.
Voice is not coming, madam.
She has to unmute her mic.
Dr. Namtip,
Unmuted.
contact
Now you
her.
can unmute. Please unmute your mic, madam.
Yeah, I tell her.
No, her mic is in unmute only, sir. But we
Now it is
can't hear.
unmuted, sir.
Hello?
One thing we will do, sir. Meanwhile, you can verify, madam. I will invite the second presenter. Meanwhile, you can verify your mic and come ready. Sir. Okay, sir. President, sir. Director of the conference. Okay, na, sir. Now I invite
จุฑา
Mr.
จุฑาทิพ
Sunil
ย์
and Dr.
ได้ยินไหมคะ Okay, it's coming. She's coming. จุฑาทิพย์ได้ยินแล้วค่ะ
It's good, nice.
Nam tip. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, madam.
จุฑา
You can.
Can you hear me?
ได้ยินแต่เสียงเบาค่ะ พูดดังๆค่ะ
ค่ะอาจารย์ค่ะ sorry. Can you hear me? Good afternoon from Thailand. ได้ยินไหมคะอาจารย์คะ
ได้ยินแต่เสียงเบามากค่ะ
อ๋อเหรอคะอ๋อ sorry ค่ะอ๋อ sorry อือหือ
Children have some connectivity problem. Just now it is resolved.
Connectivity problem is coming.
Okay.
With the permission of the director of conference, now I invite the second presenter. Okay, now, madam, you are.
Okay. Are you okay?
Hello ค่ะ ได้ยิ
Okay,
น
madam.
No, you have to change your mic.
ได้ยินไหมคะ
ไม่ได้ยินค่ะ จุฑาทิพย์ไม่ได้ยินค่ะ
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Meanwhile, I will,
Oh,
sir.
okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
you can
madam.
Sorry very much. Oh, sorry. It's okay.
Now you can. Now you can share your PPT, madam. Okay, madam. You can share your PPT.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Good afternoon from Thailand and good morning everyone in the conference. I am Jutatip Janlun from Thailand. Today I would like to present my paper entitled Skill for Information.
Ma'am, switch on your video, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
No. See, video, there is some problem in that bandwidth. Audio is enough.
Okay. It's fine.
No, you
sir.
can continue, madam. No problem, madam. You can continue, madam.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue.
My paper entitled A Skill for Information Professional During the COVID-19 Era, a review of the literature. This study is a part of my research project in the need for upskill of library and learning center personnel in Samut Sakhon province during COVID-19 pandemic. Samut Sakhon is a province in Thailand. For next, this is the topic to be present include 4 topics. introduction, objective, methodology, and result. For the introduction, at the end of the December 2019, a new coronavirus disease or COVID-19 outbreak and spread rapidly globally. The unexpected pandemic made people's way of life in society changes. Educational institutes, schools, universities, and other organizations had to close. During the lockdown period, worldwide educational institutes and agencies changed their traditional method to internet-based teaching and working. And next, according to the situation, the information professional and those working in library and information service center had to adapt themselves urgently to develop all quality and key skills to cope with the situation timely. This study addresses key issues related to work adaptation, key skill for work skill development need, related equipment support, need of information professional and library personnel during COVID-19 pandemic. The objective of this study to study concept of working model development, skill development need, and work support for information professional during COVID-19 pandemic. Methodology in this study, the literature used in the study was published between 2022 to 2021, used content analysis to analyze the literature. For the result of the study are as follows. Number one, working model or type of work can be divided into information service. Information service that library and librarian must adapt to provide service document delivery service to fulfill user requirements, such as book to user because many users still need to use the textbook for study or for research. To digital information service, it is a digital information service that the library already has and has been newly developed to serve users during COVID-19. During COVID-19 pandemic, there has been an increase in the development of digital collection. 3, online reference and reference service. Reference service and provide assistance to users through the online system, both for answering general questions and for research purpose. And number 4, online user guide. Online user guide. Library creates a service manual or creates channel to help or advise user to access information resource or library service. Next result, study have also found that working during COVID-19, librarian and library staff also have to do their own full-time work, such as collection development, classification and cataloging information resource, and other office works that support the work of the organization, such as meeting planning or quality assurance. This is the table show the program used in the different type of work of library staff during the COVID-19, divided into 3 groups for instruction, such as Zoom, WebEx, Moodle, for reference or research support or some consultation, such as Google Hangout Meet, phone or WebEx or Zoom, and for communication, email, Google Hangout, WebEx, web chat, and Zoom. For the next result, the result of a study on the skill needed to work during COVID-19. Number 1, digital skill requirement, and number 2, online support tool requirement. For digital skill requirement, library staff need skill to web designing, web conferencing, or creating digital content. And for online support tool requirement, they need computer and related equipment like a webcam or internet package for work from home or for online work. This is a digital skill for information professional need to develop during the COVID-19, such as social networking skill, web conferencing skill, creating educative video, website designing, computer literacy, or mobile phone knowledge. Conclusion from the preliminary study is can be seen that all staff working in the library have to adjust their work according to the situation. During the first stage of COVID-19 outbreak, they may be stopped for some time to prepare and adjust the work guideline, but the library is an organization that must provide information service, so it cannot be stopped for a long time. It's necessary to find ways to allow users to access information as much as possible, forcing library staff to learn and develop themselves to be able to work and can provide information service to users. Currently, many library staff all over the world, they have to constantly develop themselves with new knowledge and new skills to so that they can work in the best way to provide information service to users. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay. ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Because of my computer have some problem. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay.
Nice presentation. Professor Veeranjan, sir.
Thank you, madam, once again. Now I request Mr. Sunil and Dr. Anil Kumar to present his paper on awareness and perceptions towards plagiarism among the faculty members in Arya PG College, Panipat, Haryana, in a study. Now I request Mr. Sunil.
Thank you, sir.
Who is presenting?
Audible, yes, I am audible, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Know
so
who
much,
is
sir.
presenting? Anil,
Yes, I am
Dr.
Dr.
Anil Kumar, please. Yeah.
Yes, I am Dr.
And
Anil.
make it is a presentation mode, sir.
Okay. Hello. Good morning to all of you.
Yeah.
All the respected professionals. I am Dr. Anil Kumar. I am working as the assistant librarian in Chaudhry Ranveer Singh University in Haryana, which is a state government university. And in this paper, we are the two authors. I am the second author, and first author is Mr. Sunil Kumar. He is working as assistant librarian in this college, RAPG College, Panipat, and we have chosen this college as a study of plagiarism. And we have taken this topic because the plagiarism is a very burning issue in the academic era, and we have taken the study of the RAPG College, Panipat. And in this study, we have chosen the faculty member of the RAPG College, Panipat. And firstly, I would like to
Dr. Anil Kumar. Dr.
Yes,
Anil
sir.
Kumar, please make it presentation mode, PPT mode.
Sir, it is not visible.
No, it is make it a PPT mode. Okay.
Sir, it is visible.
Yeah, it's okay. Now it is excellent.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Firstly, I would like to say about the what is plagiarism. The word plagiarize comes from the Latin word plagiarizis, to mean kidnapping. Plagiarism is one of the most critical aspects of the academic scientific research, and plagiarism is the unintentional and intentional use of others' ideas and words without proper attribution and acknowledgement of the source of the original information. If we talk about the definition of the plagiarism, the different organizations and the dictionary have defined the word plagiarism. According to the Oxford Dictionary, plagiarism is the practice of taking someone else's work or ideas and passing them off as one of their own. Means plagiarism is the cut copy paste from the other works and without citing the name of the author, and sometimes the author claims that that is his and her work. Related terms of plagiarism: infringement, piracy, fraud, falsification, appropriation, theft, borrowing, stealing are the synonym term which is related with the plagiarisms. And the plagiarism effect is very serious in the academic environment. And what is the academic dishonesty? Oregon State University academic dishonesty is defined by the Oregon Administrative Rule, an act of deception in which a student seeks to claim credit for the work or effort of another person, or uses unauthorized material or fabricated information in any academic work or research, either through the student's own efforts or the efforts of another. Why do researchers plagiarize? After conducting this study, we conclude that sometimes the researcher cut, copy, paste other works and claim the other works that is own works, and poor time management, poor research skills, poor knowledge or ability to write assignments and or research papers, problem writing in a second language, poor citation skills, poor guidance, poor knowledge of what constitutes plagiarism or academic integrity. Our emphasis on promotions means these are the reasons, as per my opinion, through which the researcher plagiarize in their research paper and in their thesis. Different type of plagiarisms are and due to the shortage of time, I will not discuss all the parts of the plagiarisms. Clone, CTL, find place, these are the different types of, and some other type of plagiarism are also available: exact copy plagiarism, modified plagiarism, style plagiarism, idea plagiarism, and some plagiarism detection tools are also available in the market. Some are the commercial software like Turnitin, I-Authenticate, and Urkundi, which is provided by the UGC to the affiliated universities in the India, and that is also the commercial software, and some software which is freely available. But as per my opinion, no software is capable to find out the plagiarism. But all these software check the similarity of the text, means how many percent text are similar with the other sources. And I have conducted the study of the Arya PG College Panipat. The Arya PG College Panipat is one of the oldest college in the Panipat region. And in the Panipat region, which is the district in Haryana state, in Panipat region, total 5 affiliated colleges are established in this region, and the Arya PG College is the oldest college in Panipat region. And this college was established in 1954 by the Aryan Education Society, and presently 4,755 students are registered with this college. In this, UG and PG students are among in this college, and this college is offered the BA General, BA Honors Economics, BCom Economics, BCom Honors, BCom Vocational, BSc Computer Science, BSc Electrical, BSc Medical.
Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr.
Yes,
Anil
sir.
Kumar, please come to the main topics. Already it is
Okay.
5 minutes over.
Okay. About this library. This library college is located on the first floor of this college building, and this is the library staff. College library collection. Presently, in this college library, more than 77,343 books are available, and like this, the encyclopedia donated books and are available in this library. Users, different type of users in this library are teaching staff, non-teaching students, and faculty members. And the capacity in this college, the female students are in the majority. Objective of this study to examine the level of awareness among faculty members towards plagiarism in Arya PG College Panipat. The objective of this study is to know the attitude and perceptions of faculty members towards plagiarism, to find out the familiarity with citing methods and reference style among the faculty members, to explore the main factors which lead respondent towards plagiarism while writing a thesis or research paper. Research methodology. For this study, we have structured a online questionnaire on Google Form, and the questionnaire was distributed among the faculty members through the WhatsApp group. And out of this, the faculty member responded the questionnaire. We have received 64 questionnaires from the faculty members, and after that we have analysis the data, and the majority of the respondents show that the 41 respondents are the female from the female background, and the 23 are the male members who have responded the questionnaire. The majority also shows that 36 to 40 years group are the in majority in the respondents, and the status of the respondent and 48% respondent are from the rural background. Beside it, 16 are from the urban background. We have asked the question regarding the awareness about the plagiarism among the faculty members, and the majority of the faculty members say that they are aware about these terms, like are you aware about the UGC plagiarism regulations? Majority of the respondents said that they are aware about this, and different type of questions we have asked from the faculty members, and they responded that, and the majority showed that they are aware about the term plagiarism. UGC regulation policy which is implemented in India, responsive or responded about the plagiarism means we have asked another question, plagiarism crime in academic, about their perceptions, and the majority of the respondents say that this is their perceptions that plagiarism is an act done because of laziness. There is nothing wrong in doing plagiarism. Plagiarism shows your smartness. Means the majority shows that they are aware about these things, and the perception says that that is the crime in academic era. Respondents' perception towards plagiarism. We have asked the questions regarding the perception, like most of the researchers scholars copy other sources. I am also following the same. They are disagree with this term. The majority of the respondents show that they don't agree with that particular quotations. Plagiarism necessary. They are the different questions we have asked, and the different type of the majority show that 56 are say that we are not following all these things, and some are saying that we are using these things sometimes as per their requirement. Respondent respond towards plagiarism statement. Plagiarism can spoil the career of anyone. The majority shows that they are agree with that plagiarism case can spoil the career of anyone faculty members, and we have asked a person can lose his job due to dealing in plagiarism, and the majority showed that they can lose his job due to the plagiarism, and some cases have found in the country. If anyone caught in plagiarism, he will be punished. The majority showed that he will be punished as per UGC regulations 2018. Finding of the study. The findings show that the majority of the respondents are female, that is the 64.1%. Majority of the respondents, that is 78.1%, are aware about the UGC plagiarism regulations, policy, and plagiarism detection software. Majority of the respondents, that is 96.88%, are known about the plagiarism before this questionnaire. Majority of the respondents, that is the 93.7%, consider that most of the work is copied from a source. And majority of the respondents, that is 78.13%, consider that plagiarism should be punishable. And the majority of the respondents say that they are aware about the plagiarism detection software, that is open software, which is provided by the UGC. Conclusion. The present study was conducted on awareness and perception towards plagiarism, and conclusion show that majority of the respondents belong from the rural background, and majority of the respondents are that belong from the urban background, and 89.6% consider that the writing and copying anyone's ideas without giving credit to his or her is plagiarism. The study concludes that teachers of Arya College Panipat should need to study about the plagiarism in depth because they have basic knowledge, but they need to be more careful for their research work to avoid the plagiarism. The recommendation based on findings. After finding the study, we have made some recommendations for the college. College libraries should organize seminar workshop on plagiarism for faculty members. College libraries should conduct a workshop on citation style, reference tools for citing the references properly, and college library may conduct orientation program on UGC plagiarism regulation policy to spread the more awareness about the plagiarism. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Your brief and quick presentation. Now I invite Dr. Ragita Radhakrishnan and Dr. Kumar Ramchandran to present on a paper, Attitude towards MOOCs among college students in Tamil Nadu. Dr. Ragita Radhakrishnan.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'll share my PPT.
Madam, please share your PPT, madam.
Yes, just give me a minute, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. So this
Okay,
is a
okay,
study.
madam. Please increase the volume of the sound, madam.
This is maximum volume, sir. So I'll just speak a little louder. So this is
Yeah,
basically a study which was done based on my experience as a teacher, when based on how my students were viewing MOOCs as a medium for their education. So education is basically when it's not just about the theory paper, how they learn that as such, but it's also about how you process and use the information and how you use that for your communication. So the context was when the students were not unable to access their regular classrooms during the pandemic, when they were away from their colleges and schools during the lockdown. So the MOOCs was the method which was, or these massive open online courses were introduced long back, but during the pandemic, there was a situation where more students were attracted towards MOOCs, or for many of them, that was one main medium through which they could have got the information for their education. So it can actually help them to gain a foothold in the competitive world. So any technology-based education, if it is, we want to implement that, that requires a lot of groundwork. There should be consultation with the experts. There should be exchange of a lot of ideas. There should be partnership. There should be cooperation. All these things should be there. So the whole idea of MOOCs developed long back in 2008, but still, like, there are many platforms which offer the MOOCs. Like, we have Coursera, we have Udemy, we have NPTEL, we have edX University, we have Khan Academy. There are so many platforms which offer MOOCs, and the main advantages of MOOCs is that they provide online courses. There are free courses, there are paid courses also. So most of these are pre-recorded, and the experts, they transfer their information through the medium of MOOCs. So they employ user interaction. They are found, these are proper research studies which have found that they help in long-lasting memory retention from the part of the students. They like, there are a lot of mediums, like there are a lot of options within the MOOCs where the students can actually interact, the learners can interact among themselves, the instructors can give them the feedback, they can be monitored and evaluated, and based on that they will be verified. So like, any student from any part of the world can access the information that is shared by an expert from any part of the world. That is the main advantage as far as MOOCs are concerned. So experts have predicted that MOOCs will help to create a very big impact on the education industry, because for a student to go abroad and study, it requires a lot of investment. But when it comes to a MOOC, it is not like that. Like, the substantial cost actually reduces. And it has also been proven to improve the communication skills, increasing the equity between the teacher and the learner, and it can reach the different communities and the different people. So the main strengths which we can see as far as MOOCs are concerned are the wider access and the higher level of instructor expertise. We can learn a particular theory from the theorist himself when it comes to a MOOC. So why was the study important? So even though all this has been proven by research, and most of the research which I quoted till now are from foreign countries, I couldn't find much of research done on MOOCs which were done in India as such. So even though it has been proven to be an enabling innovation, it brings in these aspects of engagement and equity and everything. But how do our students view MOOCs, or how is the enrollment of our students as far as MOOCs are concerned? So if this data is brought in, or what are the factors which influence whether they enroll in a MOOC or not? If this information is, if we get this information, it can help the library professionals and the information professionals to take steps to improve the way in which they can convey this information to the students. So the present study just aimed to find out the attitude of the students towards MOOC, whether they have attended it, what is their online behavior, what are the factors which promote or prevent access of MOOCs, and this was the major objective. So convenient sampling was used. There were 201 students from 10 universities across Tamil Nadu who participated in the study. There were 142 females and 59 males. They were postgraduate and undergraduate college students. students, and the age ranged from 18 to 22. Data was collected using Google Forms, which was circulated across WhatsApp and email. The measure that was used was a self-developed set of questions, which included their social demographic information and questions regarding their online behavior and their awareness level and attitude towards MOOCs. So this was basically the results. One question that was asked were whether they have heard about master open online courses. Only 120 to 61% said that they had heard about it. The remaining close to 40% had not even heard about something called a master open online course. And then out of the 201, only 21% had ever done a MOOC in their lifetime. The others had never even done a MOOC ever. And then I also wanted to know what they were aware of. Had they ever heard about MOOC platforms? So like Udemy, like 51.7% had heard about that, and 46.2% had heard about Coursera. Like there were many who they were just heard about it, but they were not very clear about. I also spoke to some of the participants. They said that they have heard these names, but they were not very clear that what it offers or what kind of courses they can access, or whether it can be brought under the umbrella term of a master open online courses. So they were not very clear about what these websites or what these platforms had to offer. And then 51% of the students, they felt that MOOCs can help them to know more about their subject, and 68% had never even done, they had never completed, a MOOC till date. So there is a very big gap. They know that, many of them know that it is beneficial for them, but you can see that majority of them had never enrolled. So the next question that we had in mind was, what is it that is preventing the students from accessing this? So 83% of them felt that MOOCs are expensive, they cannot afford it, or it will be very difficult for them to pay to this particular platform and get the certificate or complete that particular course. And 76% they specifically said that it is mostly meant for foreign students or people in India. We may face a lot of issues when it comes to accessing a course like this. So they said that it will be very difficult for them to access it. And then the next two questions were about who was giving them this awareness, or were they provided any awareness as far as MOOCs were concerned. 80% of students were never informed by their teacher, or they were not told by the teacher about MOOCs or about the benefits, or what are the platforms available, or what are the courses they can access. 80% of the students said that they were never informed by their teacher, in spite of it being told in the syllabus, and the UGC giving so much importance to online learning and everything, saying that the courses credits can be transferred. In spite of all that, the teachers had not informed the students about the benefits of enrolling for a master open online course. And 93% of the students were not given any information by the library professionals in their college or their universities. So only 7% actually said that, yes, we got this information from our library professional in our educational institution. So the conclusion is that education is a basic requirement for any student, or the information that they get is something that is very important. And even media literacy, web literacy, network literacy, all this also is a part of the information that we get. So the librarians have a very major role to play in making these students informed citizens, because for many of the students, librarians deal only with physical books, or they don't have the awareness that we can ask about these alternate sources of information to the librarians. They are not aware of this fact. So, and the study also found that the students perceive MOOCs as very expensive and inaccessible by Indian students. So the recommendations are the students have to be given awareness, because there are many free platforms. There are many, for example, there's Coursera for Campus, where the students can access a course on Coursera for a very, for free actually. So the students have to be given awareness about this, and especially in this COVID era, the librarians should focus on imparting knowledge about MOOCs and the alternate sources, not just about coming to the library and reading the books, because there are so many other platforms also which are available. So the librarians should focus on imparting the knowledge about these factors too. And they should focus on educating the students and other library users, even the faculty members, about such matters. So these were the articles and books which were referred for this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your good presentation, and you have covered the need and significance of the MOOCs, and its presentation is very useful, and analysis are presented very well, madam, and you are also explained clearly what is the role of librarians in the MOOCs. And thank you, madam. Now I invite Mr. Tanvinder Singh and Professor Jagtar Singh to present a paper on a mapping of patrons' attitude towards information technology application in university libraries, an analytical study of 2 university libraries of North Indian region. Now I request Mr. Tarvinder Singh.
Sir, yeah, my PPT is visible?
Yeah, just not it. You are still sharing, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's okay, sir. PPT mode, sir.
It is shared.
Mode we can convert.
It is shared.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is shared. Please convert to the presentation mode.
Yes, yeah, respected Chair Dr. K. Viranjanelu, Librarian, NIT Warangal. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, respected Chairperson Dr. K. Viranjanelu, Librarian, NIT Warangal. Co-Chair Dr. N. Siva, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Dr. S.K. Ashok, Organizing Secretary of the conference. A very good afternoon to all of you. So I am Tarvinder Singh. So today I'm going to give a presentation on mapping of patterns attitude towards information technology application in university libraries. So basically, this is an analytical study of 2 university libraries of North India region. Just wait. Yeah. So I'm doing my PhD under Professor Jagtar Singh in the Department of Library and Information Science. So the outline of this presentation is, first is the introduction, and then the attitude, need of the study, objectives of the study, review of literature, methodology, data analysis and presentation, findings and discussion, and finally conclusion and recommendations. To start with, the implementation of information communication technologies in libraries has brought commendable changes in the pattern of providing services and the way of utilizing these services by the patrons. Over the past 3 decades, university libraries in the country have adopted to various information technologies to deliver their services in a more effective and timely manner. The case of Himachal Pradesh University Shimla and Punjab University Patiala is no exception to it. The information managers in libraries of these universities are investing a lot into the information technology applications, which entail many of the basic business functions like budgeting, staff expertise, change management, and organizing and controlling, along with other aspects which are a prerequisite to technology application. Now, the attitude. The term attitude usually implies a personality disposition which determines behavior towards or opinions and beliefs about a certain type of person, object, situation, institution, or concept. According to Azen, an attitude is a disposition to respond favorably or unfavorably to an object, person, institution, or event. Further, Hogg and Wagen say that that attitude is a relatively enduring organization of beliefs, feelings, and behavioral tendencies towards socially significant objects, groups, events, or symbols. Cambridge University has defined attitude as a feeling or opinion about something or someone or a way of behaving that is caused by this. Now the problem statement. The implementation of computer and information technologies has caused many changes in the pattern of library services and the style of providing these services. This has led to changes in users' information needs and the challenges to information professionals. The aim is to identify whether the huge chunks of amount spent on providing advanced technology is worth the purpose. Libraries and emerging technologies. The ever-increasing amount of information being generated and published has influenced changing educational and research needs of library users. It has further prompted the need of library computerization and automation. The past 3 decades have witnessed unprecedented developments in computer and communication technology. Computer and allied technologies are being used increasingly to automate various activities in libraries with a suitable off-the-shelf general or specific purpose software packages that are available in a wide range today. Need of the study. The use of information technologies have massively increased the skill level of and work productivity of library professionals as well as their potential users. Therefore, in order to provide better library services, the specific needs of library patrons must be studied. There is a common belief that many people have mental blocks about electronics and computers. Ascertaining the attitude of patrons towards information technology applications in libraries is a major concern of library administrators. Significance of the study. The significance of the study is to find out the attitude of library patrons is vital from the administrative point of view to decide the cost-benefit analysis. The cost-benefit analysis means the potential rewards of expected from the technology application in comparison to the total cost associated with their implementation. The study will be a unique milestone for future library professionals to ascertain how users perceive the implementation of modern day technologies in libraries. Scope of the study. The present study aims to study the attitude of users towards information technology application in libraries of Himachal Pradesh University Shimla and Punjab University Patiala. These universities are temporal centers of higher education and research in the country. The libraries of these universities are well equipped with modern day technologies. Objectives of the study. The objectives of the study are: number 1, to find out the attitude of patrons towards information technology application in university libraries. Second, to ascertain whether there is difference in the attitude of patrons as per their gender. Third is to assess whether there is a difference in the attitude of patron with regard to their user category. The fourth one is to inspect whether there is difference in the attitude of patrons with regard to their age group. Review of literature. The review of concerned literature precisely reveals that a library will be more equipped in terms of technological developments if its users are well aware about the latest technological developments happening around. Al-Harbi advocated that provision of a high-speed internet connection and adequate training facilities to use the information technology were deciding factors for a positive attitude among the users. Similarly, Raj Purohit opines that provision of user training and orientation sessions were strong predictors of a positive attitude among the users in acquiring sophisticated search and retrieval skills for finding information. Liu and Xu found that perceived ease of use was a deciding factor for improved user behavior on perceived usefulness of micro-positioning services in libraries. Finally, Dowdy found that the performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions significantly affected the behavioral intention to learn, adopt, and use new technology. Coming to the methodology. In the present study, library patrons of Himachal Pradesh University Shimla and Punjab University Patiala were the subjects of study. The survey method of research was used to elicit data from the users in order to assess the attitude of patrons towards information technology application in libraries. A sample of 3 user categories, which include PG students, research scholars, and faculty members, was taken from the faculties of social sciences and sciences of 2 reputed universities of North India. The lead author, that means me, collected the data as part of my PhD research. A structured questionnaire was distributed based on random sampling among 200 participants in each university. In response, 391 valid questionnaires were received back from the library users of HPU and PUP. Data processing was done using statistical
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Tarvinder Singh, you have given 10 minutes, only 2 minutes are there. You have taken for introduction 8 minutes, sir. Please conclude within the 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm directly
Okay.
coming to the conclusion. Okay, sir. So coming to findings and conclusion. The findings of the present study reveal that there is a positive attitude among the patrons of Himachal Pradesh University Shimla and Punjab University Patiala with regard to IT application in university libraries. Majority of the patrons, irrespective of gender, user category, and age group, believe that technology is merely a tool and people are its masters. A similar view is also supported by Ekmeki and Arda, who consider that technological artifacts are mere tools that may be operated by humans for various purposes and ends. Conceiving the importance of technology in libraries, the patrons assert that libraries should incorporate new technology as quickly as possible. The survey reveals that majority of the patrons in both university libraries were not a party in the decision-making process of IT application. Despite this, majority of the users replied that they were happy as they felt a sense of enjoyment while working on computers. It is further shocking to know that a few training avenues were available to the user in using technology for finding resources. Garrett feels that training is a starting point in learning new technology and acquiring skills. And to acquire skills, users need guidance, tuition, training, and ongoing support. This survey further reveals that majority of the patrons were confident about using IT in their respective university library. The patrons believe that computerization of library operations was helpful to them in completing information and search-related assignments, and computerization in library has made their library-dependent work accurate than before. The patrons feel excited upon getting a chance to learn a new technology. Majority of the patrons in both university libraries tend to learn about using new technology in a workshop, training program organized by the library, from personal hands-on experience and from library staff respectively. The patrons believe that IT application offers more efficient ways to carry out library operations after each passing year. And that is why they see IT as a useful tool for developing university libraries in India. Conclusion and recommendations. The application of information technology have metamorphosed operations of library, taking their services and sources to the technological devices available with the patron. Incorporating and implementing latest technological developments involves huge financial investments and lot of managerial efforts. Therefore, in order to gauge the success of technological advancements and achieve cost-benefit analysis, doing an assessment on the perceived use and level of satisfaction from the patron's point of view becomes essential. The survey reveals that there is a positive attitude among the patrons towards information technology application in university libraries, and there is no significant difference in the views of patrons with regard to their gender, category, and age group. The involvement of more end users in decision-making of IT application will help library authorities in selecting more suitable IT tools. More initiative to organize regular training sessions and orientation programs should be taken up by the libraries. Library authorities should strive to provide more training avenues to train patrons in using latest technological tools for finding information. Patrons' feedback on the relevance and effectiveness of existing technology will be instrumental in bringing transparency for future IT incorporation and involvement. A constructive attitude among the stakeholders is a prerequisite for a positive attitude among the patrons. With these words, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, your presentation. Now I invite Dr. Shamika Mallavararchi from Sri Lanka. She is BLS honors, MIS, PhD. Her research area is information marketing, knowledge management, and gender studies. Now I invite the madam, please. She is going to present a paper on second foreign language learners and the importance of digital literacy.
Yeah, very good evening. Can you audible here, please?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. As you said, I'm Dr. Shamika Mallavararchi from Sri Lanka, acting librarian, General Surgeon Kota Defense University. My research is about the second foreign language learners and the importance of digital literacy in Sri Lanka, especially. You know, with this COVID situation, especially in Sri Lanka and all over the world, one of the second language is focusing on Chinese language, learning Chinese language. So focus on that, how Chinese language is important to learn with the digital background, with the digital sources or resources and the facilities. I did research. For that research, included 113 students aging from 19 to 50, young as well as adult language learner Chinese language. So based on the digital literacy. So digital literacy, before I move to my research findings, I would like to share with you some very, very basic some sort of international recognized or internationally well documented definition about digital literacy. So why I choose these definitions for my research objectives and the research questions, there were some sort of direct relationships. The European Commission's, what they said was digital literacy as the confidence and critical use of the basic skills in the use of computer to retrieve, access, store, produce, and present and extend the information, and to communicate and practice a collaborative network via the internet. As all of you are aware, so whatever the language we are learning, or as a teacher, as a lecturer, now this COVID situation, everything's going digital. Our e-resources, e-sources or e-facilities. So this very compatible with this research, what European Commission mentioned. At the same time, the Babu in 2008 very clearly mentioned that the information literacy, especially digital literacy, not only to read or write, but importantly, the use of technological devices. So the digital literacy, we have to have an involvement of digital devices for what? For what? Understanding of the digital creation pathways. You know, the learning of Chinese language, the other foreign languages, the teacher or a lecturer, the pronunciations as well as other component of the language, especially Chinese language, when we teach in them, when we let students learn the pronunciations, very important. At the same time, with the pronunciation, we have to use the pictorial pronunciation. The pictorial, we have to present how to pronounce, how to tones should be the go around. The thing is as you librarian, you may aware that Chinese language is one of the most difficult language in the world because of the pronunciation system, tone system. They have the 4-tone system because of their pronunciations. The first tone, second term, third term, and the fourth, it should go up and down, again up and down, you know, flat way. So we have to present it to the students, not just showing the writing the backboard or whiteboard, but we have to show the way of going up and down. The thing is, at the same time, the English, the 2016 very clearly mentioned digital literacy is that an integrated element of contemporary society. So as I mentioned very earlier, this research project, the focus group of the younger generation as well as the older generation who are very keen about e-resources, e-facilities, as well as e-components, right? So, and the 2015, the digital divide is cultural inclusivity to illiterate individuals and society. This is very clearly, we found out that this definition or a find is very clearly indicated. The digital divide and cultural inclusion lead to illiterate individuals and society. Right now, all over the world, this digital illiteracy can be understood very lightly. And again, when I go through Slowswitski 2019, the careful design digital content can help a learner to engage and advance digital content. right? Digital content and digital exclusion from learning application and platforms marginalize equal digital benefit for the learner. So why we're doing this research? We found it that what happened was after this 8 months search, the dealing with students who learn in Chinese language as a second language, we found out that the gender as well as age, length of experience of engaging in digital literacy highlighted, reflected a lot how digital literacy is important in the COVID situation and our society, our people and illiterate, especially in digital literacy. And most of the students, you can see the frequency as well as percentages, especially the responses. When you think about the responses of 48%, that's the age groups were 90 to 29 age group, that's a 18, that's the youngest generation. And the 30 to 39, that's the adults in middle age, that's a 7% 4.3, and the 40 to 49 age group, just 1.6. That's a literally they can engage with the digital literacy component or the resources or services. Though we are talking about the ICT environment or ICT society or e-society, digital society, this is the real fact about, especially in Sri Lankan context, when you think about the learning of a second language or the Chinese language with the digital background. So digital literacy level, when you think about, you can say fair knowledge, just only 32. That's a 28.3.1%. Very low percentage when they have the fair knowledge. And no experience, though they have the degrees, though they have the postgraduate qualification, when we think about the digital literacy, it is a shock. Having seen these results, the 61 reply was saying that they don't have a previous experience about the experience of digital literacy component. That is the 44% of the. At the same time, you can see that when you get the frequency as well as a percentage of the responses, the skills and knowledge of using e-resources. As I mentioned very clearly, the thing is, when we focusing on teaching or learning of Chinese language, we have to enhance their skills. The four component, learning component, the thing is reading, writing, speaking, as well as presentations, oral skills, and using how to enhance their knowledge, skills, or capacities using e-resources. It very clearly mentioned that the advanced level, that is, they have completed some courses or certificates, the advanced level, but still they have 24% of using of e-resources on digital literacy components. And the postgraduates, when we do the comparison, we can see the postgraduates, though they have the completed their postgraduate level, some were good at other foreign languages, but compare with the Chinese language, just they answered 21%, 2.3. They are very capable enough. They have the convenience, the experience or knowledge about using or engaging with e-resources under the digital literacy background. And at the same time, you can see degree levels less than 20%. And the higher diploma, again, the 15.9% too. So, and at the same time, the learning experience, when we think about the government schools and the government universities, private universities, other education institutes, and the workplace, using e-resources and e-facilities very highly indicated that in Sri Lanka, private universities are leading the digital literacy component where teaching, learning, research components are concerned. Now, private universities in this using of e-services, e-resources, and e-facilities is the highest percentage, that's 46 point, almost 47%. And government universities less than 10%, less than 10%. At the workplace, when we compare with the government university and workplace, it seems to be now e-services, e-resources, and e-facilities comparatively they're getting higher and higher. So what we did was how we can the peer learners or our learners, how they can engage with digital components. We use digital assignments we use, and the digital projects, digital products, digital services, and digital publications. And you know, when we assign some task assignment for students who are learning Chinese language, we came to know that 78% students, they don't have no experience in engaging with or working with those digital based experiences, digital based assignments. That is very, very higher percentage when you think about digital component created. You know, all of us talking about digital component, digital publications, e-journals, e-databases. That's the real situation of when you think about the digital literacy and second foreign language learning situation in Sri Lanka. Especially this is the COVID pandemic situation. So, and the conclusion, we would like to conclude like this. The average learners of the second language in the world, that is still 2018, pointed out that digital literacy exclusion, where a majority of the second language learners in Sri Lanka are the same. We didn't see big differences, even the European countries or the vast majority of the other world in compared to Sri Lanka, digital literacy with comparative learning Chinese language as a second language is very similar. So over to you. If you have any questions, you can ask now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very excellent presentation. You have given the survey about the digital literacy and what is the situation on a digital divide. Also, you have given a skills knowledge required for this one. The paper is a very eye-opening that you can know that one in the different levels, college, university level, and teaching level also. What is now the status of the awareness of the digital contents and this one. Thank you, sir, for your good presentation, sir. May I invite Mr. Gyani Noor Pramodyo and Mrs. Lakshmi to present a paper on life history studies on librarians' role as a change agent. So Pramod. Okay, we'll go for the next paper. Nidhi and Dr. Morgan Madhusudan and digital literacy skills and competencies among the library and information science studies, science students and research scholars, University of Delhi during the COVID pandemic time, a study. Now I invite Dr. Madhusudan, who is going to present.
So, I will present, sir. Nidhi.
Okay, Miss Nidhi, you can present that.
Yes, sir.
Madam, you are given 10 minutes. You have to complete within the 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. So, very good afternoon to everyone. I am Nidhi, MPhil research scholar at the University of Delhi. I, along with Professor Madhusudan Magam, conducted a study on digital literacy skills and competencies among the library and information science students and research scholars, University of Delhi during the COVID-19 pandemic time. During the COVID, we had heard terms like work from home, online banking, online consultancy, so much more, that these words introduced us to the new normal. Hence, COVID affected life from every aspect, be it economical, social, and even mentally. and leaving educational institution no exception. The outbreak proposed a challenge for educational institution to continue the learning with the help of information and communication technology and save the precious year of the student. During COVID, we have seen a word digital was added to every activity, so it becomes essential that we learn more about digital literacy. Digital literacy is seen as the product of information literacy and digital era, 21st century generally referred as, which is on gadgets rather than papers. Digital literacy is a complex umbrella that relates to the development of a number of competency areas, including information and data literacy, communication and collaboration, media literacy, creating online content, online safety and digital well-being, as well as problem-solving, thinking and innovation with online tools and technologies. Then the educational institution shifted to online education, which makes it important to assess the digital literacy skills and competencies of students. Therefore, the objectives of the study were to know the use of digital tools by the LIS students for various purposes during the pandemic time, to identify the use of digital tools for online education and higher education, to identify the benefits and problems faced while using the digital tools, to identify the use of digital devices in accessing library resources, to identify the advantages and problems associated with online library services. An online questionnaire was An online questionnaire was prepared with the help of Google Forms and was circulated among 146 students and research scholars, out of which 133 responded, and the results were analyzed with the help of tables and graphs. Now, COVID has affected various sectors in many ways. So the question arises how it has hit the education institution. The very first impact that we have seen is physical classrooms were took over by virtual classrooms. The physical exams were took over by online tests, and libraries were took over by online or digital library. So educational institutions underwent digital transformation overnight. Students were introduced to new normal, where physical interaction took by virtual existence and lectures were shifted from physical classroom to virtual classroom. COVID hampered every aspect of college life, both from the learners to the instructors' end. As quoted by Dr. S. Krishnan, library is heart of any institution, so academic libraries also suffered due to COVID. However, the COVID outburst gave libraries the chance to reimagine and refashion their traditional offerings of the services. The primary focus of the libraries became to provide their patrons with the digital library services with the help of ICT tools. Findings of the study. The demographic findings were that the number of females at the Department of Library and Information Science outnumbered the number of males at the department, and the more number of responses came from the Masters of Library and Information Science. Then findings. Digital tools have become an indispensable part of students' life. These digital devices help the students to continue their academics without any disturbances. During the COVID-19 pandemic time, there was an enormous increase in the use of these digital tools. The most famous digital tool was mobile phone, and by use was 92.5% of students. However, tabs were the least used digital device. 91.7% of students use these digital devices to attend classes online. 85% of students use these digital devices for searching information online. 76.9% of students use digital tools to learn from online resources. 63.2% of students use these devices to search library information. Now, since the major purpose of the students to use digital devices was attending online classes, we have also analyzed the virtual classroom responses. For almost 2 years, the educational institutions have seized their doors for physical appearance. Then COVID left the educational sector with no other options but to embrace the system of distance learning. Educational institutions underwent digital transformation overnight. The sector relied upon collaborative platforms such as Zoom, MS Team, Google Classroom, and many other to ensure the continuous dissemination of education and information. The changes were so instantaneous and momentous, proposing new challenge for students and teachers as well. 97.4% of students attended online classes, and the most popular collaborative platform was Zoom. 87.6% of students use Google Meet for attending online classes, and 22.5% of students use Google Classrooms. Then, what are the benefits of attending online classes? Online classes or digital learning were executed at such a mass level for the first time in India. The significant benefit of digital learning respondent experience is that it saved cost and cost of traveling and was time saving. The digital learning and system helped them to stay away from traveling during the unusual conditions due to COVID. And online learning also brought a flexibility to the system of education. It allowed the students to take classes according to their comfort. 57.6% of respondents agreed that their digital literacy skills were enhanced due to online learning. 65.4% of students agreed that their online learning enhanced their internet research skill also, as many of the things were found only on internet. Physical classes once left cannot be reverted. However, online classes gave them a benefit of recording and saving the lecture for their future revision or references. Then, what were the problems with the online education or online learning system? Students population is present in India, which is there is a student population which is not well equipped with digital gadgets or internet, resulting in the significant challenge faced by the student. 60.9% of students face the problem of an unstable internet connection or lack of internet. Use of different collaborative platforms by the different instructor was also sometimes a challenge for the students. The internet gives away much information to reach, which created a sense of confusion among the users. So there was too much of information. 41.4% of students found it difficult that there was too much of information to read, and 51.1% of students found difficult find it a problem to locate the relevant information from the plethora of information. As I mentioned earlier, that library is heart of any institution. So libraries also took a step further and provided their patrons with the online library services. So most of the libraries gave their patrons the remote logging services, which acted as the most essential services for the user. Remote logging service allow the users to access library resources from anywhere and anytime. The Delhi University library system also provided their patrons with the users and password from which they could use the library services. The most used database by the students and research scholars of University of Delhi during the pandemic was Emerald, and followed by LISA, that is Library and Information Science Abstract. 62.4% of scholars use JSTOR, and 46.4% of scholars use Elsevier for authentic information. Thus, various kind of services offered by DULS were remote access to subscribed e-journals, remote access to service ebooks, open access to e-resources, remote access to databases, past examination papers. Now, also, the concept of online publishing acted as a catalyst for the increase in use of these services. So online online open access to resources also gave limelight during the COVID pandemic time. Then, what were the benefits of online library services? digitization of library material is not a new concept for library. It has been talked earlier and is still being talked.
Please conclude, madam. Please conclude.
Yes, sir. So, the hindrances of the library, online library services, that availability of internet was addressed as the major problem by the respondents, and it was also observed that many times the resources required by the patents were not present in digitized collection. On concluding, we would like to say that COVID brought a sudden change in the traditional way of education. However, the digital inclusion of this generation made them embrace this change with wholeheartedly. So it was reported that this generation has already inbuilt some amount of inbuilt digital literacy skills and competencies. Mobile was the most used digital device by the students for attending online classes. Zoom is the paramount video conferencing tool. The shift from the physical classroom to virtual forums gave students a major benefit of saving time, traveling, and cost. Libraries responded actively and provided remote logging service, and Emerald and Visa were the leading reliable information resources for students. The central problem of unstable or poor internet connectivity for students and research scholars, the internet connectivity technical problem of online portal, enhancement of digital skills and competencies of students, emphasis on ICT skills and skills, ICT information skills are the key areas of concern. The institution and libraries should provide awareness about doing academic work online and accessing online library services to serve their patents better. The world realizes the importance of being digitally inclusive. The pandemic made us also realize the urgent need to improve and incorporate the digital skills and students and teachers, professionals and society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nidhi. You have covered a good paper on the digital literacy. You are covered on about the benefits of digital learning and problems in digital learning, and what are the problems faced by the COVID period for digital learning, like internet quality devices and other things. So thank you for your good presentation. Now I invite Dr. Seema Parmar, Professor Balwan Singh, and Ms. Dinesh Kumari to present a paper on reflections to research productivity of Kurukshetra University. I welcome Dr. Seema Parmar to present a paper.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I want to wish good afternoon to everyone here, and especially the chairman of the session, Dr. K. Virenjadu, sir. Today, I am going to present a study entitled Reflections to Research Productivity of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana. This study has been conducted for a decade, 2011 to 2020. In this slide, I have given a brief introduction explaining the bibliometrics. Bibliometrics, we know that the bibliometric term is composed of two terms. Biblio, that means books, and metric, that means measurement. Hence, bibliometric can be defined as the measurement of the to show the influence or impact of any kind of publication, authors, or an institution. So, need of the study was bibliometric study helps the library professionals to showcase the latest trends of any subject or any literature. These kind of studies are helpful for many universities and academic institutions to appear in the top list of research ranking based on their record of research output. Not the benefit of these studies goes to the institutions, but it goes to the students, individual students, teachers, researchers, stakeholders, and government also. So these are the objectives which I have presented through this slide. The major objectives are to reflect the total research output of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra during the decade. To show the year-wise research output, to identify the most cited articles out of the total published articles of KUK during the 10 years, to recognize the authors who contributed more in total research output, to be acquainted with the international collaborations with Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, to be familiar with the top subject categories, and to make out the preferred journals for the publications by the Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra students and teachers. So in this slide, I have mentioned the scope and the methodology. Yes, the present study is restricted to the research productivity of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra only. For the present study, data was extracted from the largest database, largest abstracting and citation databases, that was Scopus. And through the Scopus, data was exported to the MS Excel sheet and then analyzed using the different techniques. In these further slides, I have mentioned the findings from the analysis parts, and first findings are related to the type of publications preferred by the authors of the KUK, and the major findings are there were 2,390 research articles out of total publications, 517 conference papers, 129 review articles, 82 book chapters, 12 books, 10 editorials, and 9 errata. And in this way, I have found that 75.47% publications were the research articles from the total output of the Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. So in this slide, I have mentioned the total research output of KU, that was 3,167 paper during the span of 10 years, and that was the 54.30% of the total research output of the KUK. And total citations count received to these total papers 3167 was 26,476. That was the average. Average of these publication was 8.36. In this slide, I have mentioned the year-wise research contributions and the main observations and findings related to the year-wise research contributions were no more increase or decrease was seen in the growth of publication during this decade. Publication output range falls between 8 to 12% every year. Maximum growth rate was marked in the year 2019. Hence, it can be said that more research productivity was made in the year 2019 among all those years 2011 to 2020. Less productivity was seen in the year 2014, and highest growth rate was seen in the year 2019 with the 118 articles. Highest citations received to the year 2011, that was very obvious for this part. The lowest citations to the year 2020, that is also obvious. In this slide, I have mentioned the subject-wise distribution of research of KUK. Yes, it is seen that chemistry subject, from the chemistry subject, researchers have given the more output, that was 590 articles from the subject. On the second place, biochemistry, genetics and molecular biology. Third place, computer sciences. And at the 10th number, art and humanities. Scholars have contributed 28 papers, and the total top 10 category, top 10 subjects contributed 73.09% contribution. In this slide, I have mentioned the collaborations at international level. Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra have collaborated mostly with the United States researchers. That was 51 papers were contributed with the research scholars of the USA. Our second number contribution was done with the Malaysia, third number Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Denmark, Italy, Spain, and other countries. So these are the 7 topmost international collaborations stated through this slide. In this slide, I have mentioned the most prolific authors of the KUK. Top 10 authors contributed 777 papers, which was a 24.5% share of the cumulative total research output. More research output was contributed by the Kumar, that was the 194 papers, followed by the Paul A and Kashyap MK. Among all top 10 authors, Paul A had the highest H index, followed by the Kumar D. In this slide, I have given a few brief summary. Research output of an institute indicates towards its excellence in the present study research contribution of KUK. One of the leading and oldest university of Haryana state of India has been demonstrated in terms of publication, citation, subject categories, preferred journals for the publication, most prolific authors. Research output of KUK in terms of publication has been more than 3,000. That was 367 during a span of 10 years. Maximum growth rate was observed in 2019 and highest citation was recorded in the year 2011. Thanks a lot for giving your kind attention.
Thank you, madam, for your good presentation. You are given a clear-cut picture of the visibility research productive out of Kurukshetra University. Thank you, good presentation, and you covered all the items what are required for the visibility for any university. Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Luis and Dr. K. Kalai Perumal to present a paper on a study on the scientometric profile of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University.
With the permission of the chair, a small
Yes,
intervention. Mr. Saravanan or your paper is in the parallel session. You have to join with the Google Meet. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sir, I am Louis, sir. I am presenting.
Yeah, you can present, sir. Sir, director want to give some direction, sir. Sir, unmute, sir. Again, you are seeing that one agriculture people you are seeing here. You are presenting through mobile, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am presenting, sir. I am Louis. My research topic paper is a study on scientometric profiles of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. Yes, Louis, research scholar, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Madras, Chennai, sir. Sir, objectives for the study. The objectives of the study was to follow forms of publications, growth rate of publications, highly prolific authors, highly collaborative countries, highly research areas, highly collaborative institutes, most preferred source titles for publication, and high productivity subject areas. Regarding this paper methodology, the data for the present study was retrieved from Web of Science database, which is published by Thomson Reuters. This is the one of the largest established and best known bibliographic database for science, social science, arts, and humanities. A total of 688 records were downloaded from the Web of Science database during 10 years, 2011 to 2020, using search terms, namely Tamil Nadu Agriculture University in organization field, and analyzed by using the spreadsheet application as per the objectives for the study. Forms of publications, data analysis and interpretations, forms of publications. Major source of publications covered by Web of Science databases on Tamil Nadu Agriculture University research is journal articles with 647 publications, 94.04%, followed by review with 21 publications, 3.05%. Growth of publications. During the period of 2011 to 2020, a total of 688 publications were published, and the highest number of publications is 91. The percentage is 13.22% was published in 2020. The lowest publications of 41, 5.96% are published in 2011. The average number of publications published per year was 68.8. There is increasing of publications year after year, except in 2017 and 2018, as illustrated in Table 2. The reason for that, publications are not published more in the year 2017 and 2018. Regarding the relative growth rate and doubling time, The year-wise RGR relative growth rate is found to be in the range of 0.79 to 0.16. Year-wise calculation of RGR reveals that it has gradually decreased from 2012 to 2018. The highest value 0.79 corresponds to the year 2011, whereas the lowest value 0.14 for the year 2018. Doubling time to has a trend similar to that RGR. A year-wise increase seen during the periods of the study. The doubling time has shown a year-wise increase from 0.88 to 4.33. Regarding the most prolific authors, Paramasivam M, Department of Agriculture and Entomology, is the most productive author with 31 publications, 4.50%, followed by Karthikeyan G, Department of Plant Pathology, with 26, 3.77% publications. Regarding the highly collaborative institutes, it is found that 688 records of the contributions are from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, followed by Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICR, with 27, 3.92% publications. International research collaborations. It is found that results of the research in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University publications output collaborated with various countries. However, USA topped the list with the highest share, 9.01% of publications, and followed by South Korea, ranked with 33, 4.79% publications. The next most preferred source titles. The most preferred source titles regarding Indian Journal of Agricultural Sciences. The list with the highest number of publications, 30, 4.36%, followed by Current Science with a share of 18, 2.61% publications. High productivity subject areas. Plant Sciences has highest number of articles with 175, 25.43%, followed by Agriculture Agronomy, contributing 129, 18.75% articles. Environmental Ecology occupies the third position with 95, 13.80% articles. Regarding findings of the study, the research outputs of the study are mostly published in the form of journal articles. Total of 688 publications were published, and the highest number of publications is 91 was published in 2020. The year-wise RGR is found to be in the range of 0.79 to 0.16. It is found that 688 records of the contributions are from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, followed by Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICR, with 27, 3.92% publications. Paramasivam M, Department of Agriculture Entomology, is the most productive author with 31, 4.50% publications, followed by Karthikeyan G, Department of Plant Pathology, with 26, 3.77% publications. International research collaboration in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University publications output collaborated with various countries. USA topped the list with the highest share of 62, 9.01% of publications. Indian Journal of Agricultural Sciences, the list with the highest number of publications, 30, 4.36%, followed by Current Science with a share of 18, 2.61% of publications. The scientific literature of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is spread over with the different source title of the journals. Regarding this research paper, conclusion of the paper, the present paper attempted to highlight the growth and the development of research productivity of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. A total of 688 publications were published for the 10 years 2011 to 2020, and the average number of publications per year was 68.8. There is increasing of publications year after year except 2017 and 2018, and the reason for that publications are not more in the year 2017 and 2018 during the study of the period. Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir. Your brief presentation you given for the research conducted Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is one of the best university in India. Agriculture University. It is occupied the first 10 ranks also. That is research productivity is very good. Now I invite Dr. N.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oscar. Importance of the cyber security in information transfer. Madam, I invite Kala Bhaskar, madam. Dr. Kala Bhaskar, madam.
Good afternoon. I think I'm audible.
It is very important nowadays, the cyber security of information transfer.
Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Madam, voice not clear. Little louder.
Voice is not coming, madam.
Okay, I've kept full volume. Are you able to hear me now?
Very low, madam. Very low.
Very low.
PPT also not coming, madam.
Now is it okay, sir?
Okay. But PPT, you see PPT, madam, it is not coming. It is coming
PPT.
blank only.
1 second. Now
Again,
is it
you can
now is it coming?
stop share. Again, you can enter the share. Yeah.
Now is it coming, sir?
It is coming, but you can make it as a presentation mode. Yeah, now it is perfect, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, madam, you can proceed.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present this paper in this conference. And secondly, I would like to thank Professor Amish Babu sir for motivating me to take up this article in this conference. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Ashok Kumar. So today I'll be presenting the topic on importance of cybersecurity in information transfer. So that's a brief introduction about me. I was working in the Center for Cyber Forensics, University of Madras as a former director in charge, and currently I'm assistant professor there. So information transfer in cyberspace is the current need of the hour that we need to talk about. In this cyber era, cyber space plays a very important role in the process of information transfer. The cyberspace facilitates retrieval of documents and response to such search queries. We have a lot of search engines through which we will be able to query and get the information whatever we want. And especially during this pandemic, the information explosive rate, it has grown, and even children started using these cyberspace for learning. The information that is contained in the cyberspace is avidly used by the seekers of such information. And the role of cybersecurity has become very important in the process of this information transfer as such. So information transfer in the cyberspace, we all know that needless to say that the information in the cyberspace is for use, and every user in the cyberspace and his or her information need the right information to the right people at the right time is very, very need of the hour. Every information that is available in the cyberspace and its seekers save the time of the users who use the information available in the cyberspace, and the information transfer process as such in the cyberspace is ever growing at an exponential rate. So we all know that now information has become an asset. Information is an asset from business perspective, from government perspective, based on the policies and all the critical infrastructure needs to be protected. The society needs to be protected. The information about the society, the the social media, all these things needs to be protected. And also from the individual perspective, information must be protected. As we all know that the information needs to be transferred, and when this is transferred, it has to be transferred with confidentiality, and whatever the information we are sharing should be with integrity. And at the same time, it should be available for the users 24/7, 365 days. And these days, data privacy has become very, very important from the organization perspective as well as from the individual perspective. As far as the government of India is concerned, they have this only at the bill stage. An act has to be enacted in order to protect the data from privacy perspective. So all these things must be taken into consideration, and the information as an asset must be protected. So now we are talking about the digital information assets that are required to be protected. So from what are the angles from which we must protect this information? There are three states of data, that is data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. So in all the three stages, the information must be protected. And today, the internet has become the medium for committing cyber crime. And they are using the cyberspace in order to commit the crime, especially the hackers or crackers or, adversaries. So what they do is they use a computer or a network as a tool to commit crime. They also target the computers or network to commit the cyber crime. And there are purposes where crime incidents have been recorded on computers. So we have three different classification where the medium for committing the cyber crime using all these that has been mentioned here. Now, when we talk about cybercrime, there are two different major categories we can say: violent cybercrimes and non-violent cybercrimes. So, violent cybercrime includes cyber terrorism, terrorists using the cyberspace for false information, for threatening, terrorizing people and the society as such. Cyber threats, another one category, cyber stalking, cyber hacking, and pornography, especially child pornography, is a violent crime. Cyber warfare is another one category. When we are talking about non-violent cyber crimes, it is just could be like cyber trespassing or cyber theft or cyber fraud, conventional fraud that is happening in the cyberspace. It could be password cracking, viruses, worm or Trojan or malware. These days, ransomware are becoming more popular and people use botnets in order to commit these types of crimes. So we have a wide spectrum of crime that is happening in the cyberspace, which can be a threat to the information, which is an asset for an organization, society, government, and individual. Now, there are various factors that are, facilitating this because of the huge population. If you see in 2015, around only 1250 million people were using the internet. But today you can see the increase because of this pandemic, lockdown, and other things. Around 1,500 million or more users have come into play. And mobile phone users, the same way, around 1,200 million were there, and now it has increased to a greater extent. And having said that, the internet users have also increased considerably from 1,000 to 1,600, and similarly, smartphone users. Today, children are using these smartphones for education purpose, and it has grown to a great extent from 240 million to 1,000 million. At the same time, we also have migrated from the conventional banking system to digital transaction. In 2015, it was only 3.3 million, and today we have more than 500 million people who are using this digital transaction for purchasing and all the business transactions and other things. Then there are various factors that influence these cybercrime. That is because of the availability of the tools that are there to commit the crime. Everything is available in the internet. Just Google it and you will get it. Unlike the traditional crime, there is no need to be present physically at the crime scene. They can be remotely located and they can target any system for any kind of a beneficial thing like financial gain or so on and so forth. And there is lot of anonymity in the net, so the users can mask their identity and masquerade the information that is there in the internet, be it data storage or at rest or in transit. So anything can happen, and the amount of money that is spent over these tools to use or to commit these crimes is considerably less. And there are plenty of masking tools are available. You can go behind the tools and then mask your identity. And another one factor is beyond geographical area. There are jurisdictional concerns of the cyber crime, because a crime can happen one place, the victim might be in another place, and for example, a bank could be in another place. So it is beyond geographical boundaries. And also there is lack of awareness among the users of the computer systems or networks or even mobile devices. So awareness is the most important criteria that we must stress upon in order to have cyber literacy. And also the impact of social media has gone beyond a limit. It is an advantage in one hand, at the same time disadvantage in many aspects. So we have to bring in awareness with respect to social media, how to use it, and so on and so forth. And then there are criminal syndicates who are operating from the underground. When you take the internet, there are three layers. We can say one is the surface layer where we do the Google search and other things. Secondly, it is the deep internet where you can deep web, where you can find research ideas, banking information, where authentication is required. And beneath that, what we have is the dark web, where people operate and criminal syndicates operate, and illegal transactions of goods and weapons or drugs or so many other things can happen. We see all that in the news that is coming in the daily. And we can see there is a range of attacks that has been happening from since you can say started. Various deception programs have been launched to target many things, and the most scaring thing is the attack that took place in the year 2010, which caused the Iranian nuclear power plant to a standstill because of the cyber attack. So it is ever growing. We need to bring in cyber literacy in the realm of information transfer. And there are various offenses that are occurring against information in the cyberspace, which could be classified into 4 types. As we know, confidentiality, integrity, and availability are important for all the systems and the information that is residing in the systems. So offenses against these are happening. And also computer-related offenses are another one category. Thirdly, we have content-related offenses and copyright-related offenses. And if you see offenses against the CIA or the CIA, we call it confidentiality, integrity, and availability. It could be illegal access, data espionage, system interference, data interference, and so on and so forth. So this is with respect to CIA. Then there can be content-related offenses where, children and women are being targeted. Pornographic content could be shared. Child pornography can happen, and lot of spams. With the advent of this COVID, there were a lot of spam-related threats that were coming in the email, which were giving false information. Then the most important thing in the library and information science is the copyright. Today, we have a threat for this copyright because all the books are available free for download from torrent websites. People are using it. So offenses against copyright information is there. Similarly, trademark related offenses are also there, which is dangerous for those who are having these organizations having this trademark. And then when we're talking about this computer related offenses, it could be, for example, fraudulent activity of the adversaries by using the computers, or it could be a computer related forgery or counterfeiting of currencies and software, identity theft, phishing, misuse of devices, money laundering in the cyberspace, cyber terrorism, and cyber warfare. And when we are talking about cyber security in information transfer, it is a need of the hour. So our computers must be protected, our servers must be protected, networks must be protected, all the electronic systems must be protected. We have critical infrastructure information is there that needs to be protected. Mobile devices must be protected. Embedded devices. Today we are talking about driverless car or drones. So embedded devices must be protected. IoT devices, smart fridge is having connectivity with your Gmail, or your vacuum cleaner is talking to your mobile phone. So we need to protect all these devices. And robotics, also information transfer is there. So we must protect all this, especially you can think about the tele operations that are being done with the robotic equipments. Then we have plenty of autonomous vehicle like the Tesla car, or you have Uber Elevate, which can lift up. It is a kind of a drone which can lift up. And there is information transfer that is going on between the autonomous vehicle and also your base station. So again, information transfer is there. We need to protect all these things from the cyber attackers and keep them all in a secure form. Then when you're classifying the security, it takes different platforms, like it could be network security, or people are trying to target the application level. So at the application level, you have to secure your applications, especially software and web applications. And then information must be protected in storage, transit, and also at rest. And then operational security needs to be considered, helps in protecting the operating phase. Disaster security. We have the information, we could imagine 9/11 attack, where all the critical information was lost because of the disaster. So restoration of the data helps to restore the functional operation capabilities. So business continuity must also be there. We must be resilient. In order for that, we have to have plans for disaster security. Then what are the things that happened during this corona pandemic? Cyber criminals are jumping to utilize this pandemonium and confusion about this unprecedented epidemic to spread virus in the digital realm for their nefarious purposes. They use emergencies such as this situation to get people make decision quickly. They are keenly aware of all these challenges and opportunities for abusing the situation to their advantage and spreading virus under the guise of this COVID-19, causing online infection of millions of people. Now, we will see the different types of attacks that took place during the corona pandemic. We know World Health Organization was giving information, and people were pretending to be World Health Organization and giving information that were wrong. Social media, when you took social media, fake news, and now the new word has been coined, infodemic, that is information pandemic has happened. And because of that, cyber attacks that took place during this corona pandemic. Phishing attacks mimicking business communications also took place during this corona period, and people were doing social engineering, that is non-technical way of targeting the information. Mobile malwares were set out, scams were there. wishing calls, as if you are getting a support call from the mobile service providers or mobile phone companies. You were having wishing type of attack, and people were going on to take their work from home. And these attackers try to target the remote services and RDP, remote desktop and virtual private network. They caused router based attack. Lot of fake emails were coming up, and malicious softwares and files were spread in the internet. During this pandemic, many of them lost job. They were tech savvy, they didn't know what to do. They caused these types of attacks, and many loss has taken place. You can see these are some of the examples of the applications which were fake apps. For example, COVID, which gave information about false information about the status of the COVID in their own locality. These are some of the examples. These are snippets showing potential malicious fake apps. So, Government of India has banned many of the applications, stating that these are all fake. You should not be using them. And then you had phishing scams which were rising. So I'm not going into the detail of this. And there were malicious coronavirus themed sites. So users have reported being redirected to malicious coronavirus themed site when they try to access one of the listed domains. For example, Amazon.com or Google or Washington.edu, like that and all, Disney.com. So some of the example where the users were taken to a diverted web page which was malicious. And you can also think about the state-sponsored hackers who were trying to exploit all these things, like from Russia, it could be from Fancy Bear, North Korea's spear phishing attacks, and China, various other banking trojans and other things. It was actually taking lot of private information of individuals from various sectors in our country. And in India, if you see, we have this PM Cares fund raising thing. So that was initially there were some attacks with this particular PM Cares website, and e-health was there in Kerala, which was affected. Lot of fake funding organizations collecting money were there. Online video communication like Zoom was targeted. So variety of things that took place, which was during this pandemic and lockdown. And because of that, people were misusing this internet or the cyberspace to cause various types of attacks. So there are some key initiatives taken by the government of India from cybersecurity perspective. These are the National Cybersecurity Policy was developed. National Cybersecurity Coordination Centers were, launched, and then National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection, like the power grids, the gas, so many other things. They came into different policies. We have the cyber.
Madam, please conclude, madam.
Yeah,
Already
this is the
15
last
minutes over.
slide.
Please
This is the last slide. Cyber Swachhta Kendra, international cooperation, and all those that are listed here. And concluding remarks is cybersecurity is very significant in the information transfer and scholarly communication. Transferring files or information from computer to computer, person to person is a common occurrence in this information literate society. So the process and the role of cybersecurity in information transfer is preferably to encrypt the data over the network that is in transit, in storage, and also requires strong authentication mechanism to ensure both the sender and the recipient are safe, their information is safe. The importance of developing interactive, collaborative knowledge transfer strategies while adhering to cybersecurity methods have to be followed in the present open access information society. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam, for your excellent and very useful presentation. I think that one library science department should introduce one subject and library cyber security. It is very important. During the COVID period, we are using more and depending more on the what is called an cloud computing system, where transferring of the information and so many problems are there, madam. Your presentation is very good, madam. You have covered so many things like information transfer in cyberspace and information in a as an asset, productivity of promotion of information, and increasing of the cyber crimes and factors influencing the cyber crime, security activities, COVID during the COVID, what are the cyber crimes are and what type of cyber security should be taken by the people. And one thing you have covered, madam, very well. What we tell in the library season, we have to provide right person, right information in the right time. Like that, you have given the right information to the right people at the right time. Very thankful to madam. Nowadays, the cyber security is very required in every subject. That one, it should be very useful. That one, madam. It is 10-15 minutes is not enough. It required a minimum 1 day presentation for you, madam. Thank you, madam. You have taken some pains for covering all the things, madam. Thank you, madam. And now I request last presentation of the session, Nazia Salahuddin, to present research paper on status of research data management services at academic libraries in India, an overview.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Yeah,
Sir,
okay,
I'm audible?
okay, madam, you can present. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay. You can, PPT you can share, madam.
Yes, sir. Hello.
You can keep it in presentation mode, madam.
Sir, it is in presentation mode. Okay, sir. Should I
Yeah,
start?
okay. Now we can. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I'm Nazia Salahuddin, research scholar from lovely Professional University, Pakwara, Punjab. My topic is status of research data management services at academic libraries in India and overview. First, we should know that what is a research data management. Research data management is a care, maintenance of the data that is produced during the course of the research cycle. We can say that after the compilation of the research cycle, it is an integral part of the research process and help to ensure that data is properly organized, described, preserved, and shared. Policy in India and across the world in 2003 into 2020, many organizations work over there in the RDM system. In India, National Science Foundation sharing policy, the National Data Science Service US, Australian National Data Service, Fair Sharing, Pure Health to Research Manager, the National Data Sharing and Accessibility Plan. Research data management life cycle. First, we should know that how we can organize the research data management system in life cycle. First, we search the data, reuse, how to plan your data, how to collect your information, how to restore or store information, describe information and analyze the information, archive the information and publication. Why we manage the data? It is very important and fundamental question. We manage data because of the research and researcher. Help researcher to replicate and verify. It is very important. We can say that we can reduce the plagiarism system to help to manage the data, shared and reuse, preserve for the future use, link with other research purpose. Help researcher meet funding agencies' requirement, increase visibility of research, save future time and efforts, engage in a new form of research, deal with an ever-increasing amount of digital era, signal that researcher value transparency and has a confidence in their research. Continue why we do manage the data, help universities and also help the libraries. In the university perspective, enhance the value of the research, increase the visibility of the institution, encourage the collaboration with other organizations and other institutions, provide support to the researcher in the private perspective and also the government perspective. Help libraries. It is also very important to collaborate the library system, which can also possible. We can manage our data system with other organizations. Become more involved in the research process, demonstrate the value in the changing landscape, utilize existing expertise to meet new needs, preserve and provide access to the data. Why we reuse the data? First, it is very important that why we reuse data, because of the elimination of the plagiarism system, similarity of the work, to eliminate the duplication of research, to use the data what would otherwise to be expensive or difficult to collect, to include historical data that cannot be captured, to add your own data, to give more contextual and statistical power, to analyze using your own questions and method, to perform meta-analysis or replicate result, to train and mentor student and early career researcher. What are the role on the campus? In libraries, data management and consulting, locating appropriate repository, assigned with the data deposit, outreach instruction on a standard, develop data repository collaborating with RDI, research computing, secure storage and backup, authentication and access control, collaboration and analysis tool, consult on the research computing and visualization. What are the role on the campus continue? Grant administration, RTI school department, connecting researcher with the appropriate services, policy compliances, assist with grant proposals, connect faculty on the campus for collaboration. How are other libraries involved in the data service? How to find data, what to do within it, where to put it? These are the basic questions. Where to look, what is availability of variety of sources? It can be help them to access the quality, clean up the data such as the open define, what software to use, where to put it, data archiving publication, help people to participate and involve. Data sources, disciplinary repositories, internal publication, campus repositories, online journal with linked data, government database, subscription databases, direct request to the another researchers. Office of the Digital Innovation and Stewards. How we integrate with the research data lifecycle, manage your own data, data management system, GIS, and metadata harvesting. Advance your scholarship, publishing, copyright, open access, and digital identity of it. Preserve your research, campus repository, spatial data explorer, digital preservation. Preserve your research. Preserve and share your research in the campus. Preserve and share your unique geospatial database in the Spatial Data Explorer. Help you develop preservation strategy for your research. Data curation lifecycle. It is the center of the diagram, drawing out of the center description and representation of information such as metadata, correct information to understand and render digital material and metadata. Preserving planning, community watch and participation, participator development of the shared standard, creation software, create and preserve it, undertake the action of promote, creation and preservation. After you conceptualize what data to create or receive, including metadata, ingest, preservation action, store access use and the reuse. Transfer may need to migrate data to different format. These are the basic tools that can provide. You can save your data from the Google Drive. There are also some kind of free databases. You can save your data from here. Bitbucket, Dropbox, OneDrive, Amazon Series, Box, Own Cloud, Data Server, GitLab, and GitHub. Figshare and Mendeley is one of the big source to save your data, and also Zotero. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your excellent presentation. See, we have total 12 presentations, including theme paper also, and total 11 papers are presented, and there is 3 papers from one from Germany, one from Thailand, and other for Sri Lanka paper also there. There is a good papers. I have seen that one. Here we have seen that good papers of what are required, the professional skills and competency skills and user studies, information literacy, and cyber security, and even research productivity of different universities that they have given. Kurukshetra University and other universities are given. Very good, useful, and informative session this one. Now I request our co-chair of the session, Mr. Dr. N. Shiva, to briefly explain about the remarks about the session.
So thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I thank the organizing committee members of 4th I-Liss International Conference for giving this great opportunity as a co-chair in this session. I think everyone has presented very nice, very well. Overall 12 papers, that one invited papers from Germany and one from Thailand. And everyone presented very nicely. The COVID pandemic, skills for information professionals during the COVID-19, and attitude towards MOOCs, and reflection to research productivity, a study on symptomatic profiles, and the importance of cyber security, and the last one, status of research data. I think the time is already 1:45. We have to go for next session. So thank
you, co-chair Dr. Shiva. Thank you. I'm very thankful to our theme paper presenter from Germany, Professor Thomas. Even though it is a very hard time for you, morning 7 o'clock is presented. Good presentation, is excellent presentation is also there. And one more presenter from Sri Lanka, and one more presenter from the Jutati from the Thailand also. They are very good informative presentations where you can know that one exchange of the information and different development of different information management systems in different countries also. Very good presentation. I am very thankful to President of the Association, Dr. Ho, and the Director of the conference, Dr. Ramesh Babu, and also the co-chair Shiva, and Organizing Secretary, my brother Mr. Ashok, and also I am thankful to Dr. Rajendran for the Secretary General for giving me these opportunities. Thank you once again, everybody. And special thanks to O. I am seeing that one since morning is observing all the proceedings, sir. Thank you, sir, O, for your interest and encouragement and guidance for organizing this conference also. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It is now I request the organizing secretary to take up the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Professor Viranjanil, sir, and Mr. Dr. Shiva for conducting the session in a wonderful way. I thank the invited paper speaker for the excellent deliberations. Thank you very much, Professor, for your time and continuity in the session. I thank Professor Wu and all the dignitaries in the session. Now we are moving for lunch. We will start our final session. Final session around 2 o'clock. So I request all of you to join before 1:30 to 2 Indian time. Thank you very much.
Sir, it is already 1:45, sir. Can they come back within 10 minutes?
Sir, now, yes, sir, yes, sir. Now it is 1:47.
Dissemination of knowledge. So the sub-theme for this session is very apt, and this is the I-Liss Education and Research, and we have with us very legendary personality with us, Professor Lakshman Rao, sir, and he is a very eminent scholar, and he is a very great personality. So we are very fortunate today for this particular session. We have with us Professor Lakshman Rao, sir. Altogether, we have 11 papers, and we have 120 minutes. So first, Professor Lakshman Rao, sir, paper will be there on revamping I-Liss education in India, a critical approach. May I request Professor Lakshman Rao, sir, please throw a light on the particular theme and the topic, that is revamping I-Liss education in India, a critical approach. So I will invite Professor Lakshman Rao, sir. Over to you, sir. Yeah, your voice, you are not audible, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir, to this session.
Everybody, good afternoon, Chairman, Chairperson, Associate Chairperson, Secretary, President of the Association, my friend Dr. Ramesh Babu, then other teachers are also there. Dr. Ashok is there. Everybody, good afternoon. I know it is very difficult for anybody to sit after the lunch time, but still, I think my voice will make you not to sleep. Every time we use a word restructuring, but I used a word revamping. The reason is simple. Restructuring is pushing from one part to another part, another course, from another course to here. But I am totally different approach. But before that, let me say, all of us know that in India, first school was 1911-12 in the Baroda. We all remember W.A. Borden. And then next, there were 4 changes were there. There was an attempt for 4 times in India for LIS education. First was 1965 when Dr. Ranganathan was chairing a review committee on LIS education. Then after another 14 years, there was recommendations of the UGC panel under the chairmanship of Ranganathan. Then in 1992, there was first curriculum development committee report was submitted under the chairmanship of Professor Kaula. Then 2001, second CDC was submitted under the chairmanship of Karisitappa. So what we are able to see is 35 years, we have seen 4 times there was an attempt to review the LIS education. When you say review, it is about the content, it is about the structure, everything. But for the last 20 years, nothing has been done. But during this 20 years, there is a lot of changes that have taken place in the publishing world, in the education side, and even including the library procedures and library practices. So therefore, after 20 years or after 2 decades, there is an urgent need to think about revamping. What does a revamping I mean? It's a new and improved structure. Totally, it says new. It's not just adjustment. I want something to become a new one. I'm sure all of you agree. I need not say about the objectives. The objectives of the LIS education is closely related with the objectives of the library management. Because after all, in education, we learn the concepts, we learn the skills, and then we implement so that in the library, they will be able to provide the best possible and quality service. So for that, when we want to learn the skills and when we also want to learn the concepts, we have to plan in such a way that how best we will be able to, our products will be able to go to the library and make an attempt to provide the quality service. And the quality service just doesn't come, it comes with several factors and also several changes that we have to make as far as the present library system is concerned. So when you say we are talking about the earlier I said about 4 committees, and have we seen how far the recommendations made in these 4 committees are relevant today? Relevant today, the reason is everything in the library we have changed. From a physical document, we have gone to digital document, right? From physical or manual issue, we have gone to automated issue. Even automated, not only automated issue, even self-issue, self-return, right? And we are talking about the electronic resources today, and we are talking about remote access, whatnot. And we have gone to such an extent, even the organization of the material also we have changed. The classification, the cataloging has taken a lot of changes as we were talking about 2 to 3 decades ago. Today, what we talk about the cataloging has changed when electronic resources come. We are talking about metadata, right? So there is a lot of changes. When the changes are plenty and radical changes have taken place, it is necessary for us to think about revamping of library science education. When you talk about the library revamping, ultimately our goal is how we will be able to make our student capable of managing the modern library. Unfortunately, modern word is being used for last 4 decades or 5 decades, but the word has not changed, but these things have changed. And when you talk about the present curriculum, we have to question ourselves how the curriculum can make the student capable of managing the present technology-oriented library, right? And is it possible? Then another important thing is looking at the changes that are taking place and the influence of technology. Today, we have to undergo a lot of things, including one is content and the second is the structure. When I'm talking about the structure, in India, most of the schools, out of 2 years, we learn about more than 20 plus subjects. Is it really necessary for us to learn 20 plus subjects? I remember one course jack of all, master of none. So structure is basic. I use library system. Now I am talking totally different. I'm talking, take an example of MBA. They also do for 2 years, but they study everything in core, and ultimately they go for either marketing or HR or finance. That means they study only 2 subjects and they become expert and they are able to get a better employment. But when our products come, when we learn about 20 plus subjects, ultimately the student is not in a position to go and handle the technology. Then second and most important problem with us is a student who is from a regional language, and also he doesn't have any idea about the computer, and we treat them that they know the computers, and we go on teaching them which they don't understand and which they will not be able to implement. So therefore, I think probably those who are not having computer literacy, I think we should take a month prior to the joining into the course, give them 1 or 1.5 months of coaching related to the technology. Because even today, I have seen many people, if you say, what is the data, how much data you can put in a CD and DVD, why they both are same size, why you are able to put the more data in DVD? People don't know. They don't know, they have not seen the floppies. They have not seen a lot of things. Probably next generation will not be able to see CD and DVD because no computer system is coming with the DVD drive or CD drive. So there is a lot of changes that are taking place from last 2 to 3 decades, where we have seen 5.25 floppy, and today no floppy, no CD, no DVD, only we are depending on pen drives. Where pen drives, you have 256 GB and a small one, we are able to store the data. Then another important.
Sir, may I disturb you, sir? Just a minute. Excuse me, Professor Lakshman Rao, sir. Hello.
Sir,
your internet connection may not be stable, I think. So, can you please off your video so that we can hear your voice, sir, if it is comfortable for you?
What is repeat? Hello?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to say?
Sir, your voice is not coming properly. I think some interruption is there in the internet connectivity. So if you off the video, then automatically your voice will be clear for us.
Yeah, I'm changing the internet subscriber.
Okay.
I hope now it is okay.
Yes, sir. It is now.
Yeah, I think automatically it is picking up a different one. Sorry. Maybe
sorry
I'll
to
just
disturb you, sir. Yeah, now you can continue.
The purpose is, after all, if I say something, you should appreciate me also. Thank you. Okay. Now, when I was talking about the technology, that is first part. Second part is, can we make based on the MBA or based on education, B.Ed or M.Ed education, can we also restructure? What is this restructuring? As I took an example of MBA, can we think of core subjects like management, like a classification, like cataloging, reference service, etc. And the second side, core subjects, elective subjects, one of them is like management of electronic resources. Today, every library has a mandatory to purchase the electronic resources. May I request to mute others, please?
Unmute your mic, then it speak.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir. You can continue. Sorry.
When I'm talking about the core subjects which are essential, but when I'm talking about electives, today, electronic resources are compulsory for every library. So can we have one elective such as a management of electronic resources? Today, I have seen they don't know how to be organized. They don't know how to provide information. They don't know how to provide access. But every year they are buying worth of 2 lakhs of rupees electronic resources. So it is, unfortunately, we are not teaching in the library science courses. Similarly, when we talk about the automation, why should we talk about so many automation softwares? We should talk something in general, and then we should give them hands-on experience on one software if they learn on one software. So these things, these such electives should have not just one paper, but 2 or 3 papers where theory 1 and 2 practicals, or 1 theory and 1 practicals. For example, today we are talking about the copy cataloging. How many classes, how many departments are teaching? Unfortunately, I think majority of the departments, they are not giving hands-on experience on copy cataloging. And unfortunately, still we are talking about ASCR 2, even though there is a new edition has come. But still, at least we should learn how to, we should teach them how to make them to learn copy cataloging. Similarly, today everywhere we are talking about digital libraries and institutional repositories. It could be one of the electives where they will go back and then develop the digital library. Digital library is not a big thing, but they just learn one software that is more important. Then most important today, we need to support the users in the context of the publishing their research output. This is very, very important. The changes have taken place from the paper printing, paper publication, and they are not in a position to publish the paper today. We are not teaching between reprint and preprint. Preprints have taken a very important role today, because the publication, even whether it is accepted or not accepted, to provide the recognition of the research output, they have to put into the preprints. And this is unfortunately, there is most of the universities, they don't put down to the syllabus. So if you go on looking into this, we are in a position to find a lot of information that we are talking about today, we are practicing today, that is missing in the. So therefore, what I suggest is we should have core subjects, but electives, let them learn 1 or 2, like HR, like finance in the MBA. Let them go back to the library. Let them start doing working. Today, when we talk about the automation, we don't know how to install. We don't know how do we restructure, how do we create the structure, data structure. We don't know how to create a record structure. We don't know what is the difference between a field and record, because we are talking theoretically. Theoretically, they will not be able to learn. So this next important point that we have to think is new topics, which we have to change, especially in the context of the technology. Technology points to topics have to be we have to include in the content. This is because today minus technology, the library cannot be managed. So when you talk about the new things, for example, we are talking open access so liberally, but when we talk about the open access, when the teacher comes and asks us how do I publish? What are these open access? There are n number of things are there. The changes are open access. Then we are talking about read and publish. Then we are talking about guided open access. Then we are talking about planners. Today in India, we are talking about one nation, one subscription. The changes that are taking place, how far we will be able to put in either as a core, and so that the students will be able to learn and guide the scholars. So when you look into this, these are very important things, especially, as I said, technology orientation, technology implementation is very, very important, right? Then at the same time, we also look for certain other things like teaching methodology, what we may call pedagogy. What are we doing? The student comes first time, he doesn't know publishing, he doesn't know anything, but we go on giving the lectures. Are we making them understand the background? So therefore, in every course, we need to give some background. If you look into the curriculum, they start 5 laws of library science. What is this 5 laws of library science? In what context? 5 laws of library science is great, recognized by all over the world. But can we give something, the library situation, why library, what library, and what are the different types of material, what are the objectives of the library? Unfortunately, because of the limitation of the time, they call it first semester and trimester, and with the semester system, hardly we have time. So in this time, we are not in a position. So can we create a background, not only technology, but about the library and library conditions? That is very, very important. Then most important that we find is today, unfortunately, we hear the word digitization and digitalization. Unfortunately, we use loosely, but there is a lot of difference between digitization and digitalization. Digitization is the converting from physical to the digital media. digitalization is a process of using the digital technology in the management. So unfortunately, we have to teach them the differences. And we talk at the top level, but we are forgetting to tell them at the base level. So can we think of something putting at the base level? That is very, very important. Then at the same time, as I told in the context of the structure, in every semester, can we think of two core papers and one optional paper with three courses or three papers, one theory and two practice, so that let them become master in learning. And at the same time here, we have to also understand the teacher must be trained, the teacher must be committed, the teacher must go on learning the new things that are coming in. Today we are talking about cloud computing. And how many of us, our students are aware of what is cloud computing? Can we give an example of OneDrive, where we take a OneDrive, we put our sources and sit anywhere in the world and then copy down from OneDrive your files? It is simple. Can we compare with the cloud computing? Similarly, we can do it. So there are a lot of things that we have to, the teaching methodology, when I was talking about teaching methodology, how best we'll be able to give example. Today, most of them, they use the mobile, some smart mobile. But smart mobile, they have learned certain things, but which are very, very common, popular. But when they come to the library and library science education, they are different. So our viewpoint on the course content and course structure has to be rethought and rethinking about that is necessary. And then there is our most important is when you go to the Western countries, we have an accreditation in both in UK and US. In India, we don't neither we have a accreditation policy, and the library associations are totally indifferent on this part. And what is happening? You will be surprised to know there is no control by any agency on number of students taken, number of teachers are there. Ultimately, we are able to find in most of the university, the number of teachers are very minimal and who will not be able to handle. So therefore, one of the most important is infrastructure. Infrastructure includes the equipment. Infrastructure includes the teachers. I want to put the teachers also under the infrastructure. And when I'm talking about the cataloging classification tools, DC, some of them, there are 20 students are there, there are 2 DCs or 2 D6 are there. When you teach the DC, when you teach the classification, do we not need to show them practically, work with them? Then most important is Ranganathan is like our, he's a father of library science, but is like a god for library science in India. But what is happening is content. Where is his content? Today morning when we get up, we celebrate Ranganathan's birthday. What is happening with the Sharda Ranganathan endowment? What is happening with the DRTC? They are not trying to do some research on the Ranganathan's concepts. I think there is an urgent need, but still we want to put CC, even though there is no basic numbers are not there in the case of a lot of subjects. But still we want to use the CC. I am for the classification CC theory, but not the practical. So we have to look from the present point of view and broadly in the context of the changes that are taking place in the education all over the world. Then there is also another most important I would like to say is internship. Now some of them I know when the university says, yes, we are doing internship. When it is between semester and semester, they have 1 week, they say they go to 1 week. It's not like that. You must make internship for 2 months to 6 months. And it should be a planned internship. That is, every student should work in every section for a week's time. It is not leaving everything. And once we have started in our university, we have started in the year, I think 2002 or 2003 internship. And today, number of universities have started, but they are just leaving to the library. It should not be like library. We should plan what has to be learned, because handling the users is very important. Communication with the users is very important. You may have a lot of knowledge, you may have a lot of subject, but unless you have the approach, how do you approach the users? How do you understand the users? I'm sure all of us remember Ranganathan's reference question or reference query. That is very, very useful today, even today to learn. So there are a lot of things that are coming, but what is happening ultimately is today, most of the top libraries, they are getting on remote access, most of the resources, but still the librarian plays a key role. Today, because of these things, everybody says, every academic administrator says, why not we go for the Google? Why do we need the library? We must be able to say Google gives you a lot of information. They don't know whether it's relevant, whether it's valid, authentic or not. But whereas the librarian can give the authentic and relevant information, they can guide. So unfortunately, we are not in a position to plead saying that how the library will be able to help much better than in comparison with the Google. So therefore, looking into things, overall viewpoint is very, very important, and it is revamping, looking from the content, looking from the structure, looking from the teaching point, looking from the internship. Everything has to be re-looked, and then ultimately we have to come back to the preparation of the curriculum. Then we will be able to do justice. I know that we are able to manage. They are going to the library. We are the library. They are learning in the library. That is not the case. We must give a better background. I know everything cannot be learned in the department, but we must give a better background by better planning. This is what I just want to say. Thank you very much, because I know the time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful and very thought-provoking lecture on revamping LIS education in India, a critical approach. And as you said that there is a lot of changes and drastically changes in the LIS education, we have to also take care about the curriculum so that we can develop the capable or the competency in the LIS students. And we have to also search for the quality services also. And you have also told that the 4 committee recommendations, relevance also we have to check it. And there is a radical changes in the LIS education. And we have to also think about is the present curriculum is capable for making our students in this IT era. So you have given a very thoughtful thought, sir, for this today's session. That is, we have to restructure our LIS education in the line of the MBA courses, where the specialization has given the most emphasis, like management of the electronic resources, copy cataloging, and we have to also introduce some more elective courses in our LIS education so that we can give the practical hands-on experiences to the students. And especially we have to also think about that our teaching pedagogies or the teaching methods where that teaching methods will be very useful for the near LIS teachers. And teachers should be also trained and there should be accreditation. And you have also emphasized on the urgent need. There is an urgent need to do the research by the various association and especially DRTC and the other Sardar Ranganathan endowment also is there. And you have talked about the internship program also. I like your ideas, sir. And as the LIS teacher, I give you the assurance that whenever the restructuring of the syllabus will be there, then we can also give a thought for your thoughtful points. So thank you, Dr. Professor Lakshman Rao, sir, for being with us and given us the very good guidelines for revamping the LIS education in India and also at the international level, sir. And I hope all the participants have some queries. I can say that means I can invite some of the participants to ask queries or your whatever doubts or any other comments related with this theme, like revamping of the LIS education.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini Lihetkar, and my sincere thanks to Lakshman Rao for making a thought-provoking and a very critical approach of the present-day LIS education system. And I know Professor Lakshman Rao speaks point blank when the question of criticism comes. He is the first person to criticize and the first person to also appreciate in the present-day circumstances. I know him for the past 40 years. One thing I would like to supplement and compliment Professor Lakshman Rao, and he has given very good picture about this, how Ranganathan concepts are ignoring or they are forgetting these things. I want to supplement Professor Lakshman Rao's presentations in the sense, as already has pointed out. And I talk about the Ranganathan's concepts. Sometimes, many a times, we are missing the very conceptual ideas of Ranganathan in the context of incorporating the current subjects like ICT, digital library, literacy, so many things. But we forget the very philosophy of Ranganathan. I am very sorry to this point. In the recent years, the Board of Studies, new syllabus, people are talking about ICT. Basically, the philosophy of Ranganathan is totally forgetting, and I'm afraid in the future generation, the next generation users do not know what Ranganathan concepts are, what Ranganathan contributions are. That's really, Lakshman Rao will point out the point, and I really supplement and compliment my Professor Lakshman Rao sir for this kind of a thing. And I have seen many syllabuses. And in fact, I would like to compliment that in Mahasarkam of Thailand, there is a separate paper and management where they talk about Ranganathan 5 laws in elaborate manner in the master's level. But somehow we are not teaching. Some schools, they forget about Ranganathan 5 laws, Ranganathan's contributions, classification principles. Because we are having other subjects like literacy program, digital libraries, whatnot. All the new subjects are pumping down, and we are forgetting the very basics of library science, which he already pointed out. I also joined with him. And at least the young library science professors after our generations, you people should consider that in making. Let us not forget the base and also include the thing. There is a symbiosis or via balance in incorporating the syllabi. So without forgetting the basics, at the same time, without also ignoring the current developments, balance it. That is not being done in many schools. I don't want to name the schools, but I have seen many school syllabus. We do not know many times what are the Ranganathan concepts. In fact, somebody said, classification approach, what about facet analysis? They don't know much about that. As he said, rightly said, we don't want CC, but we want classification principles. That's what Lakshman Rao sir point out. So let us have a syllabus, Ranganathan principles in classification, because they are basics of librarianship. That's my submission. And young people, you people are in the future generation of the teachers. You, like Salini and other people, can do that job in their syllabus formulation. Let us not just pumping the ICT. You need ICT, but not at the cost of library science basics. That's my simple submission. I cannot congratulate Guru like Professor Lakshman Rao. I can only say my respects for Lakshman Rao for having given thought of the subject. I know it comes to the question of criticism comes. He talks very nicely. I had another experience in Bhubaneswar some 2 years back in KT University. He spoke about some other similar aspect in more than half an hour extemper. And I have to ask him, sir, cut, sir, the time is over, sir, like that. He's such a man. He talks exponentially and something very great. I thank on behalf of the I-Liss and also the organizers of the conference for accepting our invitation to be one of the invited speakers. And really, I thank also Ashok Kumar for having inviting him on our suggestion, and the committee decided to invite him. He has accepted and he has participated. Thank you for your contribution and input, sir. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairperson, can you just give me 1 minute time? I just want to.
Yes, sir, definitely.
I have 3 points to say. One is when we are talking about Ranganathan, it is not just learning Ranganathan. There are 2 aspects are there. One is how do we improve Ranganathan concepts in the context of the technology? That is more important. Research, or you may say interpretation, or whatever it is. That is one area. Second, which is not being done by the people. Everybody says, I am Ranganathan Chela, I am Ranganathan student, I am Ranganathan. Everybody quote, but they have done nothing. They use the name of Ranganathan, and also maybe some of them they made money. I don't know. I'm not exactly to say that.
That's correct.
So right. So Ranganathan, if we want to see him alive after another decade, I think there must be something has to be done. We cannot forget Ranganathan. Today's status has come because of Dr. Ranganathan. Right? In India, when we talk about the library science, academic libraries, it is only we have to salute to Dr. Ranganathan, who is responsible for the present status. That is one important thing. So the concepts have to be developed, concepts have to be reoriented, concepts have to be researched in the context of the changing scenario. This is one. Second is when we are talking about the standardized syllabus, and also I know accreditation is not possible in our country on par with the education, engineering and medicine, but at least the library associations every time and again give only the felicitations. Instead of felicitations, can they come together, spend little money, take the opinions, and then prepare a draft structure or a draft curriculum? Because we are able to see, whenever you see every month at least 10 places, there is only felicitation, nothing else. And recently I have seen, I'm sorry to say that he has become a librarian a few months ago. He has been already celebrated 10 times. right? So that is therefore in UGC we are not in a position to get it done. I think the most important is library associations to start initiating this one. Then the third one, as Professor Ramesh Babu said, the teacher's attitude must be changed. I also have an experience of sharing. Some of the teachers, who will teach? You are ready to say syllabus, who will teach? Okay, you teach 1 year, 2 years. After 2 years, you become a good teacher teaching that. And lastly, I have my own experience. In 2001, when we wanted to, I was as a net syllabus designer, remaining 3 people out of 4, they were against introducing the technology. Then I said, okay, we'll introduce after 1, 2 years, they're forced to learn. And ultimately they gave me, you take a unit 8 and 9, you design. So if I would have not fought on that day, probably net syllabus also would not have had any technology. So therefore, the present and past, of course, we don't have any power. Like Professor Shalini, she should have a lobby and create a lobby to fight for the creation of the new syllabus. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor Lakshman Rao, sir, for giving a very thoughtful thoughts for the LIS professionals, especially for the LIS education. And I ensure that we will try to make our best to do the standardization in the syllabus. As after 2003, there is no such committee from the UGC. So we have to also find out there should be a committee on the revamping the LIS education. And Professor Ramesh Babu sir has rightly supplements. There should be a balance in the traditional concept and the modern concept in the library science. So we can also make the efforts to make a balance in between the curriculum about the traditional and the modern concepts. So thank you, Professor Ramesh Babu sir also. And Professor Lakshman Rao sir has a very good teacher, I know. And because of his effective teaching, we are here and we are listening very attentively. So thank you, Professor Lakshman Rao sir, for being with us on behalf of the committee and on behalf of the organizing secretary. Now we will move towards the paper presenters, and we have altogether 10 papers, and we have a time of near about 100 minutes. So each paper will be, now we have to think about how many times we have to allot it for each paper. So near about 8 minutes and 2 minutes for the discussion. We can take it some of the questions from the participants. So now I invite Julie Devi or Dr. KP Singh sir for presenting the paper on Library Herald, a bibliometric study from 2005 to 2020. Over to Julie Devi. Are you available?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Julie from University of Delhi, a research scholar, MPhil. So my study was based on Library Herald journal during the period of 2005 to 2020. Today's journal are the most significant sources of communication and information of new ideas in any subject field. The subject bibliometrics was the first defined by Pritchard in 1968, but it became popular in 1980 as the application of mathematical and statistical methods to books and other media of communication. It is a quantitative evaluation of publication patterns of all macro and micro communication along with their authorship by mathematical and statistical calculation. As we know, in today's information era, bibliometric study is an emerging thrust area of research in the field of library and information science and other fields too, to observe the growth of literature and the research trend in this field. This method of study. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Miss Julie.
Yes, ma'am.
You can skip the basic concept, okay? Directly go for your analysis part so that we can save the time, okay?
Okay, ma'am. So my objectives are to find out airways distribution of article, authorship pattern that are published in the articles, most prolific
number चाहिए था गाड़ी का पापा को.
Hello, his mic is on, please. yourself. Hello. You can continue, Julie.
Yes, ma'am. Author productivity of published articles, geographical distribution of articles, to identify most prolific author, their institution, and calculate the degree of collaboration. So my findings are this analysis. Yeah. First we have talked about the year-wise distribution of articles. In my study, I have collected data from 2005 to 2020, which is a time span of 16 years, in which total 467 articles that have been published in the journal, in which we have found that highest number 37 articles, which is approximately 7.92% articles published in volume 56, which is the highest one, and the lowest one is 16, which is 3.42% of articles, which is published in volume 43, 2005. Now, year-wise authorship pattern of articles. In this, we have found total 753 number of authors that have contributed during the period of study, in which it is found that total 330 authors are two-authored papers, and 243 papers are in single-authored paper, and 144 are three-author publication, and 16 are four-author, and 5 are 20 papers are in five-author publication. So, in which maximum number of authors published in their articles in the year 2018, and the minimum was published in 2005, which is number 60 number of articles. Now, prolific author contribution and their affiliation. In this table, I have mentioned the top 10 most prolific authors.
They'll be less interested usually.
A total in this, we have found that Dr. K.P. Singh and Dr. Nusrat was the most contributing author during the period of study. They have contributed total 25 number of articles. Now, geographical distribution of articles. In this geographical distribution of articles, it was found that total 467 contributed during the period of study. India has acquired the top position with 410 contributions, which is contributed around 87.79%, followed by Iran, which is 28, and Nigeria. It appears that the coverage of Library Herald is not very broad, and its scope is confined to the Indian continent only. Author productivity. In author productivity, it shows that the number of authors per paper is 1.61, and the average productivity per author is 0.62. That is 47 articles which contributed 1.95, which is published in 2030. Institution-wise contribution of articles. In this, we have found that the University of Delhi has contributed the maximum number of papers during the period of study, which is 98, and constitute around 21%, followed by University of Tehran, Iraq. Now, degree of collaboration. Degree of collaboration is a prominent research area in bibliometric study, which indicates trend in a single and joint authorship during 2005 to 2020. That is shown that the degree of collaboration ranges from 0.00 to 0.06, and the average degree of collaboration is 0.5. Now, conclusion of my study. The present study of the total 467 publication contributing Library Herald Journal during the period of study, which is 2005 to 2020. Result of this study shows that the trend of growth in the contribution of published articles during the study, and found that the highest number of contribution of paper is 37 number of articles were found in volume 56 2018, while the lowest one was 16, which is in the year 2005. The maximum number of contribution was received from the two authorship, yani joint authorship pattern was more as compared to single authorship. Out of 467 contribution, India has acquired the top position with 410 contribution. It appears that the coverage of Library Herald is not very broad, and its scope is confined to Indian continent only. Both K.P. Singh and Nusrat has contributed the highest number of articles with 25, which constituted around 24%. The study further reveals that the average number of author paper is 1.61, and and the average productivity per paper is 0.62. The degree of collaboration ranges from 0.00 to 0.6, and the average degree of collaboration was found 0.59. Thank you. These are my references.
Okay, Miss Juhi, you have presented well about the Library Herald, the bibliometric study. Just I wanted to know because this is the Indian journal. Okay.
Yes.
So most of the authors from the Indian areas. Okay.
Yes.
So is there any degree of collaboration with the international level?
Yes, ma'am. Internationally, ma'am, internationally around 4 to 5% only.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. Now the session is open for the question from the any participants. I invite some questions. Any participants having some questions, they can directly ask.
Dr. Shalini, small advice, you can ask the questions last too. Otherwise, it's a disturbance of the sessions. After the presentations, you can open for the session for questions.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Now, Julie, you will wait. We have a session, means we have a question answer session at the end of the session. Now I invite Dinesh Kumari or Neelam Malik or Seema Parmar for the title Research Productivity in Maharishi Dayanand University, a Quantitative Approach. And I also request the presenters kindly skip some of the basic concepts, directly go for your objective research methodology if the paper is a research paper, and then go for your findings and any recommendations or suggestions are there. So I invite one of the author among three, Dinesh Kumari, Neelam Malik or Seema Parmar.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Available?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Please tell your name.
Ma'am, here is Dinesh Kumari.
Okay, okay, okay. You can present, madam.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my PPT, so kindly you can share it so that I can present it.
Okay, you have Dr. Ashok Babu sir. Do you have a presentation of
Yes,
Dinesh Kumari?
You already submitted, huh?
Yeah, you can present, share the PPT.
Hello.
Yes, madam. Wait. They
Okay.
are finding.
Hello. It is not possible to share, or what is the issue?
Sir, it is not opening in my device.
Oh, you are in mobile, huh?
Yeah, I think she is attending the program by mobile.
Okay, meanwhile, Dinesh Kumari, what I'm suggesting, you send the PPT to Ashok Babu. Meanwhile, we can take it another participant so that we can save the time. May I invite for website of law colleges in Tamil Nadu bibliometric study to Dr. Jaishankaran or T. Sumathi or M. Munniswamy. Are you available, sir? Dr. Jaishankaran or Sumathi?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, you can present. And meanwhile, I request Dr. Dinesh Kumari, please send your presentation to Ashok Babu, sir.
Ma'am, I have already sent.
But he has to find out, na? So we can take another participant.
Okay, ma'am. Just wait, ma'am. I'm sending again.
Okay, sir. Over to Dr. Jaishankaran, sir. Your voice is not coming, Dr. Jaishankaran, sir.
Jai Shankar.
Please unmute Jayshankar. Dr. Jayshankar, please unmute your.
To find out the global rank of the Law College website of Tamil Nadu, to find out the test fellow and citation fellow of the Law College website of Tamil Nadu. My study research methodology. This study data for the website of Law College Tamil Nadu was collected by using the checkpagerank.net search engine. The data were collected from August 2021. The analyzed by using the MS Excel sheet analyzer. This study has collected all metric aspects about website of the law colleges of Tamil Nadu, like domain authority, page authority, CBR score, spam score, global rank, external backlink, education backlink, test fellow, citation fellow, topic value, indexed URLs. Next table. This table quantum of Tamil Nadu Law Colleges website of Domain Authority, Page Authority. Domain Authority, Government Law College, Trichy. 22 highest Domain Authority out of the 13 law colleges. Saraswati Law College, Tindivanam, 1 lowest Domain Authority out of 13 law colleges. Next, Page Authority. Page Authority. This table quantum of Tamil Nadu Law College website of CBR score and SPAN score. CBR score, Government Law College Trichy, 2.7, highest CBR score. SPAN score, Government Law College Ramanathapuram, Saraswati Law College Tindivanam, 0.5, lowest CBR score.
CBR என்னன்றது
This figure quantum of Tamil Nadu Law College website by global rank. Government Law College Coimbatore, first global rank. Central Law College Salem, last global rank. This table quantum of external backlink and education backlink. External backlink, Chennai Dr. Ambedkar Government Law College, Pudupakam, 18, highest external backlink. Government Law College, Dharmapuri, Government Law College, Ramanathapuram, Saraswati Law College, Tindivanam, 2 lowest external backlink. Next, education backlink. Government Law College, Tirunelveli, 47, highest education backlink. Saraswati Law College, Tindivanam, 0, lowest education backlink.
Yes, Dr. Jayshankar.
69
Yes, tell me, ma'am.
Test fellow out of 30 law college. Government Law College, Madurai. Tindivanam, lowest test fellow out of 13 law colleges. Citation below. Government Law College Trichy, 28, highest citation fellow out of 13 law colleges. Saraswati Law College Tindivanam, 3, lowest citation fellow out of 13 law colleges. This table quantum of Tamil Nadu Law Colleges website by topic value and index URL. Topic value, Chennai Dr. Ambedkar Government Law College, Pattaram, Perambudur, 5, highest topic value out of 13 law colleges. Saraswati Law College, Tindivanam, 0, lowest topic value out of 13 law colleges. Index URL, Central Law College, Salem, 660, highest index URL out of 13 law colleges. Saraswati Law College Tindivanam to lowest index URL out of 13 law colleges. Conclusion. The study has selected almost 13 law colleges in Tamil Nadu website and analyzed about different aspects regarding the government law college Trichy. 22 was the highest government authority out of the 13 law college sites. Government law college Coimbatore 26 was the highest state authority out of the 13 sites. The study also found that CBR score government law college Trichy 2.7 was the highest out of all 30 sites. Same course Central Law College Salem was the highest out of 13 sites. The global rank out of the government law college Coimbatore list Tamil Nadu law colleges global rank is the college out of the 30 sites. The external ranking of the Chennai Dr. Ambedkar government law colleges Pudupakam 18 was the highest out of the all 30 sites. Education ranking of the Chennai Dr. Ambedkar government law college Pudupakam 60 was the highest out of all 13 sites. The first fellow of the Central Law College Salem 69 was the highest out of the all 13 sites. Citation fellow of the Government Law College Trichy 28 was the highest out of all 13 sites. The traffic value of the Chennai Dr. Ambedkar Government Law College Pattalam Perambudur 5 was the highest out of all 30 sites. Index URL of the Central Law Colleges Salem 660 was the highest out of all 30 sites. This study will help understand the 30 law colleges in Tamil Nadu website quality of the domain authority, base authority, CBR score, tram score, global rank, external ranking, education ranking, trust fellow, citation fellow, traffic value, index URL, and quantitative aspect of the construction and soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jaishankar, for presenting a paper on websites of law college in Tamil Nadu, a webometric study. And this is really a very good paper to know which websites is very useful, means which website is very having the global rank in the law colleges in Tamil Nadu. Now I request the next presenter for presenting the paper of mapping of research productivity on green building, a bibliometric study by Pratibha Prajapati or Dr. MP Singh. Are you available?
Yes, ma'am.
Pratibha, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can present.
Yes, ma'am. I am Pratibha Prajapati. Pursuing MPhil under the supervision of Dr. MP Singh, sir. Today I am presenting research topic on mapping of research productivity on green building, a bibliometric study.
Ma'am, you have to enable editing and map. Yes.
As we know, in present era, everyone talking about going green initiative, and along with the green movement, because we are facing obtaining some problems like pure water and air quality. As we know, bibliometric study is the mathematical and statistical tool for a method to analyze the book and books number and book chapter. This study considered as a quantitative study, and bibliometric helps in the studies of the granular growth of the literature in any area, measure the productivity of journal growth literature, and it's provide quantitative evolution of publication pattern of all types of micro and micro subjects. This paper attempt a bibliometric study in the field of green building during the study period from 2012 to 2021. Why green building? Why I am choosing green building? Green building are designed to save energy and resources, recycle materials, and minimize the emission of toxic substance throughout its life cycle. Green building harmonies with the local climate, traditional culture, and surrounding environment. Green buildings are able to sustain, improve the quality of human life while maintaining the capacity of ecosystem at local and global levels. Green building make efficient use of resources, have significant operational savings, increasing workplace productivity. Buildings, it sends the right message about a company or an organization that it will run responsible and committed to the future. Objective. Here are my objectives. To find out the year-wise distribution in green building literature, find out the most productive authors, journals, and to identify the language subject-wise distribution, to identify the ranking of the countries in green building literature, to examine the highly cited article in the field of green building, examine the visualization of keyword occurrence in the publication of green building. Research methodology. Total 8,428 literature are retrieved from the Scopus database during the year 2012 to 2021. MS Excel is used to analyze the knowledge graph of dominant author, subject by production, and journal productivity. In this study, Bose Viva software has been also used for visualization of data. Data interpretation. In year-wise distribution, this table shows that the articles that are published in year-wise, the most productive year is 2020 with 2,557 articles, and the least of the number publication is 2012 with 1,384. The number of publications has decreased during the year 2020 to 2021. Visualization of author keyword cluster analysis. This map is created with the help of Bose Viva software, and I have taken 2,000 records were taken. However, only 163 records meet their goal for visualization mapping. The minimum number of occurrence of keyword was considered at 5, in which visualization green building keyword is highly maximum used during the study, and it is followed by sustainable development. Highly cited title. In this table, conservation of biomass to select chemical product is highly cited article with 1,678 citation. It is identified that 25 subject published article in the field of green building, but here only top 10 are presented in this table, in which engineering found the most productive subjects during the study year with 8,155 articles, followed by environmental science, 5,147 articles. In most productive author, Jed Gao is the most productive author with 38 articles, and followed by BMW by TAM published 32 articles, which is ranked second place. In journal-wise distribution, and the above table shows that the top 10 journal with their total number of articles. Total 160 articles have been observed for the output of 8,271 articles. It is found that IOP conference series Earth and Environmental Science with 572 articles. The most productive journal, followed by the Sustainability Switzerland with 416 articles found during the study period. Top 10 most productive country. In top 10 most productive country, China is ranked in first place with 4,034 articles, followed by United States with 2,772 articles. Finding of the study. During the study, maximum literature published from China highest publication found in year 2020. The number of publication has been decreased during the year 2020 to 2021, and Jedgo is ranked top most productive author in the field of green building. Maximum paper have been published under the engineering subject. Conservation of biomass to selected chemical product received the highest citation. In journal-wide production, IOP Conference Series Earth and Environmental Science secured the first position with 572 articles. As we know, green building is an emerging topic. In present scenario, many emphasis are given on the sustainability and many green initiatives have been taken by citizens. Hence, this topic has a great significance in the present world and describe the importance of bibliometric method to illustrate global research output on green building. This study presents the in-depth understanding of literature green building, which will be beneficial for both researcher and practitioner. Here are some references which is used my study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pratibha. It is a very good paper because nowadays, because of this global warming, we have to take the initiative in the green libraries. So in India, some of the libraries also they are taking the green initiative. So from that point of view, it is a very good paper, and you might be observing that most of the literature is published in 2020. So now library has to take the initiatives for the green building. Good, Pratibha, you have presented well. Can we take the next presenter, Dinesh Kumari?
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
Now your presentation is there. No? Okay, okay. Okay, you can continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. Here is Dinesh Kumari. The topic of my paper is Research Productivity of Maharshi Dayananda University, a Quantitative Approach. In this study, many bibliometric and scientific studies have been done to evaluate the research productivity of different disciplines and institutes. Therefore, the current study has been conducted to find out the research output or latest publication trends of Maharshi Dayananda University, Rohtak through some bibliometric indicators. The word bibliometrics was coined by Pritchard.
You can skip, madam. This is the basic slide.
Okay,
you can skip it.
Next slide, please. Maharshi Dayananda University is a National Assessment and Accreditation Council accredited A+ grade university located at Rohtak in the state of Haryana. The objective, please. Next slide. The study has been conducted with taking following objectives in the consideration: to identify the form-wise research output of MDU, to identify the year-wise research productivity of MDU. Third one is to identify the most prolific authors of MDU. Fourth one is to identify top 10 preferred sources of publication by MDU. And last one is to identify top 10 most cited publication of MDU. In the present study, the research output of MDU from 2011 to 2020 has been analyzed. The data has been extracted from the largest abstracting and citation database, which is Scopus database. The data was extracted from the Scopus in August 2021 using the strings Maharshi Dayananda University, and afterwards followed a few filters. The data was shifted to MS Excel for analysis and presented in tabular form for further interpretations. Next one, please. The first table shows the type of publication of MDU during 2011 to 2020. This table shows that the majority of literature was published in form of article, which is 71%, followed by reviews and conference paper. Next one. Table second shows the year-wise distribution of papers and citation. In this, it is observed that most productive year has been observed 2020, followed by 2019. Next one, please. Table 3 shows the most prolific authors in terms of research publication. In this, Dr. Kundhir CS is the most productive author with 169 publications. Table 4 reflect the top 10 sources of MDU. which are preferred by the MDU authors. These top 10 authors together produce 8.96 in total of the research output. Table 5 show the top cited paper. The top cited paper is authored by Singh and etc. all received the maximum citation, which is 413 publications. Table fine. Sir. Next one, sir, please. Next one, sir. Conclusion, sir. In the present study, the analysis of 3,400 records of Maharishi Dayanand University found that there is an increasing growth trend of research publication during the 10 years. The document-wise analysis clearly show that articles which are the units of journal are most preferred home by MDU authors. The study indicates that largest number of articles were published in AIP conference proceedings, which indicates that author of MDU preferred conference participation during the study period. Among the most prolific authors, C.S. Punrir observed as top author with the highest number of publications. The paper with joint authorship entitled Nanostructured Graphs Incorporated Polyline as a High Performance Shield Against Electromagnetic Pollution, published in 2013, observed as the most cited paper with 413 citations. Thank you. I have done from my side, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Dinesh Kumari, madam, for presenting a paper on research productivity. And nowadays, we have to also see what type of productivity, research productivity, especially by our faculty members, and that will be a very good study from the NAC point of view also, and from the citation point of view also. Thank you, madam. Now we will move for the next presenter, Dr. N. Suresh or Rajyavardhana.
Yes,
Supreme
ma'am.
Court judgment on medical negligence, jury matrix analysis. Are you available, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Shall I present?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I am Dr. N. Suresh, librarian, Government Law Trichy. Now I will present my paper titled with Supreme Judgments on Medical Negligence, Jury Matrix Analysis. Introduction. Research outputs are measured using statistical techniques like bibliometrics, informatics, librometrics, webometrics, etc. In science, it is termed as scientometric. The same way, measuring judgments using a statistical application is called jury metrics. Jury metrics, probability and statistics application of quantitative methods to the law. This study is attempted towards the jury metric analysis of judgments of Honorable Supreme Court of India on the topic of medical negligence, covering a period of 72 years from 1950 to 2021. Medical negligence. According to Cox, medical negligence is the breach of duty owed by a doctor to his patient to exercise reasonable care and skill, which result in some physical, mental, or financial disability. Medical negligence can be punished with compensation or embarrassment.
Excuse me, sir, your voice is not proper, I think.
Sir, madam? Am I audible? Hello?
Dr. Suresh?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. I am audible.
Okay, it's solid, it's okay. His voice is clear.
Shall I present, sir? Okay. The screen is visible, sir?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, okay. The medical, thank you, sir. Medical negligence can be punished with the compensation or embarrassment, as it can be considered both civil or criminal wrong, depending on its gravity. Objective of study: to find the universe distribution of judgment and growth pattern on negligence delivered by Supreme Court of India. To find out most influential judges on medical negligence judgments. To find the subject-wise distribution on medical negligence to find out the most cited and influential judgments, to analyze the keywords of judgments on medical negligence. Materials and methods. The data of this study is judgments of Honorable Supreme Court of India delivered on the topic of medical negligence. The data of the study downloaded from Manupatra Indian Legal Database. Totally 447 judgments are retrieved for this study purpose. Totally 72 years from 1950 to 2021. Black year wise of distribution of judgments. Totally 447 judgments for the 72 years with an average of 63.8 judgments per black years were decided by Supreme Court of India. There is an increasing trend of judgments observed in medical negligence. Most influential judges who delivered judgments on medical negligence. Honorable Judge G.S. Singhvi has delivered 29 judgments, followed by D.Y. Chandrachud has delivered 28 judgments, and S.P. Singh has delivered 27 judgments respectively. Subject-based decision on medical negligence. Criminal law has occupied 137 judgments, followed by Motor Vehicles Act at 75, Service Law has 65, Consumer Law has 55, Constitutional Law has 53 respectively. Most cited and influential judgments. Indian Medical Association versus VP Conduct, the others, on 30th November 1995 has received 387 citations and occupied first position. Jacob Matthew versus State of Punjab and others on 5th August 2005 case had received 15 citations, occupied second position. Nizam's Institution of Medical versus Prasant Dayaskunda as others of 14th May 2019 has received 279 judgments respectively. Major findings. Increasing trend of judgments observed in medical negligence indicates that the negligent treatment of a patient by a doctor is increasing in the country, in India. Out of 447 judgments, criminal law had 137 judgments. By applying section 304 and 304A of Indian Penal Code, in case of death of patient during the treatment, it displays the greatest number of cases registered under Indian Penal Code. Conclusion. This study is initial stage of jurymetrics topic. The study helps to know the judgment pattern of medical negligence in Supreme Court of India and also find the most cited influential judgments which helps the legal professionals. This article may motivate further studies in jurymetrics and related concepts. Hence, the findings of study will create the opportunity for new research areas in jurymetrics. Thank you.
Shalini, over. Presentation over.
Hello.
Yes. We are able to hear. Presentation over, Shalini.
Sir, I want
Hello.
some question
Am I audible?
regarding
you can
medical negligence.
Jay Shankar, 1 minute.
Mr. Suresh, Dr. Suresh.
Hello.
Thank you. Jay Shankar, please wait
Suresh.
1 minute. Yes, Shalini, is it
Hello.
audible? Yeah, it's audible. No, she's not able to catch.
No, it is audible, madam. You can announce the next participant.
Yes.
Kan udah diceritain temennya Mas yang kemarin katanya kan temennya
Ramesh sir, మీరు అనౌన్స్ చేయండి లేకపోతే
ada di itu
Shalini.
audio problem is coming.
I call upon
pagi dikonfirmasi lagi.
Sir Aman Verma.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is information seeking behavior of students. Our study of law university is based in Delhi. I am a MPhil student of University of Delhi. Okay. How can I am unable to change my slide. I am unable to change my slide. Okay. Yeah, yes, I am unable. Introduction. Firstly, the phrase information seeking behavior is a description of how people search for, analyze and choose and utilize information. Second point, the search for information is a process in which people work to develop and perhaps change their level of knowledge. Next point, informal information beings behavior. Informal information seeking behavior is a broad term that refers to a series of activities that a person engages in order to express their information requirements, seek out of information, access and choose the information, and ultimately use the information in order to fulfill those information requirements. Law students' information requirements and seeking attitudes may be influenced by the notion of motivation, which may be used since it can be assumed that law students have information demand for cognitive and emotional or psychological reasons. In the context of law students, the students' particular requirements for information emerges through their legal study. Sir, again I am unable to change my slide. Hello? 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 Am I audible?
Yeah.
You
Verma,
proceed.
are you changing the slide or someone is changing?
I'm changing, sir.
But if you are changing that, it's not changing, then the system website is the problem.
Okay, sir. Wait, sir. Just a minute.
Or are you try to close your video, then you talk? Sometimes the network issue, then your video will occupy more bandwidth.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
You try and that video, you try to close your video, then it will speak.
Okay, sir. Just wait a minute, sir. Sir, my system is finding difficulties.
Mr. Aman, what is the problem with you? Can you able to
Sir,
speak or what?
sir, now I'm able to show my presentation, sir.
It's okay, Verma, but the thing was, you try to change your slide. Yeah, it is changing.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The 4 elements of information requirements relating to education for law student. First, current information on research finding on law emanating from conferences, seminars, and workshops. Second, information pertaining to the pursuit of creative ideas or the acquisition of exploratory information in order to excite students' interest. Third one, information on current affairs and general knowledge. Fourth one, information required for legal administration. The objectives of the study are to examine the information seeking behavior of law students in the different universities of Delhi, to find out the awareness and use of library resources by the law students, to identify the problems of law students in libraries in accessing legal information, to find out awareness of the law services, to know the level of information literacy among the law students. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sir, you can present it is perfect.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Can
Thank you,
present.
sir. Methodology.
You
This
continue.
is
Your voice is audible.
okay, sir. This is descriptive survey research systematically explaining the behavioral patterns of the law students with respect to the use of legal information sources in different universities of Delhi. This technique is also favored since it was cheaper for a dispersed population and less time consuming. Next point, a well-structured questionnaire consisting of 82 questions were prepared using Google Forms. Next one, the link of questionnaires survey were sent using email, WhatsApp, and text messages to the three different category of students, that is LLB, LLM, and PhD of different University of Delhi. That is University of Delhi, number 1 University of Delhi, number 2 National Law University of Delhi, number 3 Indian Law Institute, number 4 Jamia Millia Islamia University. 100 field responses were returned back by the users, with the overall response rate being 91%. Last one, by using statistical techniques, data gathered were analyzed and categorized and tabulated. Findings, the majority of the respondents in the study was the range of 20 and 30 years and was holding the designation of LLB and LLM with 91%. The finding shows with majority of law discipline students of various universities of Delhi visit library on daily basis, that is 43%, followed by twice a week, that is 24%, weekly, that is 16%, occasionally, that is 8%, fortnightly, that is 5%, rarely and monthly, both are only 2%. The majority of law discipline students of different universities prefer to use internet, that is online database, 33%, generals 24%, books 21%, opaque 13%, and bibliographic abstracting 9%. This implies that the choice of the majority of respondents is internet. 70% of respondents uses internet facilities daily, followed by twice in a week, that is 17%, and at least once a week, that is 8%, once a month, that is 2%, and once a fortnight, that is 3% for accessing information. Also, the majority of respondents to avail the internet from home, followed by the department library, university computer center, and internet cafe. The majority of those surveyed, that is 34%, believe e-resources provided to a broader variety of information, followed by quicker access to data, that is 24%, access to up-to-date information, that is 20%, better academic achievement due to quality access, that is 11%, and information more easy access in LIS education to information, that is 10%. The majority of those interviewed, 34%, believe e-resources provided access to a broader variety through information, followed by a quicker access to data, that is 24%, access to up-to-date information, that is 20%, and better academic achievement due to quality access, 11%, and information more easy access in LIS education LIS education to information, that is 10%. The majority of students, that is 40% of 40% face the challenges in accessing information because of the data being scattered in too many sources, followed by information in too vast, that is 18%. Lack of useful resources in university library database, that is 17%. Lack of time, that is 14%. And library staff is not helpful, 3%. And distance and financial problem, 7%. The majority of 86% respondents were aware about the presence of ICTs, information communication and technology and resources. A small number of respondents, however, claimed to be ignorant of ICTs and electronic resources, although 2% did not reply. Now conclusion. The article finds that law students at different law institutions in Delhi are well equipped to utilize law library and are able to use the electronic information resources accessible for their studies. The results showed that the primary reason the respondents were seeking for information was to learn about legal matters. Most respondents preferred conventional sources and services for information, including text, legal books, and the law library. In general, the printed and electronic sources were favored. Last point, the study also reveals that the majority of these respondents used database to access the general articles and were mostly familiar with almost all the popular law databases, that is LexisNexis, Manupatra, etc. Although it may be used, its inaccessibility and lack of suitable electronic databases are hindered within the legal libraries. Also, the lack of internet connection and the frequent power outages, as well as inadequate computers in the law library, impaired the efficient installation and the use of electronic library system in the law library. These are the references. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Verma.
Okay.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for presenting the paper on information seeking behavior of law scientists, law students. We can move for the next presenter, information use behavior in special library by Rashmi Parekh. Are you there, ma'am? Rashmi Parekh?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes. Due to paucity of time, we will, you can skip some of the slides, okay? Directly move on your objectives and the findings of your study.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
And how to share this one?
You are sharing by the mobile?
Yeah, ji. Yes, ma'am.
Though difficult to
so this is not.
Share.
It
Go
is
to
not
share
allowing.
screen.
Go to share screen.
Share screen.
Okay. Then.
I will see in mobile.
Optimize for.
You have to
emails.
add that file in Google Drive first of all.
Have you
Then
added?
you can.
Have you added?
I have not added.
Okay.
Then you can easily.
Okay. Then. Ma'am.
Directly, you can directly.
Okay. Yes.
Orally, you are finding. You can share it.
Okay, ma'am.
You can explain it. No problem.
Okay, ma'am. So my paper is on information use behavior in special libraries. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
1 minute. So this is the introduction. Since the existence of humankind, we have sought the ways to communicate and spread the information when even the language or linguistics were not found. The human has already sought the ways to communicate with signs, with expressions, and with body language. So this is the genetic characteristic of human to get informed and to communicate information. During this pandemic, when the traditional ways of information seeking and providing were affected, we have the LIS community have find out the new ways of services to provide information to the users at their place with the device they have. A special library. The
You
special
can skip,
libraries
madam,
are the
about the special library. This is the general concept. Directly go for your objectives and your findings.
Okay, ma'am. So this is the information use behavior of a user of special library. Information need, information seeking, collection of information, and information use. This is the cycle of information use behavior, which finally converts into knowledge, and the knowledge again converts into information for other person. So actually I am unable to show the slide, but this is the cycle which I have shared on in my PPT. So this is the cycle. Again, the information starts up to knowledge. Why to investigate the information use behavior? To gain the better understanding of the user where they find their information. To get the understanding how they are seeking the information, to extend the library services, to make the library staff more user friendly, to form a road path to analyze the user behavior, to give users a chance to tell where their library services are needed improvement. User survey unit. Actually, in my paper, I have developed a module for user survey unit. So if any library, if any organization wanted to establish in their library the user survey unit, first of all, there should be a help desk, then user survey desk, library staff training, user awareness programs, feedback from users, service quality measurement, report generation, and all the sections will give the reports to report generation section, and the reports will be sent to librarians or information managers, and they will re-engineer and extend the library services on the basis of these reports. If any library wanted, sorry, 1 minute, please. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You can continue. You can sum up your presentation.
If any organization wanted to establish user survey unit in their library, they will require the library staffing, staff training, technological facilities like computers and internet facilities, and sufficient space. Then on this basis, they can form a user satisfaction index. User satisfaction index will help the librarian to reform the library services. And to form the index, some components, the information, the users, staff approaches to users, and library resources. To prove the role of LIS professionals in these research works, and to prove the role even in this Google era, LIS community has already started to rethink about the ways of providing services. The first step is to establish the user survey unit and find out the user behavior. And all the professionals should follow the mission, library anywhere, everywhere. to provide this information to the users based on personal preferences at his location, at his accurate time, is the basic work of library professionals in these pandemic times. The user survey unit will provide a clear vision about user behavior and user needs in special libraries. And on this basis, they can product your information packets to provide the users. After all, readily available information packets will save the time of users. Some lines.
Madam, can you
in,
sum up? Can you could you please summarize? Yeah.
So this is the importance of I-Liss community even in this Google era, and we should have to establish ourselves in these critical times also. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, madam, for presenting
you,
a paper on information seeking behavior in special libraries. Can we move for the next presenter, Devi Lakshmi or the Catherine's TO on information seeking behavior online motorbike taxi driver in Bhandar? Are you available, madam? Lakshmi Devi? Catherine Setio? I think they may not be available. Next presenter is transcending role of the I-Liss professional. Sham Sundar, are you available or?
Yes, ma'am, I am available, ma'am.
Which one? Sham Sundar?
Yes, ma'am, I am available.
Okay, okay. You can present and skip the basic concept. Directly go for your objective and the conclusion.
My voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you can.
Yes, very good afternoon to one and all present here. Respected Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. N.S. Santosh Kumar, Sir. Respected Dr. Ashok Kumar, Sir. Respected Chair, Dr. Shalini, ma'am. One and all, good evening. So, I am Dr. V. Shyam Sundar from Assistant Professor and Library in Charge, along with my author, Dr. Kritika D., Assistant Professor and Library in Charge. We are presenting the paper in transcending role of LIS professionals. So, this pandemic has created the revolution. Simply says it is revolution because the digital revolution is most important in this pandemic. Because before 2019, we have not seen the online classes. Only with the human touch, we are teaching the students in the law colleges. At present, in the month of March itself, we started teaching in the online. So the digital literacy, that is what we have to mean. The digital literacy, but we have to cope up with the digital literacy. That is most important. But the problem is the digital literacy is very less in Tamil Nadu, but more or less our professors, all of them are very capable to understand this because with the help of this library information science professionals, because they are I will call the librarians as teachers because they are providing more number of materials to the teachers, because for creating any kind of social research or legal research, whatever it may be, we can get it from the librarians. So the new norms and procedures are followed in the world of digital literacy and digital revolution. So the direct communication, one-to-one contact, eye-to-eye contact is really missed. Now virtual communication is started. So in virtual communication, that is the only one thing is, if you are having pay money means you can take the classes for the entire community within the same time. But in the classroom, but section wise, we have to teach that. So information literacy is an individual skill to collect an organization and everything. But the thing is, you have to understand there are media literacy is there are computer literacy is there are information literacy is there, then internet literacy and digital literacy are there. So these are the literacy level should be in the information technology literacy that should be adopted by all the teaching professors in the law colleges. That is what the library information professionals, they are facing so many hurdles to cope up with it, and now they are ready to cooperate with ourselves. In that way, the information, the resource-based learning, that is what most important than the text-based learning, because previously we are facing with the text-based learning. Now we are emphasizing with the resource-based learning. The resources are from the internet sources or from the journal sources or the thesis sources. Everything, the scenario is changing because of this pandemic. It is because we have never looked into the point of the taking online classes or reading the online literacy or anything, because nowadays the books turn into the computer. So if you want to see anything, if you want to see any judgments for anything, for any kind, we need the information literacy. So because the environment is changing, because the COVID-19 threat are creating unparalleled test for the education. You have to understand, because you are in the motive of the education is to eye-to-eye contact, but nowadays there is no eye-to-eye contact. The moving online, the system is teaching in the online, the more or less we need to succumb to it. But the level of thought of the library information professional, they should do more emphasis on it. The teachers, the learners ought to work alternate methods to connect with each other. But nowadays we are connecting with Google Meet, Zoom, WebEx, and Teams. So many connecting materials are available. But you can't replace the human touch. That is what we have to understand. In this way, the library information professionals, they are giving the pedagogical, new pedagogical approach. They have to adopt it and they have to give to us. That is what the learning based adopt, which lead to smart learning environment. The smart learning environment will be having more professional way, and it should be given more effective manner. So I mentioned these things. Then the success of the smart learning environment is determined by the abilities of the LIS professional to support the system. The librarians are considered to be the teachers of the teachers. So librarians help in locating app book for the students and the researchers. In that way, in online also, I went to Pondicherry University. They have given lots of library information in their system. So they are giving more emphasis. If you want to go for your research, you can utilize these kind of research methods in the library itself. So libraries are assisting them selecting the methods from information to data storage or anything for the retrieval system or modes of accessing the information. In that way, it is communicating way and the accessing way will be the more important aspects. So open access journals, then the resources that are available in the internet, that should be adopted by the library information professor, and they should be given to the law teachers. That is one of the important element to analyze the most relevant in the each domain of the develop in the paradigm shift. So librarians for the access credential to the users, but the law library users require the guidance and helping, because you have to understand the best online databases is not available for the access for the information. Then the library information must ensure upon the latest learning resources that come up with the reality accessible to the users. So must keep updated in changing in times, but because we need the changing development is happen to be the most important thing, that because the law and social transformation changing, that society is changing. In that way, the level is changing like anything. For that reason, the library information professional must keep them updated, and they must inform the level of the teaching level to the teachers. So,
excuse me, Dr. Shyam Sundar sir. Please, could you please sum up because of the paucity of time? Sorry to disturb you.
Yes, ma'am. The increased demand in the student community, the hurdles faced by library student community, so teaching fraternity and everything is there. So I need the support system from them. Suggestion, manpower development, adequate ICT technology training, it will be there. Training programs like webinars, conference, workshops should be like that, should be added. Okay, law library, legal research and with skills professionals should be added for the development of the law library course that would be combined with legal information sources, and law library management should be added in this level. The role of library during the pandemic is very crucial for the educational sector, ma'am. Thanks a lot for the thanks for your opportunity given, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shyam Sundar sir, for presenting a very good paper on transcending role of LIS professionals. And we have, I think, legal information system paper is also there for in our syllabus. So From that point of view, this is a very good paper, I can say. Now we can move for the next presenter for redefining the role of libraries and ICT by Dr. P. Sathival. Are you there? Okay. And I request you, sir, please sum up within 5 to 6 minutes, okay? So that we can take one open session for question answering. Can you share your screen?
Pete, and sir, unmute yourself, sir. Shakti, sir, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, organizers, chair, and the university for giving me an opportunity to present my paper on redefining the role of libraries and ICT, a study on the requirements of law students. And I'm Saktivel. I'm working as the assistant professor in the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar University in the university. And to introduce this paper, I've studied the role of ICT-enabled libraries during pandemic. So I tried to first narrate the usage of ICT by legal professionals, including the students, lawyers, and everyone. And specifically, I studied the role of ICT in aiding a variety of users by law libraries, researchers, UG, PG students, likewise I divided. The paper also tries to understand the general role of libraries in assisting the law students in their various academic activities in the changing scenario, especially the pandemic situation. So the work of lawyers includes documentation, information processing, storage, arrangement, and retrieval. So the day-to-day requirements of lawyers are not merely information related, but it is also timeliness, sense of time, and also appropriate usage of information and the correct usage of information are very essential as a part of lawyers' life. In fact, it is essential for every professional's life, but more so in the case of advocates, because they should be updated to know things that are happening in their profession. And secondly, we also see historically lawyers are friendly to most of the social media and ICT tools. They are friendly to information technology. That is what we find. But we found out some professionals, maybe a few in the administration also, were very reluctant or shy away from technology for various reasons. And such an option to remain an ICT literate has completely vanished after the pandemic. That is what we understand. And prior to the pandemic also, we have seen lawyers using multiple ICT tools, video conferencing tools, apps for case laws, ebooks. And the law students also relied on the paid books mostly. And then some practitioners of law might have had certain difficulties in the form of access to technology and materials. That is obvious. And some lawyers specifically shied away from the technical tools. Now we see that more and more they are close to the ICT tools. And libraries, here comes the role of library. More than the paid sources, libraries contributed or expected to contribute a vital role in the propagation of open source materials. So now we see the relevance of open source materials also in the profession of law. And we see such materials are very less in the case of legal profession, especially quality materials are not available online or in any format of digital commons, it is not available. So in the Indian context also, we have seen the role of libraries in disseminating and the consortium that was established to disseminate legal information and so on. The copyleft movement also, we expect the libraries to take it forward in general. And we have to first introduce my the people who interviewed. I have dealt with two kinds of people. One set of people are my students, 180 students of postgraduate courses here, and I've asked a couple of questions, open questions on in relation to ICT tools that they use. In fact, I taught them during this pandemic. And the second set of students I asked are across India. We conducted a ICT workshop for students, especially law students. So the responses were received. And these responses that I have presented to you are from the workshop we conducted. That means we had UG, PG, and research scholars also attending this workshop. And we just wanted to ask them their ideas about open source. And you find here that law students, especially, their idea about open source is very, very limited. And we expect generally lawyers and people with these rights movements are expected to take forward the open source movement. And we see a large number of lawyers are ignorant and find it difficult to use the open sources, especially LibreOffice. The question was very specific to LibreOffice. And also I have asked another question on what do they get, what do you want to get more from the internet? And they said websites for primary. In fact, they were asked to give all possible answers, and mostly they wanted primary sources. Even that is what available here for us. The primary sources are available, and they wanted notes and materials. And on the other side, we found that notes and materials for the exams are not available. And scholarly articles and writings also next to primary sources they were sought, and that is also they found it very difficult to get it. And so the other things are podcast or discussions on Facebook, or anyhow they are already into it. So that's what we got it. And during pandemic, what did you expect from teachers? What students expected from teachers? So some only 50% of the said that they wanted more lectures, and 40% again this also included all possible answers. So most of them said online access to library and scholarly writings. So that was the one they missed. Students missed during this pandemic. All the target students are law students. That is what we need to take note. And in fact, the same I need to do further analysis of the same data that I collected from the students. And maybe a larger paper is required to deal with whatever I've done. But in this short paper, I've tried to give the requirements of students and also try to conclude what was their requirements. So I understood that there seems to be a lack of knowledge and question of reliability of online, open, and free sources. The student community, so we need to inform the student community about the open sources available and familiarize with them. And that is also a duty. And also we need to teach them little about how to use open sources, because open sources are believed to be not so friendly. It may not be for the users, but generally it is believed, or it is what told to us. And students' expectation does not limit itself to online access to most of the paid sources. So paid sources alone doesn't matter, but they also wanted basic materials for the examination. And all these aspects, like whether they want library access, whether they want scholarly materials, or they want exam materials, all of which depends on the demographies of the student. So whom we are addressing, that whether the student is coming from a village or a poor background, or an urban, or the student who is willing to participate in more moot courts, or the student who just wants to study, clear the exams, such kind of students. So we need to, so those things are still we need to understand further. And that is what I have understood from my study. And thanks a lot for the opportunity.
जी
Thank you
गए
very much for Ashok sir for this thing. Thank you.
అన్మ్యూట్ చేయి తల్లి నువ్వు.
Hello, now am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir, for presenting a very good paper. And I think we have a last paper that is on the assistive technology. I invite the presenter.
No, everything is over.
Yeah. Tanuj Shabina is there, or Jai Shankar? Miss Tanuj.
నేత్ పేపర్ సార్. సార్ నేత్ పేపర్ పడాలా?
Sir, did you visit the... Sir?
Only 5 minutes, sir. You can just discuss
Madam, Madam, can you see the PPT? Did you see the PPT?
Yes. PPT is
Okay,
visible.
thank you, madam. Very good afternoon, all of you. My paper entitled Study on Utilization of Adaptive Technologies and Assistive Devices among Different Able Students in Arts and Science College Libraries in Tamil Nadu. And myself, my research scholars, send the paper. Introduction, for example, nowadays the libraries usually transforming themselves. For
Sir,
example,
can
switch
we
over to
skip
the.
this one introduction because we don't have any time, na? Sorry
Okay,
to
madam.
disturb
Okay,
you.
okay.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes. Okay.
Directly, I think go for whatever your results are there and then the conclusion slide, sir.
Okay, okay, madam. Okay. Okay, traditional to now we are moved to technology. At the same time, the normal user they are using the traditional way, and also physically challenged students also they can able to use the library resources in the traditional methods. But for example, the multiple disabilities, for example, different people visually challenged and the impaired students, they are not able to see the, for example, they are access the library resources. So our studies, what are the adaptive technologies and reduced technologies available in the library, in the arts and science college library? This is the main aim of the studies. We used the questionnaire method. We selected the 27 colleges in South districts of Tamil Nadu, the 5 colleges from Dindigul district, and 7 colleges from Sivaganga district, and 15 colleges from the Madurai district, and also they are collected the UG and PG students. Next, for example, most of our studies, for example, most of the male students are more number of students enrolled in the UG and PG, and also the physically challenged students enrolled in the colleges. Another we find it.
Sorry
Most
to
of the
disturb
students
you,
come
sir.
from the rural background.
Jai Shankar, sir, kindly go for directly to the adaptive technology.
Hello?
You can show directly the table of adaptive technology which the differently able students are using.
Yes, madam.
Directly go for that table, sir, please.
Directly go for?
Adaptive technology table. You
Yes,
might
yes,
be
okay.
prepared.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Because your
For
focus
example,
will be
this
there.
is the adaptive technologies.
Okay, sir.
OCR, optical, the character reader scanners, not more, maximum of colleges is not available. And speech synthesizer. We identify so many adaptive technologies, speech synthesizer, and the pride input output devices, and the pride printer, and then character enlarging software, large monitors, and the magnifying lens for computer monitor, large print key labels and keycaps, and touch screens, and the page scanners, and visually signaling devices, and screen reading software, e-readers, and DAISY format readers, and earpiece headsets, and the necessary softwares. Most of the adaptive technology is not available in the government arts and for example, arts and science college. It is particularly, for example, this adaptive technologies can access through resources in the visually and physically impaired students. Finally, we come to the conclusion. For example, the library, the study shows that most of the colleges not having the adaptive technologies. So we recommend, for example, we suggest and the government and colleges. But the college authorities and government both together should acquire the software and hardware required by the libraries under the cooperative acquisition mode. Then, though all the devices are not available in each and every library, it may be ensured that all the required software and hardware are available in the libraries located within the district or taluk level. The sufficient funds may be released for the purchase of these tools and technologies. This warrants two more point of discussion. Next one, the library staff should give given the proper training and the use of assistive and adaptive technologies. Unless they are aware of the operation and the various softwares and hardware tools, they may not be able to help the physically challenged student. Second, enough maintenance budget to allocated to every library every year to keep hardware and components working in condition and update the software and at least the latest. And another one is one college library in every taluk or district may be designated as the common tool center or facilitation center for the colleges and respective taluk and district. When a tool is required by the other college libraries, they may be approached the common tool center for the devices for the couple of days. The
Could
common
you
tool
please
center may
summarize,
be
sir?
yes.
Sorry to disturb you. Could you please summarize? Take a last slide.
Okay, madam. Okay. The
Ah.
best way to train them to use such tools and technologies, hands-on training and program workshops to conduct the visually and impaired students. And one library might be organized the program for the visually impaired students at the library and hearing impaired students, so on. That's all, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for presenting a very good paper within a very short time. And the paper is also good because many technologies, adaptive technologies are there for the visually impaired student, PWD especially. And you have done a very good survey regarding how they are utilizing the various adaptive technologies, especially. Okay.
Thank
So
you, madam. Thank you.
overall, altogether we have 11 papers we have added, and one invited papers we have, which is delivered by Professor Lakshman Rao sir. The other paper, most of the paper are for the bibliometrics and the webometric. And I think the session is more around the law librarianship. Especially legal information system in the I-Liss curriculum. So in that terms or in that way, it is a very essential, or it is a very useful session for all of us, because some of the students, they have also joined, and the teachers are also there, and they can take the help of whatever the study has been done by the presenter. That is a very good studies they have done for information seeking behavior and the information literacy also, and the webometric and bibliometric study. One study I also like, that jurymetric analysis. I heard a new terms for the jurymetric study, so that is also a good thing. And I also request Dr. Bhaskar sir, my co-chair for this particular session. I invite Bhaskar sir to kindly give the address for the session. Dr. Bhaskar sir is there?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Shalini. This session we had one invited paper and other 10 papers, out of which 9 papers were presented. One was not presented. I don't want to go into the details because you have already explained on special education, on bibliometry and webometric analysis. The papers were there. It was the session 2 paper also, Dr. Jaishankar presented. Thank you very much. Everything was informative and educative.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think the session won't end without the question answering. So we can take 1 or 2 questions that may be useful for the participants. Do you have any questions from the participant side? Any questions? Otherwise, I can sum up. No questions. If no questions are there, then I can sum up, sir. I think no question. Otherwise, you can also type in the chat box. If you have any questions from the participant side, please use the chat box. Meanwhile, we can also answer, or the presenter will also answer by using the chat box. Okay. So I will just sum up this session. At the outset, I would like to thanks to Professor Dong O and the Professor Ramesh Babu sir for giving me this responsibility to chair the session, particular last session of I-Liss education. And when we see the I-Liss education, the session is theme beyond the I-Liss education and the information literacy skills and the information seeking behavior especially, and some of the points from the research methodology also. So research methodology in the I-Liss profession is very essential component in this 21st century for the information professionals. Traditional competency in I-Liss education will emphasize on the fundamental knowledge of research method and how we are critically evaluating the skills. But however, the librarians are not only the consumer of the research, but they are also the active contributor for the scholarships. So from that point of view, the research skills is very, very important in designing and carrying out the research. And we have to also strengthen the research competency with our core competency for librarianship. And the next is theme for this particular session is that the information seeking behavior and the information literacy skills. So librarians are expected to be experts, searcher, and developing information literacy skills.
Shalini, let us
Yes,
wind
sir.
up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. So hence it is very highly recommended that we have to develop our information literacy skills and the behavior, and we will in near future try to accommodate all the points which we have discussed in this particular session. So thank you once and all, especially Dr. Ashok Kumar, Dr. Rajendra sir, Dr. Ramesh Babu sir, my co-chair Bhaskar sir, and all the participants for listening me patiently, and to the organizer for giving me this opportunity. Thank you once and all. I just wind up this session, and I hand over after the proceeding to Dr. Ashok Kumar sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to extend my thanks to the chair and the co-chair. Dr. Lehtkar was handled the session with a firm hand. Thank you so much, madam, for maintaining order and completing the session within time. We thank you very much for that. I also thank Dr. Bhaskar for being the co-chair for the 5th session of our day, which is the final session. And I'm very glad that we were able to complete it within time. And without any further ado, I would love to announce the commencement of the valedictory program, which is going to start now. And I will hand over the rostrum to my co-host to welcome the speaker for the welcome address. Over to you, Harini.
Thank you, Ashwin. So may I now invite Shri P.J. Esunesa Joy Singh, the Assistant Librarian of the Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law University, to propose welcome address. Dr. Shri Joy Singh has 15 years of library services in law. He has earned his Master of Philosophy in Library and Information Science at Alagappa University, Karaikudi, and MA History from Annamalai University. He has acted as a resource person and chaired a session in a national seminar. He has participated in over 37 conferences and seminars organized by various organizations across the country. He has marked his presence in international conferences too. With strong software proficiency, he has been a part of many training workshops that enhanced the skills and sharpened the existing ones and made him perform his speak. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashwin. Thank you. I am delighted to have been given the pleasant duty of delivering the welcome address for the scholarly time we have all spent here together, which has been so enriching and enjoyable. On behalf of the Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law University and on behalf, first of all, I would like to thank the Almighty for making 4th I-Liss International Conference on transition or transformation of libraries due to COVID pandemic lessons to learn. Our gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. N.S. Santosh Kumar sir, for continuous his guiding vision and for being the catalyst that stimulated us to do our best and standing as pillars of strength. I welcome our Vice Chancellor sir for all your time and effort and gracing the occasion. I welcome Professor Ranjit Oman Abraham, the Registrar of the Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law University, who has always been at the forefront of every activity at the university. You are always friendly, approachable, and humble. We welcome you, sir. I sincerely welcome Professor Dr. B. Ramesh Babu, sir, co-president of I-Liss and director of this conference, who is going to present the report of the conference. Sir, you are so kind that you make everyone around you a better person, and you have a gift for making people comfortable. I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Dong Gu Oh, president of I-Liss, South Korea, who is going to deliver the special address. Sir is known for his kindness and continued support in any endeavor taken up by the LIS community. I am also happy and delighted to welcome Dr. A. Bhagavati, Assistant Librarian of Ambedkar Law University, who will be proposing the formal vote of thanks. Madam always inspires us in marching towards the goal of conducting this program. I also take this opportunity to welcome Dr. P. Rajendran of SRM University and Secretary General of I-Liss, who is here for the announcement of the Best Paper Awards and 2022 I-Liss Conference venue. my art goes out to welcome the wonderful participants for accepting our invitation and attending the program. Without your kind presence and active participation, we could not have accomplished what we have dreamt out. We wholeheartedly welcome the participants. I also extremely happy to welcome Dr. S.K. Ashok Kumar, University Librarian and Organizing Secretary of this international conference, and also the backbone of this program, which traveled on extra miles to make this mega event possible and more successful. Welcome you, sir. I welcome all for gracing this occasion with your valuable presence. Once again, I thank you, the organizers, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your warm words of welcome. And we will proceed with the presentation of the report of the conference by none other than our Professor Ramesh Babu. Professor Ramesh Babu needs no further introduction. He is a very well-known scholar in the field of information science. He was professor in the Department of Library and Information Science at the University of Madras, and he was former visiting professor at the Sarakam University in Thailand. He received a number of awards and he has a long range of experience in the field. And without any further delay, I would love to invite him to present the report for the conference. Over to you, Professor Ramesh Babu. Sir, your mic is muted.
Yes, please. Thank you, Ashwin, and thank you, Jai Singh, for your nice words about this one. It is my pleasure to stand before you to present this report of the two-day international conference. The fourth I-Liss conference, ICC 2021, on transition or transformation of libraries due to COVID pandemic, lessons to learn, has been organized by the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University in collaboration with the I-Liss, GSTAP, and John Bug University and other organizations, and 7th and 8th October 2021 by Dr. Ashok Kumar and his team. Is very glad that we have conducted a successfully two-day international conference virtual mode. It's a great success virtually. We have almost 99% of the papers were presented by the contributors. It's a great thing. And this yesterday inaugural function was welcomed by Dr. S.K. Ashok Kumar, welcomed the gathering of the virtually gathered on this over the globe. And he has Dr. Ranjit Kumar Woman Abraham, as Registrar of the University, has given his finished address, has explained what exactly the need of the library and the role of the library in the present day context, especially during the COVID times. And Professor Dong Dan Wo, our president of I-Liss, and is also our mentor, is our well-wisher in promoting the Indian librarians across the all programs. And today we say proudly the way which we conduct conferences in SRM University or any other law university, other organization, because of Professor Wo's support. On this occasion, I thank him profusely for his encouragement and support for all these 2 decades of our career, our attachment with him. He has given the theme of the conference in his own way, and he has explained what exactly the transition and transfer libraries and what is the role of libraries in the COVID pandemic, and what exactly we are going to discuss for 2 days. The discussion, deliberations for 2 days. He has outlined the theme of the conference in his better manner, explained in a simple manner, and it's how he has given his And Professor Vice Chancellor, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santosh Kumar, has explained in the inaugural address the role of libraries, how the libraries have changed over a period of time, how the sources have changed over a period of time, and how the COVID pandemic has given lessons for us. He has explained in his very satirically, and he has a very natural way of weaving extempore lecture. We appreciate and we also congratulate him and for the support given to the conference, to the library staff and all the organizations to host this conference in a more successful manner. The mega event has become successful. Today we are celebrating at this valedictory function with the whole heart support by the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, other officers of the university, and also the good cooperation of the librarian and library staff. And also, I should say, Dr. Rajendran, SR University, another coordinating secretary, all have made this conference a grand successful cases. And Professor Dr. Bhagavati has proposed a vote of thanks in the inaugural address. And the first session starts with the theme paper by myself on transmission of libraries, librarianship due to COVID pandemic, lessons to learn. I have explained what is the role of librarians and what lessons we can learn, we can do in the cases. And totally there are 9 technical sessions conducted. and 7 technical sessions and 1 inaugural address and 1 is a validatory function, total 9. Why I said 9? I have attachment for the numerology. 9 should be good for us. Therefore, we made 9 sessions. Thanks to Rajendran for drafting the proceedings, and 7 plus 2 I made as the 9. There is total technical sessions were 9 there, and there were 63 papers, including the keynote address. And 63 once again comes 9. That is what the 9 technical sessions, the 63 is the 9 papers, and I can say numerologically in other way, even the date of the conference, we count this date of the conference, 7/8/2021, that comes to 2036, that comes to 11. Once again, 2 comes, 2 is for library science and colon classification. So the dates also coincides in a different way, satirical way. You can see 2 for library science and colon classification. So dates also fulfill the philosophy of Ranganathan that having the conference, the 2 for library science, thus the dates have come like that. And secondly, even these collaborations have taken place, and there are invited papers comes around 48 Indian papers and 14 foreign papers. You should know that this conference has made around 10 nations has participated. Professor O always says to us, if at all you want to conduct international conference, you should have minimum 5 nations. That is his condition. Otherwise, he says, don't put international name. That is a strict instruction by Professor Babu. And incidentally, we had 10 nations participated in this virtual meeting conference, and we have fulfilled the WO vision that we had 10 nations have participated. It's all because of Professor Wo. His network made us to have papers presented from the 14 papers from the different 10 nations, thus making the conference a grand success. And it's also much that one thing I want to share that in the recent, I attended many physical conferences, and attendance will be around 30 to 40%, maximum 40-45%. But this virtual conference has made 99% of the papers were presented, both Indian and the foreign countries also. That is a great success. That is how the organizer has taken lead in sending the communications. So I thank profusely the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar University Library staff and the IT team, who has made extensive arrangements and prior notifications for informing the audience, for informing the presenters, the dates and venue and the dates and schedule of the timetable, thus making for that purpose, I want to thank Dr. Rajendran, who has made the schedule 1 week before. He has sent to me when I was in Dharwad. He sent over mail. So this is the program we are making. Really, I thank Rajendran and Ashok Kumar and the team for making the schedule available before 10 days or 1 week. That is my congratulations, Dr. Rajendran and his team. And also there is a good coordination and cooperation among the participants and presenters and making the timely management. That's exactly I want to stress. There is a time management. I wonder, when we had internationally virtual conferences, what about the time management? How does we can able to make the time? But incidentally, thankfully to the authors and presenters, they maintain the time. 1 or 2 cases, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, but not that case. So we are running on time. By many physical conferences running late by 2 hours or 1 hour, but this conference virtually we are online and on time. The time management has been maintained very well, and thanks to all the presenters across the globe who has made this event more successful, more graduate case. Next, come to these presenters. The presenters are the most renowned teachers, library professionals across the globe. They have more experience in running the libraries, and more of libraries, working librarians, professionals have taken part, have given the blueprint of what should be the role of libraries in the COVID and the post-COVID situation. What are the experiences they gained? They learn lessons learned by them. That is another important point. I would like to point one more point. In the inaugural function, the pre-conference volume has been released, and we are going to present and send the free print copy. In a virtual mode, we have brought out the print copy. In this connection, I would like to thank and point out, Professor Wo said, you must bring printed document. That is his condition when you want to organize the conference. Some 3 months back, we planned it. Sometime in the month of May, he said, you have to make the printed conference volume. You should have a document the volume. That the condition he made for us, and our people like Rajendran and Ashok Kumar and team have taken pains in bringing out the physical volume. That is once again, the credit goes to the organizing team and the president of the I-Liss. We brought out the volume also. The volume will be given to the participants and the other writers, mostly a couple of days later. Ashok will take care of the matter. That is how the volume has come very nicely. Regarding the nations, I would like to point out, we have the presentations from Germany, United States of America, South Korea, Uganda, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Japan, Australia, and also from India, we have around number of papers, around 40 papers or there, 49 papers. That is the great contribution by Indian library professionals, and another internationally, we have 14 papers. That's another great thanks. That's how the two-day conference has got number of papers. In this connection, I would like to thank all the chairpersons. I would like to start with Dr. Harita Madam, Dr. Professor Dhanush Koti, Dr. Ilango, Professor Lee from South Korea, Dr. Jaishankar, Professor Balaji from Law University, Dr. Bhagavati, Dr. K. Viranjani from NIT Warangal, Dr. N. Siva from SRM University, Dr. Salil Lihetkar from Nagpur University, Dr. K. Bhaskar from Madras School of Economics. All these people did their contributions and made my job as very simple. They have done very excellent job and making the time management and make the event successful. All these 7 technical sessions has been because of their cooperation, their contributions. This function become very successful. And I would like to thank, special thanks to Professor Wo and Professor John Kim, Inge Kim, other I-Liss office bearers, Dr. Rajendran, Ashok Kumar, Bhagavati, and all other I-Liss chapter presidents across the globe, and all the invited speakers. The speakers go around number of people from the Thailand, from the keynote speaker from Catherine Burnett and Kuba Sadanand, and Australian speaker. There are a number of names. All you know that people's names since we have been listening to them for the past 2 days. Professor Jamali, Professor Suchma Tadanand, and what else you have? Other professors like Lakshman Rao, and all these professors have given, Thomas Mundell. All these speakers have given that point very excellently. They made the point about what they want to communicate. They have given print material as well as the electronic version of it, and we are going to distribute the same to the participants. My thanks to all the invited speakers by name. And also I would like to thank the anchors, comparing people. Without that, the 2 days become very important point. One is Ashwin Surin. When I look at the person, I don't know who is the Ashwin Surin. I thought he is from South Korea or from Thailand. Because when I look at the personality, after the inaugural function, I asked Ashok, who is this gentleman? So he is our student, sir. Such a great, beautiful voice and beautiful anchoring. My special congratulations to Ashwin and Harshavardhani and Harini, Sri Harini. Now, at the context, we have Sri Harini. All the 3 student friends have made gem of the contributions and make this anchoring and comparing process successful. My sincere thanks and congratulations. My blessings for the 3 children. Really, I appreciate for them. And I also thank all the office bearers of the organization, I-Liss, GSTAP, Keemangi University, and Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar University, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Director, and my dear student friend, Dr. Ashok Kumar and Bhagavati, Joy Singh. Incidentally, they're all 3 happen to be my students. I have love, affection, and commanding over them. Therefore, I could have a freedom to come over here and do the job. And I have a lot of affection by 3 of you. I also see many of the participants. My students are there like Jaishankar, Viranjanel, whatnot. I could see lots of professional friends, maybe students of mine, and all have contributed to the success of the conference. I thank the organizers for giving the job of this Rapporteur General. In fact, I was hesitant to accept the post because I have some other domestic function in my house, and I am afraid whether I can be able to do justice for this. But Rajendran said, sir, you please accept, let us see afterwards. Incidentally, I am free from, I might thank my wife for giving 2 days leave for me to come over here. And that's what I should openly say, because she was looking after the job. I just coming over here for 2 days and doing the job. I also thank all my student friends, organizers for the opportunity. And once again, my special thanks to the organizers and Dr. Wo, Ashok Kumar, Rajendran, Bhagavati, Joy, and officers of this university, Law University, where we have a very homely stay for 2 days and enjoyed the hospitality of the Ashok Kumar and library team. I thank once again. I think I have concluded this particular session. I have done my best of ability, the Rapporteur General report, and report will be given to the organizers, and they will keep it in the website of this one. We will send to Professor Wu. Once again, my pranams and my best wishes to all the organizers. Have a nice, memorable day of enjoying 2 days academic inputs, which you can implement in our libraries. The lessons we learn, lessons with the organizers, the participants, and the contributors have given to us, let us take in a good sense, good spirit, then we can implement in our libraries. That making this conference purpose become successful. And I wish you good luck. Have a good stay. I wish you happy Dasara event. Have good luck. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramesh Babu. Your report was elaborate at the same time, rather very brief, including each and every one of us. And you so graciously put out you never missed anyone. You graciously mentioned every single aspect of this conference. Clearly, it's a very big feat that we've achieved. We have speakers from abroad, from various countries, from India as well. And as you mentioned, I have also moderated a lot of conferences, and we've had a very good amount of people coming and presenting and attending it. That is a very great achievement that we've had, something very surprising and something of which I'm very happy of. Secondly, we also did everything in time, and I would just like to quote Shakespeare, who mentioned in one of his plays of Julius Caesar, when Brutus says to Cassius, he says, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, taken at the flood leads on to fortune, omitted, and all the voyage of their lives will be in the shallows and in the miseries." I think this particular quote has come true today, because we have achieved what would seem unachievable. And without any further delay, I would love to go to the other part, a very important part of the valedictory program, that is the announcement of the awards. And this award would be the International Library and Information Science Society Article of the Year Award 2020, the GISTAB Best Paper Award, and the I-Liss Best Paper Award, which will be announced by our very own Professor Dongyang Oh, and who is the president of the I-Liss, and Dr. P. Rajendran, the Secretary General of I-Liss. I invite Professor Oh. Before that, I will give a very brief introduction of him. Professor Oh is professor in the Department of the Library and Information Science at Kaiming University in South Korea since 1992. He's the president of the International Library Information Science Society since 2015 till present, and he's the co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Information Science Theory and Practice, that is GISTAP, which is a Scopus-listed international journal. Sir is very well renowned in the field of information science all over the world, and he has been with us these past 2 days, so graciously attending each and every session and listening to each and every presentation. I welcome him to announce the winners for the award, along with the Secretary General, Dr. P. Rajendran, who is the University Librarian of the SRM Institute of Science and Technology. He possesses 2 master's degree and a doctoral degree in library information science from the University of Madras. He has published more than 100 articles in various national and international journals and conference proceedings. He has a list of achievements, a long list of achievements, which would be unfair if I would had to announce because of the paucity of time. I invite you also, Dr. P. Rajendran, to announce the awards along with Professor O. Over to the both of you, sirs. Thank you.
Dr. Rajendran, can you upload the picture?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I am happy to announce the I-Liss Article of the Year Award 2020. It is selected by the committee, which are published in 2020 in International Journal. This award goes to, next page, Dr. Mingjun Wei and Chakoli of Iran. The title of the article is Evaluating the Relationship Between the Academic and Social Impact of Open Access Books Based on Citation Behaviors and Social Media Attention, which are published in Scientometrics 2020. Okay. Congratulations. Okay. Dr. Rajendran will send to both of them. Okay.
Okay.
Next. Now we will announce the I-Liss Best Article Award and GSTEP Best Article Award. The I-Liss article of the I-Liss Best Article Award goes to Alice, Kadu, and Mohammed. The title is Library and Information Services Provision During COVID-19, Honest Cook, Ultrasound Research and Education Institute Library, Mango Hospital, Uganda's perspective. Okay, congratulations.
Wow. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Rajendran will send it to you. Okay, congratulations. And next, the Best Article Award goes to Kanyaret Sutinan Jatrong Swani. The title is A Study of School Librarians' Attitude at Primary School Libraries in Thailand under the COVID-19 pandemic. Congratulations. Also sent to them by Dr. Rajendran. And one thing I want to add it about the award. When we host the international conference in India, always they exclude the candidate of Indian scholars. So if you permit, just after the closing this conference, I want to add 1 or 2 articles. Include one must be from India, and another can be expanded to other nations, can be added to I-Liss Best Article Award. Is it okay?
Okay, Professor, we'll issue one more certificate I-Liss Best Paper Award to Indians for Indian Best Article.
Yes. Most of so many articles, good articles are presented by Indian scholars, but 5 you intentionally exclude them. So it is not fair. Also, if you do not mind, I recommend to select 2 more articles. One should be from Indian scholars, okay? All members agree, we can discuss just after conference completed. Dr. Ramesh Babu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it okay?
Yes, okay, fine. We'll do it.
Okay. So, but I do not have any intention that Miss Alice do not feel unpleasant. Okay. Okay. I sincerely congratulate on your receiving your award, but I want to expand 2 more. Okay.
Okay.
Miss Alice, will you agree?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then we will discuss 2 more I-Liss award afterward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor O, for announcing the awards. And I would like to extend my congratulations to the winners of the award. And now I hand over to my co-host to continue with the valedictory program.
Yes.
Over to you, Sri Harini.
Thank you, Ashwin. First of all, congratulations to all the winners and a huge congratulations to everyone who presented the paper. Now I would like to invite the president of I-Liss Korea to give a special address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Dear distinguished guests and all participants, I am delighted to deliver this closing remark on the great success of first I-Liss International Conference. First of all, thanks you very much for your kind attendance to our international conference and good presentations. And I should say sincere congratulations and thanks to all members of the hosting organization, the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar University, and team members, including Dr. Ramesh Babu, Dr. Ashok, and Dr. Rajendran. Since we expanded our organization into I-Liss, we have hosted international conferences every year offline in Thailand and Taiwan. However, due to the extraordinary condition generated by the COVID, we have to host the virtual conference last year and this year. Last year, we just invited limited members only as guest speakers, but this time we have invited all members to submit articles for presentation. We all expect that next year we can meet offline and celebrate our recovery from COVID and enjoy our cooperative efforts in person. One more thing to say is that recently we have expanded the qualification of full members to include library practitioners having more than 5 years experience with master degree, reflecting the request from many national chapter vice presidents. We expect for more experts in our area can join with us to have opportunities to share our various international activities and cooperative programs. Thank you for all, and we will anticipate seeing all of you soon again at another place in person. Thanks. Okay. Okay, I completed. Okay.
Yes, Professor. I was just. Thank you very much, Professor, for your special address. I thank you for being a part of us for all these past 2 days. And now I would love to call upon our very own Dr. Bhagwati, the assistant librarian at our university, to give away the vote of thanks. Over to you, madam. You're muted, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Vanakkam, Hanyun Hameda, and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, today on this occasion, I am reminded of the dream of the Sangam Tamil poet, Kaniyan Pumputranath.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Just stay for 1 minute. We will announce the 2 more hours now itself.
Yes,
As
sir.
for
Yes, sir.
who has given this thing. Wait for
Yes.
1 minute.
Kindly wait for 2 minutes. The awards will be announced very shortly once again. I-Liss Best Paper Award from Indian side.
With the advice of our president, we are adding 2 more hours for Indian scholars. Therefore, we give 1 minute. We are just finalizing this award. You read it. Huh? Two more awards from the Indian writers. The first award goes to Dr. K. Viranjanelu, librarian, NIT Warangal. His paper was the transformation of libraries, transformation of National Institute of Technology Warangal Library during COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. K. Viranjanelu, NIT Warangal. And then second paper is the digital literacy skills and competencies among the library information science students and research scholars, University of Delhi during COVID pandemic time study by Miss Nidhi and Dr. Margam Madhusudanan from Delhi University. My congratulations and our congratulations to the winners of the two views. Thanks to Viranjanelu, Nidhi and Margam Madhusudanan. Thank you, Professor Mo, for your advice, and we have done accordingly 2 more awards. I think Viranjanelu is there on the line.
Ashwin.
Viranjanelu. You suddenly call Viranjanelu?
Okay. Ashwin, you can ask
Yes, sir,
to
I will
say
call.
something about the award. May I have attention of I-Liss?
Hello.
Yes, sir, I will call.
Okay. Before we call upon Dr. Viranjanelu, I would like to request Miss Alice to give a few words about winning the Article of the Year award. Alice, if you're over here.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. In Uganda, it is 2:08 p.m. Very excited to be the best winner. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank those who selected me. I'm very excited. And actually, I'm very excited, and I'm not, I didn't do information science as an option, but I love what I studied and I love what I'm doing. I'm proud to partner with you, and I'm proud to be in the library field, library information science field. I thank you so much. And I also want to thank my co-authors. Thank you very much, Abubakar Muhammad and Sarah Kadu. I thank you all. I thank you for listening and giving me this time. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alice, for your words. We truly understand the importance of love and passion for a particular subject in order to achieve great heights in it. So thank you very much. And I suppose if Dr. Viranjanelu is over here, he can also give a few words.
Yes, yes, join.
Your paper is announced as best I-Liss paper award. So you have to.
The team is, let us congratulate Dr. Viranjanelu.
I think he's joined in through his cell phone. So I suppose.
Yeah.
Ms. Bhagavati, you proceed, madam, with your word of thanks.
Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, Viranjanelu.
Congratulations.
Hello.
You should have waited till end of the show. You left the venue.
Yeah, I'm here only.
Okay. Okay, good. Congratulations. And where is Margam Madhusudan and Nidhi from Delhi University?
Oh, yeah, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, let us continue, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Bhagavati, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Yes. Vanakkam, Hanun Hameda, and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, today on this occasion, I am reminded of the dream of the Sangam Tamil poet Kaniyan Punkundranar, who articulated 3000 years back in Tamil classic Purananuru, Yadumure Yavarum Keli, as translated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on his address at the Parliament of European Union on the occasion of the Golden Jubilee year of the European Union. I am a world citizen. Every citizen is my own kith and kin. It is a privileged honor for me to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, along with I-Liss and the organizing team of this online international conference, to the eminent experts, distinguished delegates, and participants who have shared their knowledge through their keynote addresses, invited papers, and paper presentations representing from all the 5 continents of the world: Asia, Australia, Africa, Europe, and America. Hence, I would say that this international conference is a World Citizens Conference. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty for making this international conference a grand success. First of all, I would like to thank our most endearing Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Santosh Kumar Sir, who always encourages us and extend your full support to conduct such programs. We extend our sincere gratitude to you again and again for your sustenance and guidance for making this program a great success. We are immensely blessed to work under your leadership, sir. It is my duty to thank our registrar, respected Dr. Ranjit Thoman Abraham, sir, for his extraordinary support for the conference and make it a grand success. Thank you very much, sir. I extend my sincere gratitude to respected Professor Dr. B. Ramesh Babu, sir, Professor, retired, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Madras, and Director of this international conference. This energetic, hyperactive, young, sincere person who not only keeps himself active, but also the people around him. His dedication and sincerity was evident in the way he compiled and presented the conference report as conference director, and chaired the session 1 on day 1 titled Redefining Libraries and Librarianship and Library Services During COVID-19. We are very thankful to you, sir, for the encouragement and guidance you have given us, which made this International World Conference a grand success. At the very outset, I feel to be immensely privileged to thank our chief guest of this program, Zinkyo Wanin Sansing New, Professor Dangzan Ozi, Chairperson of Undergraduate Studies at Keimyang University, South Korea, and President of I-Liss, Korea. We thank you very much for your wonderful, thought-provoking, and most intellectual special address, which paved the way for the future plan of action and preparations needed for the library professionals and the institutions to face the challenges of adaptation of rapidly changing technology, dynamically changing users' demand and expectations induced by the momentum accumulated by COVID-19 pandemic. I extend our sincere thanks to you, sir, for guiding us and for spending our valuable time with us whenever possible and making us to feel praiseworthy. Gamsahyu, Professor Hoji. On behalf of the organizing team of this international conference, it is our duty to thank the eminent experts and personalities who have spent their valuable time and honor us with their acceptance and presence to chair and co-chairs for the sessions of this international conference. Once again, thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen without good planning, organizing, and execution with dedication and month of hard work. Even before the wheels start rolling more than 2 months ago, the dedicated, sincere, and persistent efforts of the key personals, respected Dr. S.K. Ashok Kumar, sir, librarian, campus director of the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, and organizing secretary of this international conference has started. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. John Quincy Adams. As per the above quote, he is a very good team leader who is very proactive, innovative, and having a wider circle of influence with a variety of colorful feathers on his cap. We are fortunate to have him to lead our team. He was supported by respected Dr. P. Rajendran, sir, librarian, Central Library, SRM University, and Secretary General I-Liss. The very essence of leadership is that you have to have vision. You cannot blow an uncertain trumpet. Theodore M. Hesburgh. The above quote represents the leadership style of respected Dr. P. Rajendran, sir. Both of them proved themselves as students of respected Professor Dr. B. Ramesh Babu, sir, through their leadership styles and support of their team, and made this international conference a grand success. With due respect, I thank the respected Director of Research and Publication, Harita ma'am, Director of PG, Kumadaratna ma'am, Director of UG, Bhuvaneshwari ma'am, and Controller of Examinations, Srinivasa sir. Also, I would like to thank all HODs, all my fellow faculties and colleagues of the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University for your overwhelming support and participation in this online international conference. I also thank the moderator of this international conference, Mr. Aswinius, student of third year, BCom LLB Honors, along with Ms. Sri Harini, student of third year, BCA LLB Honors, and Ms. Sri Hasha, student of third year, BBA LLB Honors, who compared the event and with all the intellect and smart work. Special thanks to Mr. Ashwinius for his dedication and spent time with us in spite of having important family function. Thank you very much for your coordinated support team. Our sincere thanks to Mr. P.J.Y. Jai Singh, Assistant Librarian, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, for his excellent welcome address and also for his excellent technical support, along with Mr. Jay Darwin for this online international conference. Our sincere thanks to the sponsors of this international conference, Kemin University, Professor Hoji, Gista, and Chang'an University, Professor Sengmin Lee. Thank you very much for your support to make this international conference success. Last but not the least, let me express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to each and every single participant. Thank you all for making this occasion possible with your presence, participations, and willingness. Before concluding, on behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you all once again for being with us and made this international conference a grand success. Nandri, Gamsahio, thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. You've put a very sweet end to our conference, and I would like to extend another thanks for giving me the opportunity to moderate such a grand event. It has also inspired me to learn more into the field of information science. And I suppose Professor Ramesh Babu had already granted me a PhD when he addressed me as Dr. Ashwin. So I will pursue my PhD very soon. Thank you for that, sir. And thank you once again, all participants, for being with us for these past 2 days. It's been a wonderful experience. I hope you've learned a lot. And I hope to see you all again sometime soon in the future. With that, I suppose we can put an end to these 2 grand days. Thank you so much all for coming and being with us. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your valuable support to complete this conference in a successful way. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wu.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seema. Thank you.
Shalini, thank you.
Madam.
Dr. Mender.
Oh, Nandri. Okay.
Thank you. Your good excellent.
Jai, Bhagavati.
Yeah.
And all people I could see. Have a nice day. Memorable events of the 2 days conference.
Okay.
Thank you, Tarvinder Singh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Babu, you have done good job. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Congratulations to all. Congratulations to all.
Yes, madam. Anything to you. Important to us.
We will meet soon in the traditional conferences.
Many congratulations to the organizers.
Congratulations for Abubakar Muhammad.
Thank you, thank you. We look forward to see you again.
Salni, when are you going to organize conference? Salni.
Pardon, sir?
When are you going to organize conference for us? I-Liss.
Yes, definitely, sir. Definitely,
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah, you proceed. Thank you very much, Aswin.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. My pleasure, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best, Alice.
Thank you.
We hope.
Thank you, Salini ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Again, we are.
How are you?
Okay, sir.